Hunger's Shadow. A Tale of Love and Obsession. 1. A Quiet Town's Secrets. Red Oak, Ontario. November 1995. Noah Bouchard slammed the trunk of his car shut and took a deep breath of the crisp northern Ontario air. Beside him, his companion Julia Harper stood stretching her legs, her red scarf fluttering in the breeze. The drive from Winnipeg had taken longer than expected, hours of monotonous highways giving way to winding roads flanked by towering trees, endless stretches of wilderness. Noah was relieved to finally be here, though Red Oak wasn't much more than a speck on the map. "Feels good to get out of the car," Julia said, rolling her shoulders. She turned to face Noah, a playful smile on her face. "But are you sure about this place?" Noah laughed, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the dense forest surrounding the town was watching them. "It'll be fine. Small town. Quiet. Exactly what we're looking for. And a little creepy," she added, glancing at the darkened tree line. "Seriously, I didn't think it would be this remote." "Isn't that the point? A place where we can focus. You're the one who said you wanted a change of scenery." Julia smiled and shook her head. She had a way of lightening the mood, always managing to make Noah feel more grounded. They'd been friends since university, bonding over their love of travel, exploration and filmmaking. When Noah decided to leave Winnipeg for a quieter life and pursue his dream of making documentaries, Julia had jumped at the chance to come along. Together, they'd rented a cabin on the edge of Red Oak, a town that seemed more like a distant memory of civilization, nestled deep in the forests of northern Ontario. The kind of place where time seemed to stand still. "You've got that look," Julia teased, nudging him. "You're thinking about the documentary already, aren't you?" Noah grinned. "Always. This place has potential. There's something about it. I don't know. Feels like there's history here. Stories." "Let's hope we find something worth filming," Julia said, though she seemed more skeptical. "I didn't come all this way for boring small-town footage." Noah slung his camera bag over his shoulder, feeling the familiar weight of it. "Don't worry. I've got a good feeling about this." As they made their way toward the diner, Noah couldn't help but notice how quiet Red Oak was. A few people moved about, bundled up in heavy coats, but no one seemed to be in a hurry. The town was little more than a handful of buildings clustered along a main road, a general store, a post office, a small sheriff's office, and the diner they were heading for. The bell above the door jingled as they stepped inside, and the warmth of the diner enveloped them. The smell of coffee and cooking food was a welcome change after the long cold drive. Behind the counter, a woman in her 50s with graying hair smiled at them, her eyes flicking between Noah and Julia with the curiosity of someone used to strangers passing through but not staying long. "Afternoon," she greeted. "You folks new in town?" Noah nodded, setting his camera bag down on the counter. "Yeah, just moved in today. I'm Noah Bouchard, and this is Julia Harper. We're here to work on a documentary project." The woman's smile faltered for just a moment, but she quickly recovered. "Documentary, huh? Well, welcome to Red Oak. I'm Linda. Not much happens around here, but I suppose you might find something." Julia raised an eyebrow. "What kind of something are we talking about?" Linda wiped her hands on her apron and glanced toward the far corner of the diner, where a group of older men sat hunched over their coffee, speaking in low tones. "Depends on what you're interested in. We've got a quiet town. A lot of nature. And the woods, of course." "Nature's good," Noah said, pulling out his camera. "We're looking for local stories. History, folklore. Anything interesting." One of the men at the corner table, an older fellow with a thick beard and sun-weathered skin, spoke up. "Folklore, eh? Not many stories around here, but the woods have their own secrets." Linda shot the man a warning look, but he ignored it. Noah's interest piqued immediately. "What kind of secrets?" The man leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Disappearances. A few over the years. People head into those woods and don't come back. Sometimes it's blamed on animals or the weather, but there are folks around here who think it's something else. Julia exchanged a glance with Noah and he leaned forward, camera ready. Something else? What do you mean? The man's eyes glinted with a kind of knowing look, one that made Noah's skin prickle. Ever hear of the Wendigo? Noah shook his head. Julia, however, stiffened slightly. Wendigo? That's an old native legend, isn't it? More than just a legend around here, the man said, his voice lowering. People say there's a creature in the woods. A thing that looks like a man but it ain't. Lives off the flesh of the living. Some folks say once it sees you it doesn't let go. Tom, enough of that, Linda interrupted, her voice sharp. We don't need to scare them off on their first day here. Noah was unfazed, if anything, more intrigued. He turned the camera toward the man, filming his weathered face, the small movements of his hands as he spoke. So you believe the Wendigo is real? Tom shrugged, lifting his coffee cup to his lips. Believe what you want. But I've spent enough time in those woods to know there's something out there. You'd be wise to stay clear of it. The bell above the door jingled again, and Noah turned to see a tall man enter, a hunter by the look of him, with broad shoulders and a thick scruffy beard. He wore a weathered jacket and moved with quiet confidence, like someone who knew the land better than most. Linda's expression softened. Jonas? You know anything about these stories Noah and Julia here are asking about? Jonas gave a brief nod to the two newcomers, his eyes scanning Noah's camera before settling on Julia. Depends, he said in a deep voice. What are you looking for? Noah stepped forward, sensing an opportunity. Anything about the disappearances? Or the Wendigo? We're documenting local stories, folklore, that kind of thing. Jonas took his time answering, grabbing a coffee from Linda and sipping it slowly. Disappearances happen, he said finally. But if you're smart, you won't go looking too deep into it. The forest out here has a way of swallowing people up. Some things aren't meant to be found. Julia crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Are you saying it's dangerous? More than just wild animals? Jonas nodded slightly. More than just animals. There are parts of that forest you don't go into. Not if you want to come back. Noah felt a familiar excitement bubbling up. This was exactly what he'd been hoping for, an air of mystery, a hint of something supernatural. It was perfect for the documentary, and he knew Julia felt the same, even if she didn't show it as much. We'll be careful, Noah said, adjusting the focus on his camera. But we're definitely interested. If you know anything else, we'd love to talk. Jonas studied them both for a moment, his expression unreadable. Maybe, he said at last. But if I were you, I'd think twice about going into those woods. Once you're in, it's hard to find your way back out. Noah met his gaze, determination clear in his eyes. He wasn't going to back down. Not now, when the story was just beginning to unfold. 2. Strange happenings. The third night in Red Oak, Noah noticed something that made his pulse quicken, though he wasn't sure if it was from excitement or something far more unsettling. It was late. Julia was curled up on the couch, legs tucked beneath her as she flipped through a worn travel magazine. Noah sat across from her, reviewing the footage he'd taken earlier that day. His camera felt heavy in his hands, the images playing back on the small screen, bustling locals, quiet stretches of road, and shots of the towering trees that bordered the town. God, this town is sleepy, Julia muttered, tossing the magazine aside. She stretched her arms above her head, her sweater riding up just slightly. No nightlife, no culture, and no decent coffee. How are we going to survive? Noah smirked, glancing at her over the top of his camera. I thought you were here for the adventure. The wilderness? You said you needed to escape. Julia rolled her eyes, but she smiled. I did, and I love it. But I didn't expect it to be this isolated. She shifted on the couch, eyes narrowing as she studied him. You don't regret it, do you? Coming here? Noah leaned back, considering the question. It had only been a few days, but there was something about this place, something that made his skin tingle. It wasn't just the peace and quiet, it was the tension in the air, like the town itself was holding its breath. No regrets? He said finally, meeting her gaze. We wanted a story, something worth filming. I think we're in the right place. Julia's smile softened as she watched him, and Noah could feel a faint warmth between them. She had been his best friend for years, but lately there had been a shift, a subtle shift in their dynamic. A teasing remark here, a lingering glance there. It had been easy to ignore when they were in the city, but out here, with no one else around, he found himself noticing every little thing about her. I trust you, Julia said, her voice low, her eyes lingering on his. You've got good instincts. Noah raised an eyebrow, smirking. Is that your way of saying I'm always right? Julia laughed, tossing a pillow at him. Don't push your luck. He caught the pillow mid-air and grinned, the playful exchange easing the tension that had been building inside him all day. But as he turned back to his camera, ready to switch it off for the night, something on the screen made him freeze. In the background of one shot, just for a second, there was movement. A shadow shifting between the trees. Noah rewound the footage, squinting at the screen. It was hard to tell if it was a trick of the light, or if there was really something there. The camera had caught it in the corner of the frame, right where the tree line faded into darkness. What is it? Julia asked, her tone suddenly serious. She had a way of reading him that sometimes unnerved him. Not sure, Noah muttered. I thought I saw something in the footage. It could be nothing. But the more he stared at it, the more his pulse quickened. Julia moved to his side, leaning close enough that he could smell her lavender-scented shampoo. Show me. Noah felt the familiar spark of her closeness, the faint brush of her arm against his. He rewound the footage again, letting it play back in slow motion. They both watched, silent, as the shadow flickered across the screen. It was only there for a second, but it was enough to send a chill down his spine. That is creepy, Julia admitted, her voice dropping. She was close enough now that Noah could feel the warmth of her breath on his neck. You think it's an animal? Noah wasn't sure. It didn't move like any animal he'd ever seen. I don't know, he said slowly. It's probably just a shadow, but it doesn't feel right. Julia gave him a playful nudge, though her smile was tinged with uncertainty. You're letting Tom's stories get to you. Wendigos, really? Noah chuckled, but the sound was forced. Maybe. He glanced at her, their eyes meeting briefly before he looked away. But I can't shake the feeling that something's off here. Then let's check it out tomorrow, Julia suggested, her tone casual but her gaze serious. We can head into the woods, film some more. If there's something there, we'll find it. Noah hesitated. Part of him wanted to go straight into the forest, to follow the pull that had been growing ever since they arrived. But the other part, the more cautious part, couldn't ignore the strange sense of foreboding he felt every time he looked at those trees. Julia seemed to sense his reluctance and added, Come on, we didn't come all this way to play it safe, right? Besides. She gave him a teasing grin. I know you won't be able to resist a good mystery. Noah smiled, feeling the tension between them again, and this time he didn't look away. You're right. Let's go check it out. The next morning, they packed up their camera gear and headed toward the forest. The sun was barely up, casting long shadows across the town, but there was a crisp energy in the air, a sense of possibility. Noah found himself glancing at Julia more than once as they walked, noticing the way her hair glinted in the sunlight, the lightness in her step. I bet you're already thinking about how to frame the shots, Julia teased, catching his eye as they entered the woods. Guilty, Noah admitted, grinning. I can't help it. Everything here looks like it belongs in a documentary. Well, just make sure you get my good side, she said with a wink. Noah laughed, the sound echoing in the quiet woods. The trees closed in around them as they moved deeper, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of fallen leaves. The forest felt different today, quieter somehow. The only sounds were their breathing and the occasional rustle of branches. After a while they came to a small clearing where the sunlight broke through the canopy, illuminating the ground in patches of golden light. Julia dropped her bag and stretched. "This seems like a good spot. Let's get some shots of the trees, maybe do a quick interview." Noah nodded, setting up the camera on a tripod. He filmed Julia as she talked about the legends they'd heard about the Wendigo and the mysterious disappearances. As always, she was a natural in front of the camera, her voice clear and confident. "You think any of it could be real?" Noah asked once they finished filming. He packed away his equipment, his eyes on the trees. Julia shrugged, glancing up at the canopy overhead. "I don't know. I mean, I love a good story, but I'm a skeptic. I think there's probably an explanation for everything. But that doesn't mean I don't want to find out." Noah smiled. "Same here." They spent the next few hours filming, wandering deeper into the woods. Noah felt himself relax as they worked, the focus on the project taking his mind off the strange tension that had been building since they arrived. But every so often, out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw movement, a shadow slipping between the trees, a faint flicker of something just beyond the camera's view. That night, after hours spent reviewing footage, Noah couldn't sleep. Julia had fallen asleep quickly, her breathing steady as she curled up beneath the covers on the opposite side of the bed. The warmth of her presence was comforting, though it did little to ease the sense of unease that had crept back into Noah's mind. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the cabin settle around them. And then he heard it, the sound. It was faint at first, almost indistinguishable from the wind, but as Noah listened more closely, he realized it was something else. A low, distant moaning, coming from the direction of the woods. He sat up slowly, careful not to wake Julia. His pulse quickened as the sound grew louder, more distinct. He grabbed his camera from the nightstand, its weight familiar and grounding, and moved toward the window. Outside, the trees stood still in the moonlight, their branches casting long shadows across the yard. But the sound was unmistakable now, an eerie, hollow wail, like the wind howling through an empty cave. It sent a chill down his spine, and before he knew what he was doing, he was pulling on his jacket and stepping outside. The cold air hit him like a shock, and for a moment he hesitated, glancing back at the cabin. Julia was still asleep, unaware of the strange pull that had drawn him out here. With his camera in hand, Noah moved toward the tree line, his breath visible in the freezing air. The moaning grew louder, more insistent, as if it was beckoning him closer. He stepped into the woods. 3. Into the dark woods. The morning was still and cold, the forest shrouded in a thick mist that curled through the trees like ghostly fingers. Noah adjusted his camera strap as he and Julia stood at the edge of the woods, their breath visible in the crisp air. "You sure about this?" Julia asked, her voice quieter than usual. She glanced at the trees, their towering forms shrouded in shadow even in the early light of dawn. Noah looked at her, sensing her unease. "Yeah. I want to see what's out there. We can't just stay close to town forever. Besides," he smirked, trying to inject some confidence into his tone, "you're not scared, are you?" Julia raised an eyebrow, folding her arms. "Scared? Please. I just didn't think our peaceful documentary would involve early morning hikes into creepy forests." "You did say you wanted something exciting," Noah teased, stepping closer to her. There was a flicker of something in her eyes, amusement mixed with the tension of the unknown. He felt the familiar thrill of their shared adventure, the unspoken connection they had been dancing around since they left Winnipeg. "Exciting, sure," Julia replied, her lips curving into a half-smile. "But if we end up as one of those couples that disappear in the woods stories, I'm holding you responsible." Noah chuckled, but there was a trace of unease in his chest. Last night had been strange. He hadn't told her about the figure he saw in the darkness, the way it had flickered in and out of sight just beyond the tree line. Julia was skeptical enough as it was, and he didn't want to feed into the local hysteria. Not yet, at least. "Let's go," he said, motioning toward the path ahead. "I've got a feeling we'll find something worth filming today." They ventured into the woods, the canopy above them thick with autumn leaves muffling their footsteps. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, as if the forest was absorbing all sound. It wasn't just the silence, it was the weight of it, the oppressive stillness that wrapped around them like a heavy blanket. Noah kept his camera trained on the path ahead, filming the way the trees seemed to loom over them, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. Every now and then he would glance at Julia, her face set with determination, but there was a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. He couldn't blame her. Something about this place felt off, as though they were walking into a space that didn't want them there. They walked for nearly an hour, deeper into the forest than they had ever gone before. The path, if it could even be called that, had all but disappeared beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves. Every so often Noah would pause to film a particular tree or a patch of ground that looked disturbed, but mostly they just kept walking, the tension between them growing as the woods closed in. "This is getting weird," Julia muttered after a while. She stopped and leaned against a tree, glancing over her shoulder. "Does it feel like the forest is thicker? Like the trees are closer together?" Noah frowned. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now that she mentioned it, the trees did seem more tightly packed, their branches intertwining above them like a dense net, cutting off most of the light. "Maybe we're just going deeper than usual," he suggested, though he didn't quite believe it himself. He zoomed in with the camera, trying to capture the way the light filtered through the trees in odd patterns, casting long shadows that shifted with the slightest breeze. "Yeah, maybe," Julia said, though her tone was uncertain. She hugged her arms around herself, as if trying to shake off the chill that had settled over them. They continued walking, the tension building with each step. Noah found himself glancing over his shoulder more often than not, feeling as if something was following them, though he never saw anything. His camera picked up the same unease. The footage would glitch occasionally, the image distorted for just a fraction of a second, as though the forest itself was interfering with the recording. Just as Noah was about to suggest turning back, they stumbled upon a clearing. It was small, barely a break in the trees, but in the center stood an old weathered cabin. The wood was dark and rotting in places, the roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect. It looked as though it had been abandoned for decades, left to decay in the middle of the forest. Noah stopped in his tracks, staring at the cabin. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and dread. This was exactly the kind of thing he had been hoping to find, but at the same time there was something deeply unsettling about it. "Is that?" Julia's voice trailed off as she took a step closer, her eyes wide. "That wasn't on any of the maps we looked at, right?" "No," Noah said, keeping his camera focused on the cabin. "No way. This place wasn't listed anywhere." They exchanged a glance, the unspoken question hanging between them: how could something like this exist, hidden so deep in the woods, without anyone knowing about it? "Should we?" Julia hesitated, her hand resting lightly on Noah's arm. The contact sent a jolt of warmth through him, momentarily distracting him from the growing dread. He glanced down at her hand, then back up to meet her eyes. She looked torn, curiosity battling with a deep sense of caution. Noah swallowed, torn himself. Every instinct screamed at him to get this on film, to explore the cabin and capture every detail. But there was also a part of him that wanted to grab Julia's hand and pull her away from this place as fast as possible. "We came this far," he said, his voice low. "Let's take a look." Julia nodded, though her grip on his arm tightened slightly. Together, they moved toward the cabin, their footsteps slow and deliberate. The closer they got, the more the air seemed to change, thicker, heavier, almost suffocating. Noah could feel his pulse in his throat, his skin prickling with every step. The door was half off its hinges, hanging crookedly in the frame. Noah hesitated for just a moment before pushing it open, the wood groaning under his touch. Inside, the cabin was dark, the windows long since caked with grime. Dust hung in the air, swirling in the beams of light that filtered through the cracks in the walls. The floor was littered with debris, old newspapers, rusted tools, and what looked like animal bones. The walls were scratched and scarred, deep gouges running across the wood like something or someone had clawed at them. Julia stepped in beside him, her breath catching in her throat. "This place." She trailed off, her eyes scanning the room. "It feels wrong." Noah didn't respond. He was too busy filming everything, the walls, the floor, the dark corners where the light didn't quite reach. The cabin felt like it was holding its breath, as though it was waiting for something to happen. Julia moved deeper into the room, her fingers brushing against the wall where the claw marks were deepest. "What do you think did this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Noah shook his head, focusing the camera on the marks. "I don't know. Could be an animal. Or..." He trailed off as something caught his eye, a series of carvings in the wood, almost hidden beneath the claw marks. They were symbols, crude and jagged, but unmistakably deliberate. "Look at this," Noah said, motioning for Julia to come closer. "These symbols, they're old. Really old." Julia frowned, tracing her fingers over the carvings. "They look native, maybe. But why would they be here, in an abandoned cabin?" Noah didn't have an answer. He zoomed in with his camera, capturing every detail, his pulse racing. This was more than he had bargained for, this was a story. But as he filmed, something moved outside the window. It was a flicker of movement, barely visible in the corner of his eye, but it was enough to make his heart leap into his throat. He jerked the camera toward the window, his hands shaking. "Did you see that?" Noah whispered, his voice hoarse. Julia turned sharply, her eyes wide. "See what?" Noah's breath quickened. Something was out there. They both stood frozen for a moment, staring at the grimy window. The forest outside was still, the trees swaying slightly in the breeze, but there was no sign of movement. Julia swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. "Noah, maybe we should go." He hesitated. Part of him wanted to stay, to film more, to see what it was that had flickered just outside the window. But another part of him, a deeper, more primal part, wanted to get out of the cabin as fast as possible. "Yeah," he said finally, his voice tight. "Let's get out of here." They turned to leave, but before they could take a step there was a sound, a soft scraping noise like something sharp dragging across wood. Julia gasped, her hand gripping Noah's arm. "Did you hear that?" Noah's pulse thundered in his ears. He turned toward the sound, his camera still rolling, but the cabin remained still and quiet. His breath came in shallow, rapid bursts, the silence pressing down on him like a weight. Julia's grip on his arm tightened, her nails digging into his skin. The scraping sound came again, louder this time, and closer. "Noah." Julia's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to go." He didn't argue. He grabbed her hand, the warmth of her touch grounding him in the moment, and they moved quickly toward the door. The floorboards creaked under their weight, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence of the cabin. As they stepped outside, the forest seemed to shift around them. The trees, once still and silent, now seemed to sway with an unnatural rhythm. The air felt thicker, colder, as if something was watching them, waiting for them to make a wrong move. Noah kept his camera rolling, even as he stumbled over the uneven ground, his eyes darting between the trees. The light was fading fast, the shadows growing longer, and the sense of being followed gnawed at the edges of his mind. "Let's move," Noah said, his voice tight with urgency. Julia didn't argue, her fear palpable as she clutched his arm, and they began to make their way back toward the trail they had come from. The forest closed in around them as they moved, the thick canopy above blocking out what little light remained. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, felt like a threat, like something stalking them just out of sight. "Did you get a good look at it?" Julia asked, her voice strained as they hurried through the trees. Noah shook his head, his heart still racing. No. It was just a shadow, but… He trailed off, not wanting to admit what he was thinking. That it hadn't felt like a shadow. It had felt like something real, something alive. They kept moving faster now, their breathing heavy in the silence of the woods. Noah's camera shook in his hands, the footage glitching occasionally, the image distorting as if the forest itself was interfering with the recording. Suddenly Julia stopped dead in her tracks, her hand flying to her mouth. "Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Look." Noah turned, following her gaze, and felt his blood turn to ice. Standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows of the trees, was a figure. Tall, emaciated, with long bony limbs and eyes that glowed faintly in the fading light. Its skin was stretched tight over its bones, and its mouth hung open in a silent scream. For a moment, Noah couldn't breathe. The creature stood there, watching them, its head tilting slowly to one side as if curious. Its presence was wrong, unnatural, like something pulled from a nightmare. "Noah," Julia whispered again, her voice barely audible. "We need to go. Now." Noah nodded, his heart pounding in his chest, and they turned and ran, their feet pounding against the forest floor. The trees blurred past them as they sprinted, the air thick with the weight of the thing that had watched them from the shadows. He didn't dare look back, but he could feel its presence growing closer, like the cold fingers of fear creeping up his spine. They ran until their lungs burned, until the trees began to thin and the edge of the forest came into view. Only then did Noah slow down, glancing over his shoulder. The forest was still, the creature gone, but the unease lingered. Julia doubled over, gasping for breath, her face pale. What the hell was that? Noah shook his head, his mind still racing. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice shaky. "But I got it, on camera." He glanced down at the camera in his hands, the screen still flickering slightly from the interference. He had no idea if the footage would reveal anything, but the memory of that thing, those glowing eyes, that skeletal form, was seared into his mind. Julia straightened up, her breathing slowing. "We're not going back in there, are we?" Noah met her eyes, the fear mirrored in her expression. He wanted to say no, wanted to promise her that they would stay far away from the forest and whatever lurked inside it. But he couldn't. Not after what they had just seen. "I don't know," he said quietly. "But I think we just found our story." 4. The first encounter. Noah slammed the cabin door shut behind them, the thud reverberating through the small space as he and Julia stood there breathless. They had bolted through the forest, the sense of something following them growing with each step. The woods had been unnaturally still, except for the sound of heavy footsteps behind them, breaking branches and crushing leaves as if something much larger than either of them was on their trail. Noah's heart pounded against his ribcage, the cold air of the cabin doing little to calm him. He had seen something, they had both seen something, lurking at the edge of the clearing, and now that they were back inside, the reality of it began to sink in. Julia paced, her arms crossed over her chest. She was visibly shaken, her breathing uneven as she fought to collect herself. Her eyes darted toward the window as if expecting to see that creature, whatever it was, staring back at them from the trees. Noah, still clutching his camera, stood in the middle of the room, his mind racing. He had to see if the camera had picked anything up. If there was proof of the creature on film, it would validate everything. But even as his fingers moved to flip the camera on, the weight of what they had just experienced bore down on him. "Noah, what the hell was that?" Julia finally asked, her voice trembling. She stopped pacing and turned to face him, her eyes wide with fear. He glanced at her, then back at the camera, unsure of what to say. "I don't know. But I need to see if I got it." His voice was tight, adrenaline still coursing through him. Julia's face twisted into a mixture of disbelief and frustration. "That thing. I don't care if you got it on camera. Noah, we just ran for our lives. What if it's still out there?" Noah hesitated, his thumb hovering over the play button on the camera. The fear in Julia's voice finally registered, pulling him from the fog of his obsession. He set the camera down on the nearby table, realizing for the first time how hard his heart was hammering in his chest. "We're safe now," he said, though even he didn't quite believe it. The cabin felt small, vulnerable, like a thin barrier between them and whatever had been stalking them. "Let me just check the footage." Julia let out a shaky breath, rubbing her arms as she tried to warm herself. "Noah, I'm serious. That thing, it's not something you just film. We need to leave." Noah heard the words, but the pull of the camera was too strong. He flipped open the viewfinder, rewound the tape and hit play. The footage flickered to life, showing the shots they had taken earlier in the forest. His hands shook as he fast-forwarded to the part where they had seen the creature. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment everything seemed normal. Then there it was, a fleeting shadow on the edge of the screen. Noah paused the footage and leaned in closer, his breath catching in his throat. It was hard to make out, blurry, but it was there. Something unnatural, was standing at the edge of the clearing. "I knew it," Noah whispered. "Look. It's right there." Julia hesitated before stepping closer, peering over his shoulder at the small screen. She squinted, her lips tightening as she processed what she was seeing. "It's not clear, Noah. It could be anything." Noah shook his head. "No, that's it. That's what we saw." Julia bit her lip, clearly trying to suppress her fear. "Even if it is, what are we supposed to do? You can't keep thinking about the footage. That thing is real and we're stuck here." Noah turned to face her, his hand still gripping the camera. He saw the tension in her face, the way her hands trembled slightly as she held them together. The adrenaline, the fear, the intensity of the moment, it all came rushing back at once, crashing over them like a tidal wave. "We're going to be fine," he said softly, though the words felt empty. He moved toward her, the camera sliding from his hand onto the couch. "We're safe in here." Julia's eyes searched his, fear and something else flickering in her gaze. "Safe," she repeated as if testing the word. She stepped closer, her fingers brushing against his arm. "Noah, I don't know how much more of this I can take." He could hear the strain in her voice, the way she was holding herself together by sheer willpower. The realization hit him then, how close they had come to real danger. The encounter in the woods, the terror of something lurking just beyond their reach, had heightened everything. Emotions, adrenaline, everything was on edge. "We're here," Noah murmured, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. He felt the pull between them, the same tension that had been simmering since they'd arrived. But now, it felt like the fear had stripped away any barriers they had kept between them. They had faced something unimaginable together, and that connection, that shared terror, had broken something open. Without thinking, Noah closed the distance between them, his hand moving to cradle the side of her face. Julia's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment they just stood there, their eyes locked. The air between them was thick with unspoken words, their hearts still pounding from the adrenaline. And then she kissed him. It was sudden, but not unexpected. The kiss was fueled by fear, by the need to feel something other than terror, and by the tension that had been building between them for weeks. Noah's hands slid down to her waist, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened, both of them caught in the intensity of the moment. Julia's fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt, and she leaned into him, the heat of her body against his. A stark contrast to the cold fear that had been gnawing at them since they'd fled the woods. They moved together instinctively, as if trying to drown out the fear with the only thing they could control, each other. Noah pulled her toward the bed, their movements urgent, almost frantic. Clothes were shed in the rush of it all, their bodies colliding in a desperate need for release, for something tangible, something real. It wasn't just about desire, it was about escaping, even for a moment, the crushing weight of what they had seen. Their hands roamed, their lips seeking comfort and distraction, and for a while the world outside disappeared. The only thing that mattered was the heat between them, the way their bodies fit together, the intensity of the moment. Every touch, every kiss was a way to push back the darkness that threatened to consume them. When it was over, they lay in silence, their breathing slowing, the room filled with the soft sound of their heartbeats still racing. Julia rested her head on Noah's chest, her hair falling over his skin in soft waves. For a moment, there was peace. But then reality crept back in, the weight of what they had just experienced pressing down on them. The fear returned, creeping into the corners of the room like a shadow. Julia shifted, her hand tracing absent patterns on his chest. "What do we do now?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Noah didn't answer right away. His mind was still spinning, torn between the safety of this moment and the obsession that had taken root inside him. He wanted to protect her, to reassure her that they would be fine. But he couldn't shake the image of the creature from his mind. It had been real, and now that he had seen it, he couldn't turn back. "We need to leave," Julia continued, her voice stronger now. "Whatever's out there, it's dangerous. Noah, we can't stay here." Noah felt a knot tighten in his chest. He knew she was right, but something inside him fought against it. The need for answers, the pull of the unknown, it was too strong to ignore. "I can't leave yet," he said quietly, his voice strained. "Not until I figure out what it is." Julia pulled away from him, sitting up, her expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. "Noah, you're not thinking straight. That thing is real. It could kill us. And you want to stay." "I don't have a choice," Noah said, sitting up as well. "I need to know what it is. I need to capture it, to understand it. If we leave now, we'll never know." Julia stared at him, her hands trembling slightly as she ran them through her hair. "This isn't just about the documentary anymore. You're obsessed." Noah opened his mouth to argue, but before he could respond, there was a noise, a soft scratching sound coming from outside the cabin. They both froze, their eyes snapping to the window. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, as if something was dragging its claws along the wooden walls. Julia's eyes widened, fear flooding her features. "Noah." He didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the camera, moving to the window. The darkness outside seemed thicker than before, the trees swaying in the wind, but there was something else. A shape, just beyond the tree line. The Wendigo. Tall, skeletal, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the night, it stood there, its breath visible in the cold air. For a moment, it just watched. Its head tilting slowly as though it were curious, studying them. Noah felt his pulse hammer in his throat, his breath catching in his chest as his hand gripped the camera tighter. He couldn't move, couldn't look away. Julia's trembling hand found his arm. "Noah, we need to hide," she whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly would draw the creature closer. The Wendigo took a step forward, its elongated limbs moving unnaturally, its skeletal frame illuminated by the faint moonlight. It let out a low guttural sound, the noise reverberating through the trees, making Noah's skin crawl. Noah's mind raced, torn between the primal fear screaming at him to run, and the overwhelming need to capture this on film. He raised the camera, his hands shaking, and pressed record. "What are you doing?" Julia hissed, tugging at his arm. "We have to go." But Noah couldn't stop. He needed to see it. He needed proof. The creature took another step, its glowing eyes fixed on the cabin. It moved with a horrifying grace, its bony fingers flexing as it neared. Noah filmed every moment, the camera's red light blinking in the dark. Then the Wendigo let out a shriek, a sound so high-pitched, so piercing, that it felt like the air itself was tearing apart. The trees around it seemed to shake, and the windows of the cabin rattled in their frames. Julia clapped her hands over her ears, gasping in pain. Noah staggered back, his heart racing as the sound cut through him like a knife. The Wendigo was moving faster now, closing the distance between them in long, horrifying strides. "Noah!" Julia screamed, her voice full of terror. Noah snapped out of his daze, grabbing Julia's hand as they bolted toward the back of the cabin. His mind was a blur of panic, the creature's shriek still echoing in his ears. He had filmed it, he had proof, but now they had to survive. They reached the small bedroom, slamming the door behind them. Noah shoved the dresser against the door, barricading them in. Julia was shaking, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she pressed herself against the far wall. The cabin felt too small, too fragile. The Wendigo's presence outside was suffocating, its movements audible as it circled the cabin, scraping its claws against the wood. Every scratch, every thud sent a jolt of terror through Noah's body. He could hear the creaking of the floorboards under its weight, the sound too close for comfort. Julia whimpered, her knees pulled up to her chest as she sat in the corner. "It's going to get in," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Noah wanted to reassure her, to tell her that they would be fine, but the words wouldn't come. He couldn't stop thinking about the thing outside, the way it moved, the way its eyes had fixed on him, like it knew him, like it had been waiting for him. His mind replayed the image of the Wendigo, tall and monstrous, looming in the night. The scraping against the cabin walls grew louder, and Noah held his breath. He and Julia sat frozen, barely daring to move, listening to the relentless sounds of the creature prowling outside. Then, without warning, the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Noah's heart pounded in his ears, the tension unbearable as they waited, straining to hear anything, any sign that the creature was still there. "Is it gone?" Julia whispered, her voice shaking. Noah didn't answer right away. He slowly, carefully, moved toward the window, peeking through a small crack in the boards that covered it. The night outside was still, the trees motionless. There was no sign of the creature. He exhaled, his breath shaky. "I think it's gone." Julia's relief was palpable, but it was short-lived. She still trembled as she leaned her head back against the wall, tears glistening in her eyes. "We can't stay here. It'll come back." Noah knew she was right. The Wendigo had found them. And if it had found them once, it would find them again. But despite the overwhelming fear, Noah couldn't shake the pull of what had just happened. The Wendigo was real, and he had captured it. He had proof of something that had only existed in stories and nightmares. And part of him, no matter how terrified he was, wanted to understand it. To get closer. Julia reached for his hand, squeezing it tightly. "Please, Noah. We need to get out of here. This isn't worth it." Noah swallowed hard, his mind torn between the need to protect her and the obsession that had gripped him since they arrived. He looked down at her, the fear in her eyes reflecting his own. "I know," he said quietly, though his voice lacked conviction. He knew they couldn't stay, but something inside him couldn't let go. The room fell silent again, the weight of their situation hanging heavy between them. Outside, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. They had faced the Wendigo and survived. But Noah knew deep down that this was just the beginning. 5. Madness creeping. The weight of the forest settled over the cabin, its silent, ever-present influence pressing down on them both. Inside, the air was thick with something unspoken, something darker than fear. It had been days since their encounter with the Wendigo, but neither Noah nor Julia had been able to shake its presence from their minds. Instead of retreating, they had plunged headlong into the mystery, and now neither of them seemed willing or able to let go. Noah sat at the table, eyes glued to the small screen of his camera as he replayed the footage for what felt like the 100th time. Each time he expected to see something new, something missed in the previous viewings, a sign that would bring him closer to understanding the creature. But the truth was, it wasn't just about understanding anymore. He could feel it, like a pulse deep inside his bones, pulling him toward the forest, toward the Wendigo. Every flicker of movement in the footage set his blood alight, made him crave more. Across the room, Julia leaned against the counter, her eyes just as intense following the movements on the screen. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, but the hunger in her gaze was unmistakable. If Noah was falling, she was falling with him, no longer the voice of caution, no longer the skeptic. She too had tasted the thrill of the unknown, and now she wanted more. "Rewind it again," Julia said, her voice low and demanding. Her fingers tapped a nervous rhythm against the edge of the counter, betraying the growing impatience she fought to keep in check. Noah didn't respond verbally, but his fingers automatically rewound the footage, bringing them back to the point just before the Wendigo's shape materialized at the edge of the clearing. They watched together, silent and tense, as the shadow flickered into view, its gaunt figure barely distinguishable against the dark backdrop of trees. "It's there," Julia whispered, leaning in closer. "We're not crazy. It's there." Noah paused the footage, freezing the image of the creature. He glanced at her, his pulse quickening, not just at the sight of the Wendigo, but at the hunger in Julia's voice. He had expected her to be the one to talk sense into him, to pull him back from the edge, but instead she had leaned into the madness alongside him. Now she was just as obsessed with the story as he was, maybe even more so. "You see it too," Noah said, his voice rough. It wasn't a question. He knew she saw it. Knew she felt the same pull he did. Julia's eyes met his, dark and unblinking. "Of course I see it. And you're right, we're close. We can't stop now." The words sent a jolt of adrenaline through Noah's veins. For so long Julia had been the rational one, the anchor that kept him tethered to reality. But now, with her voice matching his in intensity, her obsession mirroring his, there was no one left to hold them back. "Tomorrow," Noah said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "We go back." Julia nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. There was no hesitation in her eyes, only determination. The fear that had once clouded her judgment was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous: desire. She wanted the Wendigo as much as he did. She wanted the proof, the footage, the story. They had come too far to stop now. "I'm ready," she said. Her lips curled into a small, almost feral smile. "We'll get it on camera this time. We'll get everything." Noah felt a surge of something primal, something wild. His heartbeat quickened, not from fear but from anticipation. Julia's descent into obsession was as exhilarating as his own, and together they were unstoppable. The Wendigo had called them, and now they were answering. The next morning the cabin felt smaller, the walls pressing in on them as they prepared for their next move. Outside the forest loomed, silent and watchful, but it wasn't the trees that held their attention now, it was the people. There were stories out there, hidden in the town and on the nearby reservation, threads of truth woven through the Wendigo myth that they needed to untangle. Noah stood by the window, staring out at the tree line, lost in thought. Behind him, Julia moved about the cabin, gathering their equipment with a quiet efficiency. The camera, batteries, notebooks, everything they needed to document their findings. But there was something more in her movements, a purposefulness that hadn't been there before. She wasn't just helping Noah anymore, she was part of this now, fully invested. And Noah could feel it, the way her presence anchored him, but also fueled his desire to dig deeper. "Are you ready?" Julia asked, her voice soft but edged with anticipation. She moved closer to him, standing just behind his shoulder, her fingers brushing lightly against his arm as she spoke. Noah turned to face her, and for a moment he couldn't look away. Her eyes, once filled with hesitation and doubt, were now sharp with determination. But there was something else there too, something softer. He could see it in the way she looked at him, in the way her hand lingered on his arm a moment too long. Her connection to him had deepened, grown stronger in the wake of the shared obsession. And that connection, it was what kept them grounded, what kept them from tipping completely over the edge. "I'm ready," Noah said, though his voice wavered slightly. Julia's proximity had a way of shaking his focus, but not in a bad way. She was his balance, the tether that kept him from being completely consumed by the Wendigo. Julia smiled, a small, knowing smile, and before he could say anything else she leaned in and kissed him. It was brief, a soft press of her lips against his, but it sent a surge of warmth through him, cutting through the cold tension that had settled in his bones. Her touch was grounding, even as their obsession threatened to pull them both under. "Let's find the truth," she whispered against his lips, her breath warm and steady. Noah nodded, and just like that they were back on track. The kiss lingered between them as they gathered their things and headed out of the cabin, but neither of them spoke of it. They didn't need to. The connection they shared was unspoken but undeniable. The town of Red Oak was quiet as they made their way down the main street, the late morning sun casting long shadows over the few buildings that made up the center of town. There were no crowds, just a few locals going about their business, bundled against the chill in the air. But the tension was there too, lurking beneath the surface. The people of Red Oak knew the forest held secrets, and while most of them preferred to look the other way, Noah and Julia were determined to dive straight into the heart of it. They made their way to the general store first, where Linda was behind the counter, wiping down the register. She looked up when they entered, her expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. Noah had his camera slung over his shoulder, and Julia carried a notebook, ready to take down anything they learned. "Morning, Linda," Noah greeted, his tone casual. "We're hoping you can point us in the direction of someone who knows a bit more about the Wendigo." Linda's hand stilled on the counter, and for a moment she just stared at them. Then she let out a soft sigh, as if she had expected this conversation to happen eventually. "You two are still chasing that old story, huh?" "We're closer than ever," Julia added, stepping forward. She gave Linda a reassuring smile, one that was more persuasive than forceful. "We know there's more to it, and we want to understand. We thought maybe someone at the reservation might be able to help." At the mention of the reservation, Linda's brow furrowed. She set the rag down and crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The folks at the reservation don't talk about the Wendigo much. It's sacred to them. A legend tied to their land, to their people. You'd have to be careful if you're going to ask around." Noah nodded, trying to keep his excitement in check. "We'll be respectful," he promised. "We just want to understand the truth behind the legend." Linda studied them for a long moment, her eyes flicking between Noah and Julia. Finally she let out a soft breath and gave a small nod. "If anyone's going to tell you what you want to know, it's Jonas. He has ties to the reservation and might be willing to talk. But don't push him. He's wary of outsiders, especially when it comes to Wendigo talk." "We'll talk to him," Julia said, stepping closer to Noah, her hand brushing against his as she spoke. It was a small, almost unconscious gesture, but it sent a thrill through Noah, grounding him in the moment. Her touch was always there, now subtle but constant, like she was silently reminding him that they were in this together. They found Jonas later that afternoon, out by the edge of town where the trees began to thicken into the forest. He was preparing to head out on a hunt, his rifle slung over his shoulder and his face set in a hard, weathered expression. But when he saw Noah and Julia approaching, he paused, his eyes narrowing. "You two again?" Jonas grunted, his voice rough and low. "What do you want?" "We want to know more," Noah said, getting straight to the point. "About the Wendigo. We're trying to piece together the story, and we need your help." Jonas's eyes flicked to Julia, then back to Noah, his gaze hard. "I told you before, some things aren't meant to be found." Julia stepped forward, her voice steady and calm. "We understand the risks. But we can't stop now. You know more than anyone, don't you? About the reservation's connection to the Wendigo. You could help us." Jonas was silent for a long moment, his jaw working as he weighed their request. Finally, he let out a low sigh and shook his head. "You're both stubborn, I'll give you that. But this isn't just a story. The Wendigo is real, and once it gets its claws in you." His voice trailed off, and for the first time Noah saw a flicker of fear in the man's eyes. Julia stepped closer to Noah, her hand brushing against his arm again, grounding him. The brief touch sent a shiver through him, but it also gave him the strength to press on. "We're already in its sights," Julia said, her voice soft but unwavering. "We need to know more before it's too late." Jonas studied them both for a long moment, then finally nodded. "Fine. I'll tell you what I know. But be careful what you ask for. Sometimes the truth is worse than the legend." Jonas had agreed to talk, but only on his terms. They met him just outside of town, near a fire pit where the embers still glowed faintly from the night before. He stood tall and still, the rifle on his back a constant reminder of the wilderness that surrounded them and the dangers within. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the familiar bite of the cold, but it wasn't the cold that sent a shiver down Julia's spine. It was the weight of what they were about to hear. Noah had his camera set up, trained on Jonas as he leaned back against a log, his face shadowed by the brim of his hat. Julia stood beside Noah, her notebook in hand, though she barely looked at it. All of her focus was on Jonas, on the way his eyes darted to the tree line every few minutes, as though he expected something to emerge from the shadows at any moment. "You're both fools for going after this," Jonas said, his voice a low growl. "But I can see it's too late to stop you. So I'll tell you what I know, but you need to be prepared. Once you open this door, there's no closing it again." Noah nodded, adjusting the focus on his camera. "We're ready," he said, though the hunger in his voice betrayed just how far they'd already fallen. Julia stood a little closer to him, her fingers brushing his arm again, an unspoken reassurance that they were in this together. Jonas sighed and began his story. "The Wendigo isn't just a creature, it's a curse. It's tied to the land, to the people who've lived here for generations. Long before settlers came, the Wendigo haunted these woods. It's a spirit of hunger, of desperation, born in times when food was scarce and the cold was unforgiving." Noah's camera whirred softly as it recorded every word, but he barely noticed the device in his hands. His mind was fixated on Jonas's story, on the way the man spoke of the Wendigo not as a legend but as a reality. "The elders at the reservation, they know the stories better than I do," Jonas continued, his voice heavy with warning. "You'll want to speak to Elijah. He's the keeper of those stories, the one who remembers what happened here long ago. But don't expect him to be eager to talk. The Wendigo, it's not something people here speak about lightly. It's too dangerous." Julia scribbled down notes, but her attention was locked on Jonas. "How do we find him?" she asked, her voice quieter than usual, as though she didn't want to disturb the heavy air surrounding them. Jonas gave her a hard look, then finally nodded. "The reservation isn't far. Ask for Elijah when you get there. If he's willing to talk, he'll tell you more than I can. But remember this, once you go down this road, the Wendigo will know you're looking for it. It will come for you." Noah's pulse quickened at Jonas's words, the thrill of it mixing with something darker, something primal. He glanced at Julia, expecting to see fear in her eyes, but instead he saw the same hunger he felt. They were both too deep into this now, and there was no turning back. "We'll be careful," Noah said, though he wasn't sure he believed it. Jonas stood, dusting off his hands. "I hope for your sake that you are," he said, his voice gruff. "You're chasing something far more dangerous than you realize." Later that evening, back in the cabin, Noah and Julia sat together on the worn couch, their legs entwined as they leaned into each other. The air in the cabin was warmer than outside, but the cold from Jonas's warning still lingered. Julia rested her head on Noah's shoulder, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing patterns on his arm as they talked. "What do you think he meant?" Julia asked softly. "About the Wendigo knowing we're looking for it." Noah took a deep breath, his mind spinning with the weight of Jonas's words. He could feel the familiar tug of hunger gnawing at his stomach, a hunger that had been growing steadily since their encounter in the woods. It wasn't the kind of hunger food could satisfy, it was deeper, more insistent. But he didn't mention it to Julia. Not yet. "I think it knows we're getting closer," Noah said, his voice low. "And I think we're going to find it, Julia. We're so close." Julia lifted her head to look at him, her eyes searching his. She was falling deeper too. He could see it in the way her eyes sparkled with excitement, in the way her lips curved into a soft smile. "We're going to find it together," she said, her voice filled with conviction. She leaned in, her lips brushing softly against his in a kiss that felt both comforting and electric. As they kissed, the warmth between them grew, pushing away the lingering cold from the outside world. Noah's hands moved to her waist, pulling her closer, and for a moment it was just the two of them, their shared obsession, their connection, and the heat of the moment. But then something shifted. A soft creak echoed from across the room, and both Noah and Julia froze. They pulled back from each other, their eyes immediately darting toward the source of the sound. The cabin was still, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, but the tension in the air had changed. "What was that?" Julia whispered, her voice tight. Noah shook his head slowly, his heart beginning to race. "I don't know." Another sound, this time a faint scraping like something dragging across the wooden floor. It was coming from the far corner of the room near the kitchen. Noah's breath quickened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Julia, pulling her closer. "Noah." Julia's voice was barely a whisper now, her eyes wide with fear. Noah stood slowly, his body tense as he scanned the room. The scraping sound came again, louder this time, and then without warning, one of the chairs by the kitchen table slid an inch across the floor on its own. Julia gasped, her fingers clutching Noah's arm as they both stared at the chair, their hearts pounding in unison. For a moment, neither of them moved. The air was thick with an unnatural energy, and Noah could feel it, the presence of something else in the room with them. "I think it's starting," Noah whispered, his voice shaky. Julia's eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of what had caused the movement. "What's starting?" she asked, her voice trembling. "The Wendigo," Noah said, his voice barely audible. "It knows we're looking for it." Another object, a mug on the kitchen counter, shifted slightly, as though nudged by an invisible hand. The tension in the air grew thicker, and Noah felt a chill crawl down his spine. "We need to get to bed," Noah said suddenly, his voice tight with urgency. "Maybe if we just stop for tonight, it'll leave us alone." Julia didn't argue. She stood quickly, her hands still gripping Noah's as they made their way to the bedroom, leaving the eerie stillness of the living room behind them. The bed felt warm, comforting, as they lay together, wrapped in each other's arms. The strange sounds from the other room had stopped, but the lingering sense of unease remained. Noah's hunger gnawed at him, more insistent now, but he tried to push it aside. He didn't want to ruin this moment with Julia. As they made love, the tension between them melted away, replaced by the heat of their bodies, the connection they shared. Julia's fingers tangled in Noah's hair, her breath soft and steady against his skin. For a while everything else fell away, Jonas's warning, the Wendigo, the strange occurrences in the cabin. It was just the two of them, lost in the moment. When they finished, Noah collapsed beside her, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his breath. The hunger was still there, gnawing at him, but his exhaustion was stronger. Within minutes he drifted off to sleep, leaving Julia awake beside him. She lay quietly, her head resting on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. For the first time in days she felt a sense of peace, of contentment. Her love for Noah grounded her, kept her from falling completely into the darkness that had begun to consume them both. She closed her eyes, letting the warmth of his body comfort her. But as the minutes ticked by, Noah's breathing grew more erratic, and soon he began to mutter in his sleep. At first it was just faint mumblings, words she couldn't make out. But then his voice grew louder, more insistent, and Julia's eyes snapped open, her peace shattered. "Noah," she whispered, gently shaking his shoulder. He didn't wake. Instead, his face twisted into a grimace, and the words that fell from his lips became clearer, more disturbing. "It's coming," he muttered, his voice tight with fear. "It's coming for us, hungry, so." Julia froze, her hands still resting on Noah's chest as his muttering continued. His face, usually calm in sleep, was now contorted with unease, his lips moving rapidly as he whispered things she couldn't quite understand. She leaned in closer, her heart pounding, trying to catch more of his words. "It's hungry," Noah muttered again, his voice ragged, strained. "So hungry, can't stop, can't." Julia's throat tightened as she listened. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was saying, but all she could focus on was the way his voice sounded, like it was coming from a place of deep fear, a fear that she hadn't seen from him when he was awake. Her heart clenched at the thought. Was the Wendigo invading his dreams now? Was it pulling him in, even when he was vulnerable? She shook him gently, whispering his name again. "Noah, wake up." But instead of waking, Noah's body jerked suddenly, his breath coming in short gasps. His eyes fluttered beneath his eyelids, and he let out a low, guttural moan, so unlike his usual self that it sent a chill down Julia's spine. "Noah!" Julia shook him harder this time, panic rising in her chest. Suddenly his eyes flew open wide and wild, as if he'd been yanked out of a nightmare. His body went rigid beneath her, and for a moment he just stared up at the ceiling, his breath coming in shallow, uneven gasps. Julia hovered over him, her hand still on his chest, feeling the rapid thud of his heart beneath her palm. "Noah, are you okay?" she whispered, her voice trembling. He blinked, his eyes slowly focusing on her. For a second there was a flicker of confusion, like he didn't recognize her, but then he exhaled a shaky breath and lifted a hand to cover hers. I'm fine," he said, though his voice was hoarse and unconvincing. "You were talking in your sleep," Julia said quietly, her eyes searching his face for some kind of reassurance. "You kept saying you were hungry, and that something was coming." Noah's brow furrowed as he tried to remember, but whatever he had been dreaming about slipped through his fingers like sand. He shook his head, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. "I don't know. I don't remember. But I keep having these dreams, Julia. Vivid, unsettling dreams." Julia's heart sank. She had hoped that his nightmares were just a reaction to the stress they were both under, but now she wasn't so sure. The Wendigo had already touched them, first in the forest, then in their minds, and now it was creeping into their dreams. She could feel it, the pull of something dark and ancient, something that wouldn't let them go. "Maybe we should stop," Julia suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. She wasn't sure why she was saying it now, especially after everything they had talked about that day. But the unease was growing, and despite her own obsession with the Wendigo, she couldn't ignore the fear tightening in her chest. Noah's hand tightened around hers, his eyes dark and serious. "We can't stop now, Julia. We're too close. If we turn back, we'll never understand what's happening. We have to see this through." Julia's stomach twisted at his words. She wanted to believe him, wanted to follow him wherever this journey led, but something about the way he was looking at her now, the intensity in his eyes, the desperation in his voice, made her hesitate. The Wendigo was pulling them in, deeper and deeper, and she wasn't sure if either of them would be able to find their way back. But she loved him. That much she knew with certainty. And as long as she was by his side, she could keep him from falling completely into the darkness. She had to believe that. "Okay," she said softly, her voice wavering just slightly. "But promise me we'll be careful. Promise me we won't let it take us." Noah leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers, his breath warm and steady. "I promise," he whispered, though Julia could hear the doubt in his voice, the uncertainty that lay beneath his words. They lay in silence for a while after that, neither of them speaking, as the weight of the night settled over them. The cabin was still, the strange sounds from earlier having faded into nothingness, but the sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond their understanding, remained. Noah fell asleep again, his breathing evening out into soft, steady rhythms. But Julia stayed awake, her mind buzzing with thoughts of the Wendigo, of Jonas's warnings, and of the hunger that had begun to creep into Noah's soul. She could feel it too, deep in her own bones, the pull, the fascination. But every time she thought she was falling too far, she reached for Noah, her love for him pulling her back, grounding her in the reality they still clung to. As the minutes ticked by, Julia kept her eyes on the shadows that danced along the cabin walls, listening to the sound of Noah's breathing, trying to push away the unease that gnawed at the edges of her mind. Then, just as she was beginning to drift off, Noah stirred again, mumbling something under his breath. This time the words were clearer. "It's inside," he whispered, his voice low and strained. "It's inside now." Julia's heart pounded in her chest, her pulse quickening as she stared at Noah's face. His eyes were still closed, but the tension in his body was unmistakable. "What's inside?" she whispered, her voice barely audible, afraid to hear the answer. Noah didn't respond, his body going still again as he sank deeper into sleep. But Julia couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, something far more dangerous than before. The Wendigo was getting closer, and now it wasn't just out there in the woods. It was with them, inside them, creeping through their minds and their dreams, and Julia wasn't sure how much longer they could resist. She lay back down beside Noah, her body tense, and waited for the first light of dawn. Noah's nightmare. I drift into sleep like I'm falling, spiraling down through layers of darkness. It's strange because I don't even remember closing my eyes. One moment, I'm lying next to Julia, feeling her warmth, the weight of her head on my chest, the steady rhythm of her breathing. The next, I'm somewhere else entirely. I can't see at first. Everything around me is black, thick like fog, but it doesn't move. It's heavy, pressing against my skin like wet cloth, suffocating. There's no sound, just a ringing in my ears that gets louder and louder until I can't stand it anymore. My heart races, pounding against my ribs as if trying to break free. And then slowly the darkness starts to shift. Shapes form in the distance, just shadows at first, tall thin figures moving in and out of the mist. I try to move but my body feels stuck, anchored to the spot. Panic swells inside me and I fight to breathe, but every breath feels shallow, like my lungs are filled with ice. Suddenly, the figures begin to take shape. I can see them now, gaunt skeletal forms, their limbs impossibly long, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They move slowly, deliberately, their bodies twisting unnaturally as they close in around me. My throat tightens and I want to scream but no sound comes out. I'm paralyzed, helpless as they surround me. Then I realize it's not them. It's me. I look down and see my own hands, but they're not mine anymore. My skin is stretched tight over my bones, pale and sickly, my fingers long and clawed. I'm changing. My body is warping, twisting, becoming like one of them. The hunger hits me then, sharp and overwhelming, gnawing at my insides like a living thing. It's insatiable, consuming every thought, every sense. All I can think about is feeding, finding something, anything to stop the burning ache in my stomach. I stumble forward, my legs shaky and weak, but I can't stop. The hunger is driving me now, pulling me deeper into the nightmare. I hear something in the distance, a sound that's both familiar and distant, like the echo of a memory. It's faint at first, but it grows louder, clearer. It's crying. Someone is crying. I turn toward the sound, and through the fog I see her. Julia. She's standing at the edge of the clearing, her back to me, her shoulders shaking as she sobs. I try to call out to her, to tell her to run, but my voice catches in my throat. The hunger is stronger now, more intense, and I can feel my body responding to it. My limbs move of their own accord, taking slow, deliberate steps toward her. No, I scream silently. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to. But the hunger doesn't care. It's all-consuming, a force greater than me, and it drives me forward until I'm standing right behind her. My hands reach out, claws ready to tear, and for a moment I feel a sick thrill course through me. She turns around then, her eyes wide and filled with terror. She sees me, and the fear in her gaze cuts through the fog of my mind, momentarily breaking the hunger's grip. But it's too late. I can't stop. My hands are on her now, cold and hard, pulling her toward me, and all I can think about is the hunger. She screams. The sound echoes through the clearing, reverberating off the trees, and it snaps me back into reality, if only for a second. I can feel her struggling beneath me, feel her warmth, her life, and it makes the hunger roar inside me, clawing at my chest, demanding more. I'm losing control. No, I've already lost it, and the Wendigo inside me is taking over. I can't stop it. I can't. Suddenly, everything goes dark. The clearing, the trees, Julia, they vanish, swallowed by the blackness, leaving me alone with the hunger gnawing at my soul. I try to scream, try to push it away, but it's inside me now, rooted deep, and I can't fight it. I'm not Noah anymore. I'm something else. The Wendigo. I wake up with a gasp, my body jerking upright as if pulled by an invisible string. My heart is pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged bursts. For a moment I'm disoriented, the nightmare still clinging to the edges of my mind. The darkness of the cabin feels too close, too suffocating, and I struggle to breathe to calm the wild panic still coursing through my veins. Noah. Julia's voice pulls me back to reality. She's still lying next to me, her hand resting gently on my arm. I can feel the warmth of her skin, the softness of her touch, and it soothes me, but only slightly. I can't shake the feeling of the nightmare, the hunger, the transformation. It felt too real, too vivid. "You were dreaming," she says softly, her voice laced with concern. "Are you okay?" I turn to look at her, my heart still racing, and for a moment, I don't know what to say. The memory of the nightmare is too fresh, too raw. The way I had looked at her, the way I had wanted her, it wasn't just a dream. It was something more. Something darker. "I'm fine," I say, though my voice comes out rough and shaky. I don't want to worry her, not more than she already is. But the truth is, I'm not fine. I'm far from it. She sits up beside me, her hand still resting on my arm, and I can feel the weight of her gaze, the concern in her eyes. "You were talking in your sleep again," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "You kept saying you were hungry." The word sends a jolt of unease through me, and my stomach twists painfully as if in response. The hunger is still there, lurking just beneath the surface, but I try to ignore it. I can't let it take hold. Not now. "I don't remember," I lie, forcing a weak smile. "It was just a bad dream." But Julia doesn't seem convinced. She watches me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine, and I can see the doubt flickering in her gaze. She knows something is wrong. She can feel it, just like I can. "We should get some sleep," I say, trying to deflect the conversation. "We've got a long day tomorrow." She nods, but the worry doesn't leave her face. "Okay," she whispers, lying back down beside me. I lie back down too, my body tense, my mind still racing. Julia's warmth is comforting, but it doesn't stop the fear gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. The hunger is growing, and I don't know how much longer I can hold it off. As I close my eyes, I can still see the Wendigo, lurking in the darkness of my mind, waiting. Waiting for me to give in. 6. The Legend of the Wendigo. The morning light crept into the cabin, soft and muted, but it brought no warmth. The air inside was heavy, still clinging to the unsettling tension of the night before. The fire had burned low in the hearth, leaving only smoldering embers, and the shadows cast by the dying flames flickered ominously across the walls. Noah awoke slowly, his body stiff and his mind clouded with remnants of the dream that had haunted him in the night. His mouth was dry, his stomach hollow with that same gnawing hunger that had followed him for days now, unrelenting and growing stronger. He swallowed hard, trying to push the feeling down, but it lingered, a constant reminder of the thing that had taken root inside him. Next to him, Julia stirred, her hand resting on his chest. Her touch was warm, familiar, and for a moment it grounded him, pulling him out of the haze of his nightmare. He turned his head to look at her, watching as her eyes fluttered open. Her face was soft in the morning light, but her expression quickly shifted when she saw the tension in his. "Bad dream again?" she asked, her voice hushed. Noah nodded, but he didn't elaborate. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the details, not yet. Not when he wasn't sure how much of it had been just a dream, and how much of it was the Wendigo creeping into his mind even in sleep. Instead, he reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. "Yeah," he said quietly. "But I'm okay." Julia didn't press him. She had learned to sense when he was holding something back, but she also knew when not to push. Instead, she leaned in closer, resting her head against his shoulder. "We should get ready," she murmured. "If we want to make it to the reservation before noon, we need to leave soon." Noah swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded. He knew she was right. They couldn't afford to waste time, not when they were so close to uncovering the truth. The encounter with Jonas had only deepened their resolve, but it had also left them with more questions than answers. If anyone could tell them what was happening, it was Elijah. Still, Noah couldn't shake the unease that clung to him like a second skin. The hunger gnawed at him constantly now, a dull, aching sensation that never went away no matter how much he ate. His body was growing weaker, and every time he looked in the mirror, he barely recognized the reflection staring back at him. His face was thinner, paler, and his eyes had taken on a hollow, haunted look that unsettled even him. As he sat up, his stomach growled loudly, and Julia glanced at him with concern. "You need to eat," she said softly. "You've barely touched anything in days." Noah shook his head, rubbing his temples. "I'm not hungry," he lied, though the empty pit in his stomach said otherwise. He couldn't explain it, but no matter how much food he consumed, it didn't satisfy the hunger. It was something deeper, something more primal, and it terrified him. Julia frowned, but she didn't argue. She had grown accustomed to his strange behavior over the past few days, though her concern for him had only deepened. "At least drink some water," she said, handing him a bottle from the bedside table. Noah took it gratefully and sipped, but the liquid did little to soothe the gnawing sensation in his gut. He stood slowly, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling over him like a heavy blanket. Every step felt labored, his limbs heavy and sluggish, but he forced himself to move. "We'll head out in 30 minutes, Julia said, already slipping out of bed and moving toward the small kitchen area of the cabin. "I'll get the camera ready and pack the gear. We'll need to record everything Elijah tells us." Noah nodded absently, his mind still fixated on the hunger that clawed at him from the inside. He dragged himself to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to shake the drowsiness. When he looked up into the cracked mirror, the sight that greeted him made his stomach turn. His face had become gaunt, his cheekbones sharper than they had ever been. Dark circles ringed his eyes, giving him the appearance of someone who hadn't slept in weeks. His skin, once tanned and full of life, had taken on a sickly pallor. He ran a hand through his hair, noticing that even his scalp seemed to be thinning. "This isn't me." He stared at his reflection, fear settling deep in his chest. The changes were undeniable now, and it wasn't just the physical ones. The hunger, it was growing worse. Every night it gnawed at him, keeping him awake, making him restless. And the dreams, they were becoming more vivid, more terrifying. He could feel the Wendigo's presence, like it was watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Noah's hands trembled as he turned away from the mirror, unable to look at himself any longer. He couldn't let Julia see how bad it was. She was already worried enough, and if she knew just how deep this thing had sunk its claws into him, she might insist on stopping. And they couldn't stop. Not now. They were so close. With a shaky breath, he dressed quickly and rejoined Julia in the living area of the cabin. She had already packed their equipment, cameras, batteries, notebooks, and was zipping up her backpack when she glanced up at him. "You ready?" she asked, her eyes scanning his face. Noah nodded, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Yeah. Let's go." The drive to the reservation was quiet, the tension between them thick but unspoken. The forest stretched on either side of the narrow road, the towering trees casting long shadows that seemed to reach for the car as they passed. The sky was overcast, heavy with the threat of rain, and the air felt charged with something Noah couldn't quite place, like the calm before a storm. Julia drove in silence, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. She glanced over at Noah every now and then, her worry for him evident in the way her brow furrowed when she thought he wasn't looking. But she didn't say anything, and for that, Noah was grateful. He didn't have the energy to reassure her, not when he could barely keep himself from falling apart. They arrived at the reservation just before noon, following the directions Jonas had given them. The place was small, nestled in a clearing surrounded by dense forest. A few houses dotted the landscape, along with a communal building where a group of people gathered outside, talking quietly amongst themselves. Noah felt a flicker of unease as they stepped out of the car, but he pushed it aside. They were here for answers, and he couldn't afford to be distracted by the ever-present hunger gnawing at his insides. Julia took the lead, her camera slung over her shoulder as she approached the group. "We're looking for Elijah," she said politely, her voice steady despite the weight of the situation. Jonas told us we could speak to him about the Wendigo. The group exchanged uneasy glances before one of the men stepped forward. He was older, his face weathered by years of hard living, but his eyes were sharp and clear. Elijah doesn't speak about the Wendigo lightly, the man said, his voice low. If you're here to dig up old stories, you're wasting your time. Julia shook her head. We're not here for stories. We're here because we've encountered it ourselves. The man's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, another voice cut through the air. Let them come. The group parted, revealing an elderly man standing just outside one of the houses. He was tall, his posture still strong despite his age, and his eyes held a quiet wisdom that immediately commanded respect. Elijah? Julia asked, stepping forward. The old man nodded, gesturing for them to follow him inside. Come. We will talk. Inside Elijah's house, the atmosphere was different. It felt ancient, heavy with the weight of history, of stories long passed down through generations. The walls were lined with artifacts, hand-carved figures, and paintings that told the story of the people who had lived here long before settlers arrived. Elijah sat across from Noah and Julia, his gaze steady as he studied them both. He said nothing for a long moment, simply watching, as if he could see through them, into the truth of what had brought them here. You've come seeking answers, Elijah said finally, his voice deep and resonant. But I warn you, the answers you seek may not be the ones you wish to hear. Noah shifted in his seat, the hunger clawing at him, making it hard to focus. But he forced himself to stay present. They needed this. We've already seen it, Julia said quietly. Her voice held no tremor, no hesitation. She met Elijah's gaze directly, the weight of her words sinking into the room like a stone dropped into still water. The Wendigo, it's real. We encountered it in the forest and it's been affecting us ever since. Elijah's eyes flickered with something unreadable, a shadow of understanding or perhaps sorrow. He leaned back slightly in his chair, his hands resting on his knees. The air between them seemed to still, and for a moment Noah felt the cold grip of fear tighten in his chest. But he said nothing. He could feel Julia beside him, unwavering, her presence steadying him even as the hunger gnawed at his insides. The Wendigo is more than just a legend, Elijah began, his voice soft but carrying the weight of authority, as though each word was carefully chosen from a deep well of knowledge. It is not just a creature of flesh. It is a spirit, born from the darkest parts of the human soul. It is hunger, insatiable, relentless hunger that consumes everything in its path. Noah shifted uncomfortably, his body already betraying the very thing Elijah spoke of. He wanted to ask more, to press for details, but Elijah wasn't finished. He continued, his eyes never leaving them. The Wendigo comes to those who are desperate, those who have lost their way. It feeds on greed, on the need for more food, more power, more life. And once it has its claws in you, there is no escape. Julia leaned forward slightly, her gaze intent. We've seen the signs. The claw marks, the strange occurrences, the sounds, and Noah, she paused, her voice catching for the briefest moment before she steeled herself and pressed on. Noah has been feeling it. The hunger. The nightmares. It's changing him. Elijah's face darkened at her words, and he sighed deeply, a sound filled with years of sorrow and experience. The Wendigo does not simply kill its victims. It consumes them from the inside out. The hunger you feel, he said, turning to Noah, his voice heavy with warning, it is not just physical. It is spiritual. The Wendigo feeds on your very soul, and the more you give into it, the stronger it becomes. Noah's hands clenched into fists in his lap, his nails digging into his palms as he fought against the growing sense of dread that Elijah's words stirred in him. He had known something was wrong, known that the hunger wasn't normal, but hearing it confirmed like this, hearing that it was his soul the Wendigo was after, it made everything feel more real, more terrifying. Is there any way to stop it? Julia asked, her voice tight with urgency. Elijah was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on Noah. There are stories, he said slowly, of people who have faced the Wendigo and survived. But those stories are few, and the price they paid was great. The Wendigo does not let go easily. It will fight to keep what it has claimed. Noah felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead, and he swallowed hard. What do you mean?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "What kind of price?" Elijah's expression softened, and for the first time Noah saw something like pity in the old man's eyes. "Some say the only way to rid oneself of the Wendigo's curse is through sacrifice, great sacrifice. But even then, it is not guaranteed. The Wendigo leaves its mark, and once marked, you are never truly free of it." The words hung heavy in the air, and for a moment none of them spoke. Noah's mind raced, trying to process everything Elijah had told them. Sacrifice. The word echoed in his mind, and a cold chill ran down his spine. What kind of sacrifice? How far would they have to go to free him from this curse? Elijah seemed to sense his turmoil, and he leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Tell me more of what you have seen," he said. "What has happened to you since you encountered the Wendigo?" Julia glanced at Noah, waiting for him to speak, but his throat felt tight and he couldn't find the words. After a moment, Julia spoke up again. "We were in the woods, not far from Red Oak, when we first saw signs of the Wendigo. Claw marks on the trees, animal carcasses, and then we saw it. A figure in the shadows. Gaunt, skeletal, we barely escaped that night. But ever since then, things have been happening. Strange sounds in the cabin, objects moving on their own, and Noah," she hesitated again, her voice faltering as she glanced at him. "He's been changing. The hunger, it never goes away. No matter how much he eats, it's never enough." Elijah listened quietly, his expression grave. When Julia finished speaking, he nodded slowly, his eyes dark with understanding. "The Wendigo has already begun to claim him," he said quietly. "It is feeding on him, slowly but surely. The hunger will grow worse, and if you are not careful, it will consume him entirely." Noah felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he tried to steady his breathing. He could feel the truth of Elijah's words deep in his bones. The hunger, it had already started to take control. He could feel it, gnawing at him constantly, growing stronger with every passing day. "What can we do?" Julia asked, her voice tight with desperation. "There has to be a way to stop it." Elijah was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant as if searching for answers in a place far beyond the room they sat in. Finally he spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of the truth. "There is no simple solution," he said softly. "The Wendigo is a force of nature, a spirit born from the darkest corners of the human soul. It cannot be killed in the way a man or a beast can be killed. It must be starved, denied the very thing it craves most. But that is no easy task, for the Wendigo's hunger is boundless. And those who fall under its influence often do not have the strength to resist." Noah swallowed hard, his mouth dry. "You said there were people who survived," he said quietly. "How? How did they survive?" Elijah's eyes flickered with something like sadness, and he shook his head. "They survived, but they were never the same. The Wendigo left its mark on them, as it has on you. They lived, but they were haunted by the hunger for the rest of their lives." Noah's heart sank, and he glanced at Julia, who was watching Elijah intently, her brow furrowed with concern. "So what you're saying," she said slowly, "is that there's no way to truly stop it." Elijah met her gaze, his expression grave. "There are ways to fight it, to delay its hold. But once the Wendigo has marked you, you are never truly free." Noah felt a wave of despair wash over him, and he slumped back in his chair, his mind reeling. Was that it then? Was he doomed to be consumed by this hunger, this darkness, for the rest of his life? He couldn't bear the thought. "There must be something," Julia said, her voice firm though there was a tremor of fear beneath it. "We can't just sit back and let it take him." Elijah looked at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "You love him," he said softly. It wasn't a question but a simple statement of fact. Julia blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. She glanced at Noah, who was staring down at the floor, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. "Yes," she said quietly. "I love him. That's why I won't give up. We'll find a way." Elijah nodded slowly, as if he had expected her answer. "Love is a powerful force," he said quietly. "But even love may not be enough to save him." Noah felt a lump rise in his throat, and he swallowed hard, his chest tight with emotion. He couldn't bear to look at Julia, couldn't bear to see the fear and pain in her eyes. This was his burden to bear, not hers. She shouldn't have to suffer because of him. "Is there anything we can do now?" Julia asked, her voice quiet but determined. "Anything to stop it from getting worse?" Elijah sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging as if the weight of the world had settled on him. "I can offer you protection for a time," he said. "There are rituals, ways to ward off the Wendigo's influence. But they are temporary measures. They will not stop the hunger from growing inside him. They will only delay the inevitable." "How do we do it?" Noah asked, finally finding his voice. He couldn't bear the thought of sitting idly by while the Wendigo devoured him. If there was a way to slow it down, even just for a little while, he had to try. Elijah stood slowly, moving toward a shelf lined with jars and bundles of herbs. He selected a small, intricately carved wooden box, and brought it back to the table, setting it down in front of them. "This contains the tools you will need," he said quietly. "Burn these herbs every night and place the symbols around your home." "It will not stop the Wendigo entirely," Elijah said, his voice steady but heavy with the gravity of his words. "But it will create a barrier of sorts. The Wendigo is a spirit, and spirits can be held at bay, at least for a time." Noah reached for the small wooden box, lifting it cautiously. It was lighter than he expected, its surface smooth and worn with age. When he opened it, a pungent, earthy smell drifted into the room, the scent of dried herbs mingling with something darker, something almost metallic. Inside were bundles of herbs, small vials of what appeared to be oils, and thin pieces of cloth etched with symbols Noah couldn't begin to understand. Julia peered over his shoulder at the contents of the box, her expression thoughtful. "And this will help?" she asked, her voice soft, though Noah could sense the undercurrent of doubt. Elijah nodded, though his expression remained solemn. "It will help for now. But understand this, the Wendigo's hunger cannot be denied forever. So long as it has marked you," he said, turning his gaze to Noah, "it will come for you. This will only delay the inevitable." Noah's hand trembled slightly as he closed the box and set it down on the table. He felt the weight of Elijah's words like a stone in his chest, the finality of them crushing him. This wasn't a solution, it was a delay, a brief respite from the nightmare that was consuming him. But it was something. And for now, he had to take whatever he could get. "We'll do what we can," Noah said, his voice hoarse. "We'll use the herbs, the rituals. But there has to be more than just delaying it. There has to be a way to stop this, permanently." Elijah's eyes softened with something like pity, and he let out a long, slow breath. "There are ways to confront the Wendigo directly," he said, his tone cautious. "But it is dangerous. The Wendigo does not let go easily, and it is not a force that can be defeated through strength alone. It is a creature of hunger, and it thrives on desperation. If you confront it, you must be prepared to make great sacrifices." Noah swallowed hard, his stomach twisting at the word sacrifices. He didn't ask what that meant, but he knew. Deep down, he knew that whatever it took to rid himself of this curse, it would come at a cost. Julia shifted beside him, her hand moving to rest on his knee. It was a small, reassuring gesture, but it steadied him. He turned to her, their eyes meeting for a moment, and the strength in her gaze was unmistakable. She wasn't going to give up, not on him, not on the documentary, not on their fight against the Wendigo. And somehow, that gave him the strength to keep going. "Tell us more," Julia said, her voice calm but insistent. "What kind of sacrifices? What would we need to do?" Elijah hesitated, his fingers tracing the edge of the table as if he was weighing his next words carefully. Finally he spoke, his voice low and filled with a solemn gravity. There are ancient rituals, he said, rituals passed down through generations meant to confront spirits like the Wendigo. They are dangerous and they require offerings, offerings of the spirit, of the mind, of the body. Noah's breath caught in his throat. Offerings. Elijah nodded. To confront the Wendigo, you must be willing to give up part of yourself. The Wendigo is a spirit of hunger, and it feeds on greed, on desire. If you wish to challenge it, you must give up the very thing it craves. You must be willing to sacrifice the part of yourself that it seeks to consume. Noah felt his stomach turn at the thought. What did that even mean? What part of him was the Wendigo after? His body, his soul? He didn't know, but the fear gnawing at his gut told him that whatever the Wendigo wanted, it wasn't something he could easily give up. Julia's grip on his knee tightened, her fingers pressing into his skin as she spoke. What kind of ritual? How do we perform it? Elijah hesitated again, his gaze flicking between them as though he was weighing their determination, their resolve. Finally he stood, moving to a small cluttered shelf in the corner of the room. He sifted through a stack of old books and papers, pulling out a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. He returned to the table and laid it in front of them, flipping carefully through the pages. This journal belonged to one of my ancestors, Elijah said quietly. It contains the details of the ritual. But I warn you, it is not for the faint of heart. The Wendigo is not just a creature of legend. It is real and it is powerful. If you go through with this, you must be prepared for the consequences. Noah's eyes skimmed over the journal. The ink faded in some places, but the intricate symbols and drawings were still clear. There were detailed descriptions of the Wendigo, of how it preyed on those who gave in to greed, and how the ritual required a balance to be restored through sacrifice. What kind of consequences? Julia asked, her voice steady, though Noah could hear the strain beneath it. Elijah met her gaze, his expression grim. The Wendigo does not leave its victims unscathed. Even if you succeed in the ritual, the mark it leaves on you remains. You will never be the same. The hunger may fade, but it will always be there, lurking beneath the surface. You may survive, but a part of you will always belong to the Wendigo. The room fell into silence again, the weight of Elijah's words hanging heavy in the air. Noah felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, his mind racing. Was this it? Was this what his life had come to, being marked by the Wendigo forever, even if they somehow managed to defeat it? We'll take the journal, Julia said finally, her voice quiet but determined. We need to understand what we're dealing with, and if this ritual is the only way to stop it, then we'll do it. Elijah's expression softened, and for the first time there was a hint of respect in his gaze. Very well, he said. But be careful. The Wendigo is a spirit of deception. It will try to twist your mind to make you doubt yourself. It will feed on your fears and your desires. You must stay strong, or you will lose yourself to it. Noah nodded, though the doubts still gnawed at him. He didn't know how much longer he could fight this thing, how much longer he could hold on before the hunger consumed him completely. The drive back to the cabin was silent. The weight of everything Elijah had told them hung in the air between them, too heavy for words. Noah stared out the window, watching the trees blur by, his mind racing with thoughts of the Wendigo, of the ritual, of the sacrifice Elijah had warned them about. His stomach twisted with unease, the hunger gnawing at him relentlessly, but he tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the task ahead. Beside him, Julia was quiet, her expression focused but tense. He knew she was worried about him, that she could see the changes in him as clearly as he could feel them. But she hadn't wavered. She was still here, still by his side, determined to see this through no matter the cost. When they finally arrived back at the cabin, the sky was already darkening, heavy clouds gathering overhead. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees with an ominous whisper as they made their way inside. Noah felt a shiver run down his spine, but he pushed it aside, determined to keep moving forward. Julia set the journal down on the small table by the couch, flipping it open to the pages Elijah had shown them. The symbols and drawings seemed even more intricate now, more foreboding in the dim light of the cabin. Noah sat beside her, the hunger gnawing at him more fiercely now, like a beast clawing at his insides. "We need to understand this," Julia said, her voice low and steady as she studied the journal. "If we're going to perform this ritual, we have to do it right." Noah nodded, though his mind felt foggy, the words on the page blurring in front of him. He rubbed his eyes, trying to focus, but the hunger was too strong. It was all he could think about, all he could feel. He needed to eat, needed to feed the gnawing void inside him, but he knew it wouldn't help. It never did. Julia must have sensed his discomfort, because she turned to him, her brow furrowed with concern. "Noah, are you okay?" He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, a low growl escaped his stomach, loud enough that it echoed in the small cabin. Julia's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she reached for his hand, her touch soft and grounding. "You need to eat," she said gently. Noah shook his head, his jaw tight. "It won't help," he muttered. "It never does." Julia's grip on his hand tightened slightly, and she leaned in closer, her eyes searching his. "Maybe not," she said softly. "But you can't let this hunger take everything from you," Julia finished, her voice soft but firm. "You need to stay strong, Noah. You need to stay with me." Noah looked at her, the tension in his chest tightening. He could see the worry in her eyes, the way her grip on his hand was almost pleading. She wasn't giving up on him, no matter how deep this thing had sunk its claws into him. Her determination, her love, it was like a lifeline pulling him back from the edge every time he felt like he was slipping too far. But no matter how much he wanted to hold on to that lifeline, the hunger was always there, gnawing away at his resolve. "I'm trying," Noah whispered, his voice strained. He was trying, but the Wendigo's pull was getting stronger with each passing day, with each sleepless night filled with nightmares of hunger and desperation. "I know," Julia said gently. She reached up, her hand brushing against his cheek, her touch warm and grounding. "We're going to get through this. We just need to figure out what this ritual means, how to perform it. Once we do, we'll have a way to fight this thing." Noah nodded, though doubt still gnawed at him. He wanted to believe her, wanted to believe that they could somehow stop this, that they could find a way to break the curse before it consumed him. But the Wendigo's mark was already on him. He could feel it deep in his bones, in the endless, insatiable hunger that had become a part of him. Julia's fingers traced the edge of his jawline, and for a moment the hunger seemed to fade, replaced by something softer, something real. She leaned in, pressing her lips gently against his, and Noah closed his eyes, letting the warmth of her kiss wash over him. It was moments like these, moments when it was just the two of them, away from the darkness and the fear, that kept him going, kept him fighting. They sat like that for a long moment, their bodies close, the silence between them filled with a quiet understanding. But even as they held on to each other, Noah could feel the Wendigo lurking just beneath the surface, its presence a constant nagging reminder that their time was running out. "We should look over the journal more tonight," Julia said, pulling away slightly but keeping her hand on his. "We need to figure out how to prepare for this ritual. If we're going to stop this thing, we can't afford to make any mistakes." Noah nodded, though he felt a weariness settling over him, heavier than before. The hunger, the fear, the endless chase for answers, it was all weighing him down, pulling him further into the darkness that surrounded them. But Julia's resolve was unwavering, and as long as she was by his side he couldn't give up. Not yet. "Okay," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Let's do it." Hours passed as they pored over the journal, its faded pages filled with symbols and descriptions that seemed to twist and blur the longer they looked at them. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the cabin's wooden walls, but the warmth from the flames did little to chase away the cold that seemed to seep into Noah's bones. Julia had taken the lead in deciphering the ritual, her sharp mind focused and unwavering, while Noah sat beside her, fighting to keep the fog of hunger from overtaking him. The words on the page were difficult to make sense of, filled with ancient terms and concepts that neither of them fully understood, but Julia was determined. She scribbled notes in the margins, her brow furrowed in concentration as she pieced together what the ritual required. "It's like a purification process," Julia said after a while, her voice steady but tense. "The ritual is meant to cleanse the soul of the Wendigo's influence, but it's not just about warding it off. It's about confronting it directly." Noah stared at the page in front of him, his mind spinning. Confronting it, how? Julia's fingers traced the symbols on the page, her expression thoughtful. "From what I can tell, the ritual involves fasting, denying the Wendigo its hold over you by refusing to give in to the hunger. But there's more to it than that." She hesitated, her eyes flicking toward the next page, where the description of the final steps of the ritual were written. "There's something else here, something about an offering. It's vague, but it talks about giving up something important to you." Noah's heart sank at the word offering. Elijah had mentioned sacrifices, but he hadn't been specific. Now, as Noah stared at the ancient text in front of him, the reality of what they were facing began to settle in. "What kind of offering?" Noah asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. Julia's brow furrowed as she read further. "It doesn't say exactly. But from the way it's written, it sounds like the offering is meant to be personal, something that represents what the Wendigo is trying to take from you." Noah's stomach twisted, and the hunger surged inside him, more powerful than ever. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees as he fought to keep the nausea at bay. "What does that mean?" he asked quietly, though he already had an idea. "What does the Wendigo want from me?" Julia reached for his hand, her grip firm and reassuring. "It's after your hunger," she said softly. "The Wendigo feeds on greed, on the need for more. It's twisted that hunger inside you into something uncontrollable. The offering might be about giving up that desire, sacrificing the part of you that the Wendigo is trying to corrupt." Noah's mind raced, trying to wrap itself around the concept. How could he give up the hunger when it was already a part of him? How could he sacrifice something that had taken root so deeply inside him, something that had become his constant companion, his tormentor? He looked at Julia, her face illuminated by the soft glow of the fire, and for a moment the only thing he could focus on was her. She was his anchor, his tether to the world that still made sense. If he was going to survive this, it would be because of her, because she believed in him, because she hadn't let the Wendigo's influence drive a wedge between them. "Whatever it takes," Noah said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever the offering is. I'll do it." Julia's eyes softened, and she squeezed his hand. "We'll figure it out," she said quietly. "We'll do this together." Noah nodded, though a part of him still felt unsure. The ritual, the offering, the Wendigo's influence, it all felt like a storm gathering on the horizon, a storm that he wasn't sure he had the strength to face. But as long as Julia was by his side, he knew he couldn't give up. He owed her that much at least. Suddenly, the cabin seemed to shift around them. A low creaking sound echoed from the far corner of the room, followed by a faint rustling, like something brushing against the walls. Noah tensed, his muscles coiled tight as he listened. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he felt Julia's hand tighten around his. "What was that?" Julia whispered, her voice barely audible. Noah's heart pounded in his chest, and he scanned the room, his eyes darting toward the shadows that seemed to grow longer, darker. The fire flickered in the hearth, casting strange shifting patterns across the walls, and for a moment Noah could have sworn he saw something move in the darkness. Another creak, louder this time, followed by the distinct sound of something scraping across the floor. Noah stood abruptly, his heart racing as his eyes locked on the source of the sound, a chair near the kitchen table slowly sliding across the wooden floor as if nudged by an invisible force. Julia gasped, her grip tightening on his arm as they both stared at the chair. It moved again, inching closer to the table before stopping abruptly, the silence in the room now deafening. The air in the cabin grew colder, the fire and the hearth dimming slightly, as if something was drawing the heat away. Noah's breath caught in his throat, and a sense of dread settled over him like a heavy blanket. "The Wendigo," Julia whispered, her voice trembling. "It's here." Noah swallowed hard, his body tense as he tried to calm his racing heart. He could feel it, the presence of the Wendigo, lurking just beyond the edge of the firelight, watching, waiting. It had followed them back to the cabin, its hunger growing stronger with each passing moment. "We need to finish the ritual," Noah said, his voice tight. "Before it gets worse." Julia nodded, though her eyes were wide with fear. She glanced at the journal on the table, then back at Noah. "We'll do it," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "But we need to be careful. The Wendigo is trying to break us. It feeds on fear, on desperation. We can't let it take control." Noah nodded, though his body felt like it was on the verge of collapsing under the weight of the hunger, the fear, the tension that filled the air. But Julia's presence grounded him, kept him from spiraling too far into the darkness. They could do this. They could do this. They had to. Noah forced himself to breathe, steadying his nerves as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. He could feel the hunger gnawing at his insides, but he fought to keep it at bay, focusing on the task ahead. They needed to finish the ritual, but they had to be careful. Elijah's warning echoed in his mind. The Wendigo was a creature of deception. It would try to twist their minds, feeding on their fears and desires. They couldn't let it win. Julia, still holding his hand, turned her attention back to the journal. She flipped through the pages quickly, her eyes scanning the ancient text with fierce determination. The fire in the hearth flickered weakly, casting long, twisted shadows across the cabin's walls. Noah glanced toward the kitchen table, where the chair had slid unavailingly just moments ago. The air was thick, charged with the presence of something unseen, something malevolent. "We need to start the preparations," Julia said quietly, breaking the silence that had settled over them. "We can't wait any longer." Noah nodded, his throat tight. "Let's do it." Julia stood and moved toward the small wooden box Elijah had given them, retrieving the bundles of herbs and the vials of oil they would need to create the protective barrier. She handed Noah a bundle of sage, her eyes steady as she spoke. "We'll burn this around the perimeter of the cabin. It's supposed to purify the space, keep the Wendigo from getting any closer." Noah took the sage, his fingers trembling slightly as he held it. The weight of the ritual, the enormity of what they were about to do, pressed down on him like a lead weight. But he couldn't falter. Not now. Not when the Wendigo was already so close. Together, they began to move through the cabin, burning the sage and chanting the words from the journal that were meant to ward off the Wendigo's influence. The smoke from the herbs curled through the air, filling the room with a pungent, earthy scent that seemed to thicken the air around them. Noah's voice was low and hoarse as he recited the ancient words, his heart racing in his chest. He could feel the Wendigo watching him, its presence growing stronger with each passing moment. As they finished the ritual, the cabin seemed to settle slightly. The strange sounds that had echoed through the room earlier, the creaking, the scraping, had stopped, and the shadows no longer seemed to move of their own accord. But the tension remained, lingering just beneath the surface, as if the Wendigo was biding its time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Julia set the sage aside, her hands still shaking slightly as she turned to Noah. "This is just the beginning," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "The protection will hold for now, but we need to prepare for the full ritual. That's the only way we can truly confront the Wendigo." Noah nodded, though the weight of her words pressed heavily on him. He had known from the moment Elijah handed them the journal that the ritual would require something more than just chanting and herbs. There would be sacrifices, real painful sacrifices that he wasn't sure he was ready to make. But there was no turning back now. The Wendigo had marked him, and if they didn't find a way to stop it, the hunger would consume him entirely. "We'll do it," Noah said, his voice hoarse. "Whatever it takes." Later that night, after they had finished the preparations, Noah and Julia sat together on the couch, their bodies pressed close as they sought comfort in each other's presence. The fire had been stoked, the flames flickering warmly, though neither of them truly felt the heat. The chill of the Wendigo's influence still clung to the air, an ever-present reminder of the darkness that surrounded them. Noah leaned back against the couch, his head resting on the worn fabric, his body heavy with exhaustion. The hunger, ever present, gnawed at his insides like a living thing. He had eaten earlier, more than he should have, but it hadn't been enough. It was never enough. The hollow feeling in his stomach remained, a deep aching void that couldn't be filled. Julia shifted beside him, her head resting on his shoulder as she looked up at him, her expression soft but concerned. "How are you feeling?" she asked quietly, her fingers tracing light circles on his arm. Noah closed his eyes, trying to focus on her touch, on the warmth of her body pressed against his. But the hunger was all-consuming, clawing at his mind, his soul. "I'm managing," he said, though his voice betrayed the strain he felt. Julia's fingers tightened slightly around his arm, and she sat up, turning to face him more fully. "You don't have to pretend," she said softly. "I know it's getting worse." Noah's jaw tightened, and he opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. "I don't know how much longer I can keep this up," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "The hunger, it's getting stronger. I don't know how to fight it." Julia's brow furrowed with concern, but there was no fear in her eyes. Only love. She leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his lips, her hand cupping his cheek as she whispered against him. "You're not alone in this. We'll get through it together." Noah kissed her back, the warmth of her lips and the closeness of her body providing a momentary relief from the gnawing void inside him. He felt her fingers weave into his hair, her breath soft against his skin, and for a moment the world seemed to quiet, the hunger fading to the background as they lost themselves in each other. The intimacy between them deepened, their touches becoming more urgent, more desperate, as if they were trying to cling to this moment of normalcy before the darkness closed in around them again. Julia's hands moved over him, her touch grounding him in a way that nothing else could. And for a brief moment Noah felt like himself again, felt human, whole. They made love slowly, the firelight casting a warm glow over their entwined bodies. But even as they found solace in each other, Noah could feel the hunger lurking beneath the surface, waiting. Always waiting. Afterwards, they lay together in the quiet of the cabin, their bodies pressed close beneath the blankets. Julia's head rested on his chest, her fingers trailing gently over his skin. Noah's arm was wrapped around her, holding her close as they listened to the crackling of the fire. But as the minutes passed, the hunger began to creep back in, stronger than before. Noah's stomach twisted painfully, and his throat felt dry, parched with an insatiable thirst that no amount of water could quench. He clenched his jaw, trying to suppress the growing need, but it was relentless, gnawing at him like a beast. Julia must have sensed his tension because she looked up at him, her brow furrowed. "Noah?" she asked softly, her voice filled with concern. "What's wrong?" Noah closed his eyes, his breath shaky. It's the hunger," he admitted, his voice strained. "It's worse than before." Julia sat up slightly, her hand resting on his chest as she searched his face. "We'll figure it out," she said gently. "The ritual, it's the only way. We just need to finish it." Noah nodded, though doubt still gnawed at him. The ritual, it was their only hope, but the thought of confronting the Wendigo, of offering up something of himself to stop it, terrified him. And the hunger, it was getting harder to resist. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. "I just don't know if I'm strong enough," Noah whispered, his voice filled with fear. Julia leaned in, pressing her forehead against his, her breath warm against his skin. "You are," she whispered. "You're stronger than you know." Noah closed his eyes, letting her words wash over him. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that they could do this, that they could stop the Wendigo before it consumed him entirely. But the fear lingered, the hunger gnawing at the edges of his mind. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and Noah's body relaxed into sleep. But even as his mind drifted, the hunger followed him into his dreams. Noah's nightmare. The forest was alive with shadows. They slithered between the trees like phantoms, their movements quick and disorienting. Noah stood at the edge of a clearing, his breath coming in sharp gasps as he scanned the darkness around him. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder of the gnawing hunger that had followed him even here, into the depths of his subconscious. The trees loomed tall and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The ground beneath him felt soft, almost spongy, and when he looked down he realized with a start that the earth was not earth at all, it was flesh. Pale stretched skin covered the ground, veins crisscrossing its surface like dark rivers. He recoiled, stumbling backward, his mind reeling with the horror of it. Suddenly he heard it, the familiar, insidious sound of a low growl. It reverberated through the trees, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He spun around, his eyes darting toward the source of the noise. Noah spun around, his eyes darting toward the source of the noise, heart racing in his chest as the low growl reverberated through the night air. It was a sound that carried the weight of an insatiable hunger, a hunger that he knew all too well. The shadows between the trees shifted, and for a moment he saw movement, something gaunt, skeletal, slipping through the darkness like a predator stalking its prey. His pulse quickened, fear clenching at his throat. The Wendigo was close. He could feel it, its presence thick and oppressive, like a weight pressing down on him from all sides. The hunger gnawed at him, deeper now, more desperate, as if the Wendigo's very essence was clawing its way inside him, consuming him from within. The ground beneath his feet shifted, pulsing like a living thing, and Noah stumbled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The trees twisted unnaturally, their branches curling like claws, reaching out toward him as if trying to ensnare him. The forest felt alive, a grotesque parody of the wilderness he had once known, and every shadow seemed to whisper his name, mocking him, taunting him with promises of hunger that would never be satisfied. He turned to run, but his legs felt heavy, his body sluggish as if weighed down by invisible chains. No matter how hard he tried to move, the ground seemed to pull him back, rooting him in place. Panic surged through him, and he strained against the invisible force, his muscles trembling with the effort. Then from the darkness it appeared. The Wendigo. It stood at the edge of the clearing, its emaciated body silhouetted against the twisted trees. Its skin was stretched tight over its bones, pale and sickly, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It was gaunt, skeletal, its limbs impossibly long and thin, as if it had been starved for centuries. Its mouth hung open, revealing sharp, jagged teeth, and from its throat came a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down Noah's spine. The Wendigo's gaze locked onto him, and Noah felt the full weight of its hunger hit him like a physical force. The void inside him, already gnawing and desperate, roared to life, matching the Wendigo's ravenous gaze with its own insatiable need. He could feel it in his bones, in his very soul. This was no longer just a nightmare. This was the Wendigo's world, and it had claimed him. Noah tried to scream, but no sound came out. His throat felt tight, constricted, as if the hunger had wrapped itself around his vocal cords, strangling the words before they could form. The Wendigo took a step toward him, its movements slow, deliberate, like a predator savoring the moment before the kill. As it approached, Noah felt the pull of the hunger intensify, stronger now, more powerful than ever. It was as if the Wendigo's very presence was amplifying the void inside him, making him feel more desperate, emptier than he had ever felt before. The hunger was unbearable, a deep aching void that clawed at his insides, demanding to be fed. He clutched his stomach, doubling over as the pain hit him like a punch to the gut. His body felt weak, frail, as if it was collapsing in on itself. The ground beneath him pulsed again, and he stumbled, falling to his knees as the hunger ripped through him. His vision blurred, dark spots dancing at the edges of his sight, and the Wendigo's growl grew louder, more menacing. "Feed," it whispered, the words slithering into his mind like poison. Noah's breath hitched, his hands trembling as the Wendigo's command echoed in his head. He could feel it, its hunger mingling with his own, blending together into something monstrous, something unstoppable. His body screamed for sustenance, for anything to fill the void inside him, but he knew that nothing would be enough. No matter how much he ate, No matter how much he consumed, it would never be enough. The Wendigo's hunger was eternal, and now it was his hunger too. "Feed," the Wendigo whispered again, its voice rasping and hollow. It was closer now, towering over him, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. Its long skeletal hand reached out, its fingers brushing against Noah's skin, and he recoiled, but the hunger surged within him, overwhelming his senses. He could feel it, the Wendigo's touch spreading through him like a disease, corrupting everything it touched. His skin crawled, his muscles tensed, and the hunger, the endless insatiable hunger, took hold, deeper and more powerful than ever before. Noah's vision blurred again, and he let out a choked gasp, his body trembling with the effort of resisting the Wendigo's pull. But it was too strong. The hunger was too strong. He could feel it overtaking him, pulling him deeper into the void, consuming him from the inside out. No. Noah tried to scream, but his voice was little more than a whisper, lost in the howling wind that now surrounded him. He fell to the ground, his hands digging into the pulsing flesh like earth beneath him, and he tried to fight it, tried to hold on to the last shred of himself that hadn't yet been consumed. But the Wendigo was relentless. Its long fingers dug into his shoulder, pulling him up, forcing him to face it. Its glowing eyes bore into his soul, and Noah could see his own reflection in them, warped, twisted, consumed by the hunger. He wasn't himself anymore. He was becoming something else. Something monstrous. "Feed," the Wendigo whispered one final time. And then everything went black. Noah woke with a gasp, his body jerking violently as if pulled from the depths of the nightmare. His chest heaved, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. The darkness of the nightmare still clung to him, and he could feel the hunger, raw and powerful, gnawing at his insides like a beast desperate to be fed. The cabin was quiet, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth. The warmth of the blankets and the soft glow of the flames should have been comforting, but they did nothing to chase away the cold fear that gripped him. The Wendigo's presence, it had been so real, so visceral, even in his dreams. He could still feel its touch on his skin, the weight of its hunger pressing down on him. He sat up slowly, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. His hands were shaking, his skin cold and clammy. He glanced over at Julia, who was still lying beside him, her breathing soft and steady. She was asleep, her face peaceful, and for a moment Noah felt a pang of guilt. She had been so strong, so steady throughout all of this, but now he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. The hunger was stronger now, more intense than it had ever been before. It was no longer just a physical sensation, it was in his mind, in his soul. It was the Wendigo, clawing its way into every part of him, turning him into something else. Something monstrous. Noah swallowed hard, his throat tight. He needed to tell Julia. She had to know what was happening to him, what he was becoming. But as he looked at her, peaceful and unaware, he couldn't bring himself to wake her. She had been through so much already, and the last thing he wanted was to burden her with the darkness that had taken hold of him. Instead he lay back down, his body heavy with exhaustion. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time he closed his eyes he saw the Wendigo's glowing gaze, felt its cold fingers on his skin. The hunger gnawed at him, relentless, and no matter how tightly he held on to Julia, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Wendigo was still out there watching, waiting. And this time, it wouldn't stop until it had consumed him completely. 7. Signs of corruption. The cabin felt different this morning. Noah lay in bed, his body stiff, his breath slow and labored. The air had a sharp, biting chill, more suited to the dead of winter than the early morning warmth of fall. His breath clouded in front of him, the frost on the windowpane catching the pale light and making the room feel almost dreamlike, except for the unease that clung to his chest like a weight. He blinked slowly, trying to shake the fog that settled over his mind. His muscles felt weak, heavy, as if he had been carrying something far too large for far too long. He swallowed hard, the constant gnawing in his stomach more pronounced now than it had ever been before. The hunger was unrelenting. Next to him, Julia shifted under the covers, her brow furrowing as her eyes fluttered open. She immediately shivered, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders as she sat up. "It's freezing in here," she murmured, rubbing her arms to bring warmth to her skin. Her breath too formed wispy clouds in the cold air. Noah nodded faintly, but said nothing. He felt it too, not just the cold of the cabin but something else. A cold deeper inside him, in his bones, in his mind, that no amount of fire or warmth could ever chase away. It had been there for days now, a constant companion to the hunger. Julia's hand brushed his shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. "Noah, you're freezing," she said, concern lacing her voice. "Let's get the fire going again." He sat up slowly, his body protesting every movement. The ache in his limbs was constant now, the weight of the hunger pressing down on him more with each passing hour. "I'll get it," he muttered, his voice hoarse. He forced himself to stand, his legs shaky beneath him as he made his way toward the hearth. The fire had long since died, the embers nothing more than ash, and even standing near the hearth offered no warmth. As Noah reached for the woodpile, something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. The door to the bedroom, the door he was certain had been closed when they went to bed, was now slightly ajar, creaking softly as it moved in the draughtless air. He stared at it for a long moment, his mind struggling to grasp the small but unsettling detail. The cabin was quiet, too quiet, and the shadows that lingered in the corners seemed to stretch longer than they should, as if something was hiding just out of sight. Julia noticed his stillness and followed his gaze. "Noah, did you open the door?" she asked quietly. He shook his head, his throat tight. "No." She stood beside him, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself as she moved closer to the door. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the cold air biting at her skin. "It's just the wind," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. "There is no wind," Noah replied, his voice low, his eyes still fixed on the door. It swayed slightly, moving back and forth as if something unseen was pushing it, testing the threshold. A sudden chill passed through the room, sharper than before, and Julia gasped, pulling away from the door. Her eyes darted toward the fireplace, where Noah had just placed fresh logs, but the fire refused to catch. The room seemed to grow darker, the shadows thickening around them, and for a brief moment the temperature dropped even further, so much so that Julia could see the frost forming on the window panes. "Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Something's wrong." Noah stepped back from the hearth, his breath coming in short bursts as he felt the air press down on him, heavy and cold. It wasn't just the cold anymore, it was something else. Something alive, something watching. He could feel it in the walls, in the air, pressing closer with every passing second. Suddenly, from the kitchen, there was a loud creak. Both of them turned sharply toward the sound, their eyes wide. The chair by the table had moved, slid a few inches across the floor, leaving deep marks in the wood. Noah's heart raced, his pulse pounding in his ears. "Did you see that?" he whispered. Julia nodded, her face pale. She took a step back, closer to Noah, her eyes locked on the chair. It moved on its own. The cabin was silent again, but it was a charged silence, thick with the weight of something just beyond their understanding. The temperature dropped again, colder this time, and Noah could feel the frost creeping along the edges of his skin, the hunger inside him growing stronger with each breath. Another sound, a soft scraping, echoed from the far corner of the room. Noah's eyes darted toward it, and his stomach clenched with fear as he saw a small pot on the counter slowly tilt, then topple to the floor with a deafening crash. It shattered, sending shards of ceramic skittering across the wooden planks. Julia let out a sharp gasp, stepping back further, her hand flying to her mouth. "Noah, what's happening?" Noah couldn't answer. He didn't know. All he knew was that the Wendigo's presence was no longer subtle. It was here, in the cabin, making itself known in ways that neither of them could ignore. The walls seemed to groan under the pressure, the wood creaking as if straining to hold something back. The air felt thick, suffocating, and the shadows, those dark creeping shadows, seemed to shift on their own, stretching and twisting like living things. He reached for Julia's hand, gripping it tightly as he stared at the broken pot on the floor. "It's the Wendigo," he whispered, his voice shaking. "It's inside now." The words sent a wave of cold terror through Julia's body. She could feel it too, the weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on them, suffocating the air in the room. The cabin no longer felt like a safe haven, it felt like a trap, a place where they were being slowly hunted, cornered by something far more dangerous than they had ever imagined. "We need to leave," Julia said urgently, pulling on Noah's arm. "We need to get out of here, Noah." But Noah shook his head, his body stiff with fear and something else, something darker. He couldn't leave. Not now. Not when the Wendigo was so close. He could feel its hunger merging with his own, feel the call of the forest pulling him deeper into its grasp. Leaving the cabin wouldn't stop it. The Wendigo would follow them. It was everywhere now, in the shadows, in the very air they breathed. "No," he said quietly, his voice tight. "We can't leave. It won't matter." Julia's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across her face. "What do you mean?" "Noah, we're not safe here. We have to." A sudden loud bang interrupted her, the sound reverberating through the cabin like the slam of a heavy door. They both froze, their breath catching in their throats. The sound echoed again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of something scratching, slow, deliberate, as if it was coming from inside the walls. Julia clutched Noah's arm, her heart pounding in her chest. "What the hell is that?" Noah's eyes were wild, darting from corner to corner, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, as if something was trying to claw its way through the very walls of the cabin. He could feel the hunger intensify inside him, a deep, gnawing ache that had become part of his very being. "I don't know," Noah whispered, though deep down he did. The Wendigo was no longer content to lurk in the shadows. It was pushing its way into their reality, forcing them to acknowledge its presence. The room seemed to tilt slightly, and Noah stumbled, grabbing onto the edge of the table to steady himself. His vision blurred for a moment, the edges of the room swimming in and out of focus. The hunger, God, it was unbearable now, twisting inside him like a living thing. He could feel the Wendigo inside him, feel its claws digging into his mind, urging him to give in. Julia's grip on his arm tightened, pulling him back to the moment. "Noah, we have to do something. We can't just stay here and—" Before she could finish, the windows on the far side of the cabin slammed open with a violent force, the cold air rushing in like a storm. Papers flew off the table, scattering across the floor as the wind howled through the room, loud and deafening. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the wind died, and the windows slammed shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Julia gasped, stumbling back in shock, while Noah stood frozen, his eyes wide and unfocused. He could hear something now, faint but growing louder, the sound of whispers. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the room, wrapping around him like a dark cloud. The words were unintelligible, fragmented, but he could feel their meaning, their intent. "Noah." Julia's voice was barely a whisper, but it was filled with fear. She could hear it too, the whispers. They seeped into her mind, making her skin crawl, her breath catching in her throat. The Wendigo was speaking to them, calling to them, its voice a twisted echo in their minds. It felt like icy fingers brushing against their thoughts, tugging at their willpower and wrapping around their fear. Julia stood frozen, her hand clutching Noah's arm as if that connection could tether them to reality, to each other, and away from the growing madness around them. Noah's pulse quickened. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him, filling the cabin with their eerie presence. They seemed to echo from within the very walls, the ceiling, and the floor beneath their feet. The words were indistinct, but they carried the weight of something ancient, something hungry. He could feel their pull, urging him to follow, to give in. "Noah." Julia's voice was trembling now, breaking through the cacophony of whispers. She shook him slightly, trying to bring him back from wherever his mind had gone. "We need to get out of here. Please." But Noah was transfixed, his eyes distant and glazed as if the Wendigo's call had reached deeper into his soul. He could hear it clearly now, the voice of the Wendigo, not just a whisper but a command, echoing in the recesses of his mind. It was pulling him closer, drawing him toward the forest, toward something dark and inescapable. "Come," the voice whispered so loud it drowned out everything else. "Feed." Noah stumbled forward, his hand slipping from Julia's grasp as he took a few unsteady steps toward the door. His movements were sluggish, as if he were moving underwater, but there was a certainty in his steps. The Wendigo was calling, and he couldn't resist. He didn't want to resist. The hunger was too strong, too deep, and the voice in his head promised relief, promised that all he had to do was follow. "Noah, no!" Julia's shout broke through the fog in his mind, and she lunged forward, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. "Don't listen to it. You're stronger than this. Stay with me." He blinked, disoriented, the Wendigo's hold on him loosening for just a moment. He looked at Julia, her face pale with fear, her eyes wide and pleading. For a brief second the cabin came back into focus, the firelight flickering weakly in the hearth, the overturned chair on the floor, the cold air biting at his skin. Noah's voice was weak, barely a whisper. "I can't. Julia. I can't fight it." "Yes, you can." Julia's voice was firm, filled with a determination that belied the terror she felt. "You're stronger than this. We'll fight it together. Just stay with me." She pulled him back, her arms wrapping around him, grounding him in the moment. Noah's body trembled in her embrace, the hunger inside him raging, but the warmth of her touch, the familiarity of her presence, kept him tethered to reality even as the Wendigo's voice continued to whisper in his mind. The cabin, however, was far from done with them. Another loud bang reverberated through the space, shaking the walls as if something massive had struck the side of the house. The floorboards groaned under the pressure, and the ceiling creaked ominously. Julia gasped, tightening her grip on Noah, her eyes darting toward the source of the noise. "That wasn't the wind," she whispered, her voice trembling. Noah's eyes widened, his breath shallow as he listened. The whispers were still there, but now they were accompanied by something else, something more tangible. The sound of heavy footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from above. It was as if something was walking on the roof, pacing back and forth, each step deliberate and filled with menace. The cabin groaned under the weight of it, the sound echoing through the walls, the ceiling sagging slightly with each step. Julia's heart pounded in her chest, and she glanced at Noah, her fear mirrored in his wide, bloodshot eyes. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and for a moment the cabin fell into an eerie silence, the air so thick it was hard to breathe. Julia's mind raced, every fiber of her being screaming for them to run, to leave the cabin behind and never look back. But something told her it wouldn't matter. The Wendigo would follow. It would always follow. And then the scratching began again, louder this time, more frantic. It came from the walls, from the floor beneath their feet, from the ceiling above. It was everywhere, an assault on their senses, as if 1,000 claws were scraping at the wood, trying to tear the cabin apart from the inside out. Julia pressed herself closer to Noah, her body trembling as the sound grew louder, more desperate. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears, the blood rushing through her veins, but the scratching drowned out everything else, filling her mind with a primal fear she couldn't shake. "We have to leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the noise. "Noah, we have to leave now." Noah was frozen, his eyes wide and unblinking as he stared at the walls. The hunger was unbearable now, an all-consuming void inside him that nothing could fill. He could feel the Wendigo's claws digging into his mind, into his soul, and the voice in his head was louder than ever. "Feed," it whispered again, more insistent now. "You can't fight it forever." Noah staggered back, pulling away from Julia, his body trembling as the Wendigo's voice echoed through his mind. He pressed his hands to his head, trying to block it out, but it was inside him, part of him now. The hunger gnawed at him, growing stronger with each passing second, and he knew deep down that he was losing the battle. "I can't," Noah muttered, his voice barely a whisper. "I can't fight it anymore." Julia's heart clenched in her chest, her fear giving way to desperation. She reached for him, her hands gripping his arms tightly. "Yes, you can," she said, her voice firm though tears welled in her eyes. "You're stronger than this. You have to be. But Noah wasn't listening. His eyes were unfocused, glazed over, as if the Wendigo's call had completely consumed him. His breath came in shallow gasps, his body trembling as the hunger raged inside him, demanding to be fed. "Noah, please," Julia begged, her voice breaking. "Stay with me." For a moment Noah's gaze flickered, his eyes meeting hers. She could see the struggle in his expression, the war raging inside him between the man she loved and the monster the Wendigo was trying to turn him into. But then the footsteps resumed, louder now, heavier, echoing through the cabin with an earth-shattering force. The walls shook violently, cracks spidering across the ceiling, and the floorboards beneath their feet buckled and splintered as if something massive was pressing down on the cabin from above. The fire and the hearth roared to life, the flames shooting up violently, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. The temperature dropped even further, the cold seeping into their bones, and the air felt thick and suffocating, pressing down on them with an almost physical weight. "Noah!" Julia screamed, her voice raw with fear. "We have to get out of here." But it was too late. The door to the cabin slammed open with a deafening crack, and standing in the doorway was the Wendigo. Its skeletal form loomed in the entrance, its gaunt body casting a grotesque shadow across the room. Its eyes glowed with a faint sickly light, and its mouth hung open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The air around it seemed to warp and bend, distorting the space as if the creature's very presence was tearing apart the fabric of reality. For a moment, everything went silent. The scratching, the footsteps, the wind, all of it stopped, leaving only the Wendigo's heavy breathing and the sound of Noah's shallow gasps. Noah's body went rigid, his eyes locking onto the creature. The hunger inside him surged, more powerful than ever before, and he could feel the Wendigo's pull, drawing him toward it like a moth to a flame. Julia stared at the creature in horror, her body frozen in place. She wanted to scream, wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move, her voice caught in her throat. All she could do was watch as the Wendigo took a step into the cabin, its eyes fixed on Noah, its presence overwhelming. Noah took a step forward, as if in a trance, his body moving on its own. The hunger was too strong, too deep, and he could feel the Wendigo's pull, feel its hunger merging with his own. "Noah, no!" Julia cried, her voice breaking. She lunged forward, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him back, her grip tight and desperate. "Don't listen to it. Please." But Noah didn't respond. His eyes were locked on the Wendigo, his body trembling as the creature's call filled his mind, drowning out everything else. "Come," the Wendigo whispered, its voice slithering through the air like smoke. "Feed." Julia screamed, pulling Noah back with all her strength. "No. You're stronger than this. You have to fight it." For a moment Noah's gaze flickered, his eyes meeting Julia's. She could see the struggle in his expression, the war raging within him, the battle between the man she loved and the monstrous hunger that was devouring him from the inside. Noah's body was tense, his muscles trembling as he fought the Wendigo's pull, but the hunger was overwhelming, more powerful than anything he had ever felt. It gnawed at him with a primal force, screaming to be fed. Julia's grip on his arm tightened, her knuckles white. "Stay with me, Noah," she begged, her voice cracking with desperation. "You're stronger than this. You have to be." Noah's lips parted as if he were about to speak, but no words came. His breathing was shallow, his eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the faint, eerie glow of the Wendigo's gaze. He was slipping away, and Julia could feel it, could feel him being pulled into something darker, something far beyond her reach. The Wendigo took another step into the cabin, its skeletal form towering over them, its presence suffocating. It moved with an unnatural grace, each step silent despite its size, and with every inch it gained, the air seemed to grow colder, heavier, until it felt like the very atmosphere was pressing down on them. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she watched the creature, her mind racing with fear and disbelief. It was real, truly horrifyingly real, and standing only feet away from them. She had always believed in the legend, believed in the danger they were chasing, but seeing the Wendigo up close, its hollow eyes boring into them, was something else entirely. It was the embodiment of every nightmare, every fear, every whisper of the darkness that had been creeping into their lives. And now it was standing in their doorway, waiting for them to fall. Noah took another step forward, breaking Julia's grip. He moved slowly, like a man walking through a dream, his body acting on some dark unseen impulse. The hunger in his gut twisted violently, urging him closer, pushing him to surrender to the Wendigo's call. "No!" Julia screamed, lunging forward. She grabbed Noah by the shoulders, shaking him, her voice frantic. "Don't do this. Don't give in." Noah blinked, his eyes flickering as if he were waking from a trance. For a moment his gaze cleared, and he looked down at Julia, the faintest glimmer of recognition crossing his face. "Julia," he whispered, his voice weak, barely audible. His hand lifted, brushing against her cheek in a fleeting gesture of tenderness, but then his expression twisted and his body jerked back as the hunger surged inside him again. He let out a choked gasp, doubling over as the pain in his stomach intensified, as if the very core of his being was being torn apart by the Wendigo's influence. The creature loomed over them, its head tilting slightly as it watched, as if it were savoring the moment, savoring Noah's torment. Its breath came in ragged gasps like the wind howling through dead trees, and its skeletal fingers twitched, eager and patient. The cabin seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing darker, the walls groaning under the weight of the Wendigo's presence. The fire in the hearth sputtered and died, plunging the room into near-total darkness, save for the faint sickly glow of the Wendigo's eyes. "Noah, please," Julia whispered, her voice trembling. Tears filled her eyes, spilling over as she held onto him, desperate to keep him grounded, desperate to keep him with her. "You're still in there. I know you are." Noah's breathing was ragged, his body trembling as the hunger tore through him. He could feel the Wendigo's presence inside him now, feel its claws digging into his mind, into his very soul. It wasn't just the hunger, it was a force beyond hunger, a need so deep and so primal that it consumed everything, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake. "I can't." Noah gasped, his voice broken. "I can't stop it." "Yes you can," Julia insisted, her hands cupping his face, forcing him to look at her. "You're stronger than this. You have to fight it, Noah. You have to." But Noah wasn't sure he could. The Wendigo's call was too strong, its hunger too powerful. He could feel it pulling him deeper, deeper into the darkness, and every part of him wanted to give in, to stop fighting, to let the hunger take him. The Wendigo took another step forward, its long skeletal hand reaching out toward Noah. Its fingers were inches from his face, the air around them crackling with a cold, malevolent energy. Julia watched in horror as the creature closed the distance, her heart pounding in her chest. She had to stop it. She had to do something, anything, to keep Noah from falling into its grasp. Without thinking, Julia stepped between Noah and the Wendigo, her arms outstretched, her body trembling with fear but filled with determination. "No," she said, her voice shaking but firm. "You can't have him." The Wendigo stopped, its head tilting slightly as it regarded her. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, but there was no malice in its gaze, only hunger. Endless, insatiable hunger. For a long, agonizing moment the creature stood still, its gaze locked on Julia as if weighing her defiance, considering whether or not to move through her. The air in the cabin felt thick, oppressive, and every breath Julia took felt like a struggle against the suffocating force of the Wendigo's presence. Then, slowly, the creature lowered its hand, its bony fingers retreating into the darkness. Its glowing eyes flickered, and with one final shuddering breath, the Wendigo turned and stepped back through the doorway, disappearing into the night. Julia's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor, her body trembling uncontrollably as the adrenaline coursed through her veins. She stared at the empty doorway, her mind racing, her heart pounding in her chest. It was gone. For now. Behind her, Noah fell to his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The hunger was still there, still gnawing at him, but the Wendigo's presence had receded, leaving only the cold, empty void in its wake. Julia crawled to him, wrapping her arms around him tightly, holding him as if she were afraid that if she let go he would slip away completely. Noah buried his face in her shoulder, his body shaking with exhaustion, with fear, with the lingering touch of the Wendigo's call. "I'm sorry," Noah whispered, his voice raw. "I'm so sorry." "Shush," Julia murmured, her voice soft but firm. "It's not your fault. We're going to figure this out. We're going to stop this." Noah didn't respond. He didn't have the strength. The hunger was still there, still deep inside him, and he knew that the Wendigo hadn't given up. It was waiting, waiting for the right moment, waiting for him to falter. It would come back. It always did. But for now, for this brief fragile moment, he was still himself. And that had to be enough. 8. A town in fear. The morning light streamed through the cracks in the cabin walls, but it did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere that had settled inside. The air was thick with a coldness that had nothing to do with the chill outside. Noah sat on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands, his mind a swirl of hunger and confusion. Next to him Julia stirred, her body tense even in sleep, as if the weight of the past few nights had pressed down on her, leaving no room for rest. She awoke slowly, blinking at the weak light filtering in, and immediately turned to Noah. The gauntness of his face had worsened overnight, his skin pale and stretched over his bones, and his eyes, once sharp and full of life, were now hollow, ringed with dark shadows. He hadn't slept much, if at all, and Julia could see it. She could feel it. The hunger that had been eating at him for days had become a constant presence in the room, an uninvited guest that followed them everywhere. "I can't stay here, Julia," Noah muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. His hands trembled slightly as he rubbed his temples, trying to shake the fog from his mind. "It's too much." Julia nodded, though she knew they had nowhere else to go. The cabin had once felt like a sanctuary, a place where they could work in peace, but now it was suffocating. The Wendigo's presence had turned their safe haven into a prison, and the walls seemed to press in on them with each passing day. "We should go into town," Julia said softly. "Just for a while. Take a break, get some air. Maybe catch the Jets game at the diner." She tried to offer a smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. She was as desperate for a distraction as he was, something to pull them away from the constant fear that had taken root in their minds. Noah looked up at her, his brow furrowed. "The game." His voice was distant, like he was trying to remember a world where things like hockey mattered. Yeah, maybe that would help." Julia reached for his hand, squeezing it gently. She hoped that a few hours in town, away from the cabin and the Wendigo's growing influence, would give them both a chance to clear their heads. And maybe, just maybe, it would bring Noah back from the edge he had been teetering on for days. "Let's just take a break, Noah," she said, her voice soft but firm. "We can regroup later, but for now, let's just try to be normal for a few hours. We need that." Noah nodded, though the weight of everything still pressed heavily on his shoulders. He stood slowly, his body stiff and weak, and they dressed in silence, preparing for the short trip into town. The tension between them was palpable, but neither of them spoke about the night before. Neither of them spoke about the Wendigo, or the way it had come so close to breaching their sanctuary. The drive into Red Oak was uneventful, the snow-covered road stretching out before them like a winding thread through the wilderness. The trees, tall and dark, loomed on either side of the road, their branches bare and twisted. Every so often Noah would glance into the woods, half expecting to see the gaunt figure of the Wendigo watching from between the trees, its glowing eyes following their every move. But there was nothing. Only the cold, silent forest. As they approached the town, Julia felt a flicker of unease. The town had been strange since they'd arrived, but now it felt different. There was an undercurrent of fear that hadn't been there before, a palpable tension that made her stomach twist. Red Oak had always been a quiet, isolated place, but now it felt hostile, as though the town itself was turning against them. The diner, which also served as the town's bar, was one of the few gathering places in Red Oak. It was a small, unassuming building nestled at the edge of the main road, and despite the growing unease in the town, there were still people inside, eager to watch the Winnipeg Jets game and forget, if only for a few hours, about the strange happenings in the woods. Julia parked the car, and as they stepped out she noticed a group of locals standing nearby talking in low voices. Their eyes followed her and Noah as they walked toward the diner, and though no one said anything, the weight of their stares was unmistakable. Julia could feel the hostility in the air, thick and heavy, like a storm waiting to break. Noah, for his part, seemed oblivious. He was lost in his own thoughts, his gaze distant as they entered the diner. Inside, the atmosphere was warmer, if only slightly. The smell of frying food and the sound of the hockey game on the TV filled the small space, but even here there was an undercurrent of tension. Conversations were muted, and the occasional glance from the patrons made it clear that Noah and Julia weren't exactly welcome. They found a booth near the back, away from the bar where most of the locals were gathered. Julia ordered drinks, hoping the familiar routine of watching the game would help take the edge off. Noah barely touched his glass, his eyes fixed on the TV, though she could tell he wasn't really watching. His mind was elsewhere, still in the forest, still with the Wendigo. Julia tried to make light conversation, asking about the documentary, about the next steps, but Noah's responses were short, almost automatic. His thoughts were consumed by the creature, by the footage they had captured, by the strange occurrences that had followed them since they arrived in Red Oak. As the game went on, Julia's attention drifted toward the bar, where a small group of locals had gathered. They were talking quietly at first, but their voices grew louder as the game progressed. She could hear snippets of their conversation, talk of mutilated animals, strange tracks in the snow, and the whispers of something stalking the woods. One of the men, a burly figure with a thick beard and a voice that carried through the small diner, glanced in their direction. "You hear about those two?" he muttered, loud enough for Julia to catch. "Ever since they showed up, things have been going to hell. The animals, the people disappearing. It's not a coincidence." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes flicking toward Noah and Julia. Julia's stomach tightened. She had known the town was suspicious of them, but hearing it said aloud, hearing the anger in their voices, made it all too real. Noah, still lost in his own thoughts, didn't seem to notice. But Julia could feel the tension in the room growing, like a wave building just behind them, ready to crash. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat, trying to focus on the game, trying to ignore the whispers from the bar. But then the man at the bar stood, his eyes fixed on Noah. "Hey you," he called, his voice rough and edged with hostility. "You're the ones messing around in the woods, aren't you? Filming that documentary?" Noah blinked, slowly turning toward the man, his face expressionless. "Yeah," he said, his voice flat. "That's us." The man took a step forward, his posture aggressive. "You're the reason all this shit's happening. The animals, the disappearances, it's all because of you two, isn't it? You stirred up something you shouldn't have." Julia's heart raced and she shot a glance at Noah, willing him to stay calm. But she could see the flicker of anger in his eyes, the tightness in his jaw. He wasn't going to back down. "You don't know what you're talking about," Noah snapped, his voice low and dangerous. "We're just trying to uncover the truth. The Wendigo has always been here. Long before we showed up." The man's eyes narrowed and he took another step forward, his fists clenched. "You brought it back. It was sleeping but you woke it up. And now people are dying because of you." Julia stood, trying to put herself between Noah and the man. "We didn't," she started, but her words were cut off by the man's angry glare. "Shut up," he barked. "I don't want to hear it. You've cursed this town, and if you had any sense you'd get the hell out of here before more people disappear." Noah stood as well, his fists clenched, his body tense. "We're not leaving," he said through gritted teeth. "We're going to finish what we started." Julia's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in shallow gasps as the tension between them grew. The man's friends stood too, and for a moment it seemed like the situation was about to spiral out of control. But then Julia grabbed Noah's arm, pulling him toward the door. "Come on, Noah. Let's go. It's not worth it." Noah hesitated for a moment, His eyes locked on the man, but then he nodded, letting Julia guide him out of the diner. As they stepped outside into the cold air, the weight of the confrontation still hung over them. "They think it's our fault," Julia whispered, her voice trembling. "They think we brought the Wendigo." Noah didn't respond. He didn't have to. The truth of it was written all over his face. The drive back to the cabin was silent, the tension between them growing heavier with each passing mile. The snow-covered road stretched out before them, winding through the dense forest, and for the first time since they had arrived in Red Oak, Julia felt truly afraid of the woods around them. It wasn't just the Wendigo anymore, it was the fear of the town, of the people they had once thought of as harmless locals. The fear was seeping into every corner of their lives, poisoning everything it touched. As they neared the turnoff for the cabin, Julia spotted a familiar figure standing at the edge of the road, leaning against his truck. Jonas, the grizzled local hunter, waved them down, his breath misting in the cold air. His figure was imposing, his thick jacket making him seem broader than usual, and his face was set with an expression that Julia could only describe as grim urgency. Noah slowed the car and pulled over, the tires crunching in the snow as they came to a stop. Jonas walked up to them quickly, his breath coming out in short bursts in the frosty air. He tapped on Noah's window, his eyes sharp and serious. "You two need to come with me," he said, his voice low and hurried. "We've got to talk now." Noah exchanged a look with Julia, his brow furrowing. He rolled down the window a crack, and the cold air hit them both like a wall. "About what?" Noah asked, his voice sounding more tired than defiant. Jonas looked around, his eyes scanning the tree line, as if expecting to see something or someone lurking in the shadows. "Not here," he said firmly. "It's not safe to talk out here, not anymore. Follow me back to the lodge." Noah's gaze lingered on Jonas for a moment, and then he nodded. They followed the hunter's truck down the snow-packed road to his hunting lodge, a small rustic building nestled deep in the woods. The drive was short, but every second felt laden with a weight that Julia couldn't shake. Her stomach twisted in knots, her mind racing with possibilities of what Jonas might say. The lodge was a simple wooden structure, weathered and isolated, with antlers mounted above the door and thick layers of snow covering the roof. Jonas's truck crunched to a halt, and he stepped out, motioning for them to hurry inside. Noah and Julia exited the car, pulling their jackets tighter against the biting wind, and followed him through the heavy wooden door. The lodge's interior was warm and dimly lit, with a fire roaring in the hearth and the smell of burning wood filling the room. The walls were adorned with hunting trophies, deer, elk, even a bear's head, all staring lifelessly into the room. It should have been comforting, but Julia felt anything but. The place felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Jonas didn't waste any time. He locked the door behind them and motioned for them to sit. He stood by the fire for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts, the flickering flames casting deep shadows across his lined face. "I've been hearing things," Jonas began, his voice low and gravelly as he turned to face them. His eyes were dark, filled with concern. "The town's in a panic. People are scared, more scared than I've seen them in a long time. And they're saying things about you too." Noah bristled immediately, his exhaustion making him more defensive than usual. "Let me guess," he muttered, rubbing his hands together to warn them. "They're blaming us for everything that's happening. The animals, the disappearances." "They are," Jonas interrupted, his voice firm, cutting through Noah's frustration. "But it's not just about blaming you. They think you've stirred something up in those woods. Something that should have been left alone. And honestly, I think they might be right." Julia's stomach tightened, and she glanced at Noah, who had stiffened in his seat. "We didn't stir anything up," Noah said, his voice strained with frustration. "The Wendigo was already here. We didn't cause this." Jonas walked closer, his eyes never leaving Noah's. "Maybe not intentionally. But I've seen enough in my time to know when something's been disturbed. The Wendigo doesn't just appear for no reason. You've ventured too deep into its territory. You've crossed lines that can't be uncrossed." Noah shifted in his seat, the tension radiating off him. "We're documenting it," he said, almost pleading now. "We're just trying to find the truth. That's all." "The truth?" Jonas repeated, his voice rising, his frustration finally showing. He paced the floor, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden planks. "The truth is that the Wendigo isn't just some legend, or some wild animal you can film and be done with. It's a force, Noah. A force older than this town, older than any of us. And it's hungry. It feeds on more than just flesh, it feeds on desperation, on greed. And you," he pointed at Noah with a grim finality, "you've been feeding it." Noah recoiled as if he'd been slapped. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jonas's gaze was hard as stone. "You think the Wendigo just stalks people who wander too close? It's smarter than that. It latches onto people who are driven by their own needs. Hunters who go too far, men who are greedy, who are desperate. It feeds off that hunger. And your obsession, your need to capture it, to prove it's real, that's what's giving it strength." Julia gasped, her mind racing. She had felt it too, hadn't she? The way Noah had changed, the way his obsession had grown sharper, darker. She had chalked it up to the stress of their situation, but now, hearing Jonas say it aloud, it felt like a truth she hadn't wanted to acknowledge. Noah shook his head, his face pale but his eyes still hard. "I'm not obsessed," he said, though his voice wavered. "I'm doing this to show the world the truth. To help people understand what's out there. That's it." Jonas stared at him, his lips pressed into a thin line. "You may not think you're obsessed, but the Wendigo sees it. It feeds off it. Every hour you spend thinking about it, watching the footage, hunting for it, that's what it wants. You're playing right into its hands, and you don't even see it." The room fell silent for a moment, the crackling of the fire the only sound. Julia could feel her heart pounding in her chest, her mind swirling with fear and uncertainty. She looked at Noah, hoping he would see reason, hoping he would listen to Jonas. But she saw the stubborn set of his jaw, the determined look in his eyes, and she knew that he wasn't ready to accept what Jonas was saying. "So, what are we supposed to do?" Noah asked, his voice tight with barely restrained anger. "Just pack up and leave? Give up?" "Yes," Jonas said bluntly. "If you want to survive, yes. You need to get out of Red Oak. Now. The Wendigo has already marked you, but maybe if you leave it'll lose interest. But if you stay, you'll just feed it more. And it won't stop until it's taken everything from you." Julia felt a cold chill run down her spine at Jonas's words. The Wendigo marked them. She had heard the legends, the stories of how the Wendigo preyed on people who were consumed by greed or hunger. But she had never thought it applied to them. Not like this. Noah stood abruptly, his face a mask of anger and frustration. "I can't just leave," he snapped. "We're so close. I've almost got everything I need. I've almost captured it. We're going to prove it's real." Jonas rose to his feet, his eyes flashing with something darker, more intense. "You don't understand, do you?" he said, his voice low and dangerous. "This isn't about proving anything. The Wendigo doesn't care if you film it or not. It's not some animal you can hunt down and put in a documentary. It's already inside you, Noah. It's inside your mind. And the more you chase it, the stronger it gets." Noah recoiled, his face pale, but he wasn't ready to give up. "I have to finish this," he muttered, more to himself than to Jonas or Julia. "I have to." Julia stood then, her heart breaking as she watched the man she loved spiraling deeper into his obsession. She stepped forward, placing a hand on his arm. "Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please, listen to him. We need to get out of here before it's too late." Noah looked down at her, his eyes softening for just a moment. He reached up and touched her cheek gently, the way he used to before everything had changed. But the moment passed quickly, and the hardness returned to his expression. He pulled away from her, shaking his head. "No," he said firmly. "I'm not leaving. We're going to finish this. We're going to prove it's real." Jonas shook his head slowly, his expression grim. "You're making a mistake," he said quietly. "But it's your choice." The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. Julia felt as if the weight of the entire room had settled onto her shoulders. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, but it did nothing to chase away the cold that had seeped into her bones. Noah's stubbornness, his refusal to see what was happening to him, felt like the final blow to whatever hope she had left that they could simply walk away from this. Jonas took a step closer, his voice softer now, almost pleading. "Noah, listen to me. You're not thinking clearly. You're not the same as you were when you first arrived. This thing, this Wendigo, it's playing with your mind. It's taking over you piece by piece, and the more you chase it, the more it's going to consume you." Noah didn't answer immediately. He just stood there staring into the fire, his jaw clenched. Julia could see the battle raging inside him, the part of him that knew Jonas was right, and the part of him that refused to give in, that was convinced that they were on the verge of something monumental. "I don't have a choice," Noah finally said, his voice low, almost resigned. "This is what we came here for. I can't just walk away now. Not when we're so close." Julia's heart sank. She had heard this before, countless times over the last few days. But now, it felt different. Noah wasn't just consumed by the Wendigo, he was consumed by his own need to be right, to prove to the world that this creature existed. And in doing so he was sacrificing everything, his health, his sanity, and, if they weren't careful, their lives. "You do have a choice," Jonas said, stepping forward. His eyes locked onto Noah's, his expression grave. "But you have to make it soon. You think you're chasing the Wendigo, but the truth is, it's already caught you. It's just waiting for you to fall completely under its spell." Noah's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. "You're wrong," he said through gritted teeth. "I'm not caught. I'm in control. I'm the one driving this." Jonas shook his head slowly, his voice filled with the kind of sadness that comes from watching someone head down a path you know will end in disaster. "You're not in control, Noah. The Wendigo has you by the throat, and you're too blind to see it." Julia couldn't stay silent anymore. She stepped forward, grabbing Noah's arm, forcing him to look at her. "Please, Noah," she begged, her voice cracking. "You're not yourself. I can see it, and I know you can feel it. This obsession, it's not just about the documentary anymore. It's about something darker, something the Wendigo is feeding off of. You have to let it go before it takes everything from you." Noah stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He seemed to waver, his eyes softening for a brief moment, and Julia's heart leapt, hoping, just hoping, that he was finally starting to see reason. But then his face hardened again, and he pulled away from her, his eyes cold and distant. "I'm not leaving," he said flatly. "We're finishing this." Julia's breath hitched in her throat, and she felt the sting of tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't know what else to say, didn't know how to reach him anymore. He was slipping further away, and she was terrified that if he went any deeper, there would be no bringing him back. Jonas watched them both in silence for a moment, then sighed deeply, rubbing a hand over his weathered face. "Then you need to be prepared," he said, his voice grave. "Because the Wendigo isn't going to let you walk away unscathed. If you keep pushing, if you keep chasing it, it's going to take something from you. And once it does, you won't be the same. You'll never be the same." Noah's face was set, his expression rigid. He didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to believe that what Jonas was saying was true. But deep down, Julia could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the part of him that knew Jonas was right. "What do you mean by take something?" Noah asked, his voice quieter now, more uncertain. Jonas met his gaze, his eyes filled with a kind of grim certainty that sent a shiver down Julia's spine. "The Wendigo doesn't just kill," he said softly. "It takes parts of you, pieces of your soul, your mind, your will. It feeds on your fears, your desires, and the darker parts of you that you try to keep hidden. It leaves you empty, a shell of who you were. You'll still be alive, but you won't be yourself anymore. Not really." Noah's hands trembled slightly at his sides, but he quickly clenched them into fists, his face hardening again. "That's not going to happen to me," he said firmly, though the doubt was there just beneath the surface. "I'm stronger than that." Jonas shook his head, his expression pained. "I've seen strong men fall to the Wendigo. Men who thought they could control it, men who thought they could outsmart it. You're no different." Noah's jaw clenched, and he looked away, refusing to engage further. He crossed his arms over his chest, a clear sign that the conversation was over in his mind. Julia watched him, her heart aching. She had hoped Jonas's words would get through to him, would make him see the danger they were in. But Noah's obsession had taken root too deeply, and now the Wendigo had its claws in him. And she wasn't sure if she had the strength to pull him back. Jonas seemed to sense the hopelessness in the room. He sighed, walking over to a small cabinet in the corner of the lodge. He opened it and pulled out a warm leather pouch, holding it out to Noah. "Take this," he said gruffly. Noah looked at the pouch skeptically but took it. "What is it?" "Protection," Jonas said simply. "It won't stop the Wendigo, but it might buy you some time. It's sage, a few other things. Burn it in the cabin. Keep the fire going. If nothing else, it'll make the place less inviting to the thing that's stalking you." Noah nodded, slipping the pouch into his pocket. "Thanks," he said, his voice stiff. Jonas turned to Julia, his eyes softening slightly. "Take care of yourself," he said quietly. "And if you need to get out of here, you do it. Don't wait for him to change his mind. The Wendigo, it doesn't let go easily." Julia swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. "I will," she whispered, though deep down she knew she wasn't leaving Noah behind, no matter how dangerous things got. Jonas looked at them both one last time, then opened the door. The cold air rushed in, and for a moment it felt like the outside world was pressing in on them, as if the forest itself was alive, watching, waiting. "Be careful," Jonas said as they stepped outside. "The Wendigo's patient. It's waiting for you to make a mistake." Noah didn't respond, his eyes already on the path ahead as they made their way back to the car. But Julia couldn't shake the feeling that Jonas's words would come back to haunt them sooner than they realized. As they drove back to the cabin in silence, Julia's mind raced. She clutched the pouch Jonas had given them tightly in her lap, praying that it would be enough to keep them safe, at least for a little while longer. But deep down she knew the Wendigo was still out there, watching, waiting for the moment when their guard slipped, when the hunger became too much for Noah to resist. And when that moment came, she feared there would be no saving him. The drive back to the cabin was oppressively quiet, with the weight of Jonas's words still hanging in the air between them. Julia could feel the tension radiating from Noah as he gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white from the pressure. She wanted to say something, anything to break through the wall that had gone up between them, but she didn't know how to reach him anymore. The man sitting next to her wasn't the same person who had come to Red Oak with her. He had been kind, curious, driven by a need for the truth. Now all that remained was his obsession and the hunger gnawing at him from within. As they pulled up to the cabin, the familiar sight of the snow-covered trees and the dark outline of their temporary home felt less like a refuge and more like a trap. The air around the cabin felt different now, charged with a tension that Julia couldn't shake. She gripped the leather pouch Jonas had given them, holding it tightly in her hands as though it were a lifeline. Noah got out of the car without a word, slamming the door behind him as he headed straight for the cabin. He moved with a mechanical precision, his body stiff, his movements purposeful but lacking the vitality that had once defined him. Julia followed slowly, watching him as he moved with a kind of desperation she hadn't seen before. His shoulders were hunched, his head down, and the shadows under his eyes had deepened even more since their encounter with Jonas. Inside the cabin the air was stale and cold, the fire long since dead. Noah didn't seem to notice the chill, as he moved straight to the camera equipment he had left on the table. Without a word he began reviewing the footage again, his eyes locked onto the screen with a disturbing intensity. Julia set down her things and hesitated in the doorway, watching him. She could see the physical toll that the hunger had taken on him. His skin was pale, almost sickly, and his clothes hung loosely on his frame. Every time she looked at him, it was as if he had wasted away just a little bit more, becoming a shadow of himself. She swallowed hard, trying to push down the fear that had taken root in her chest. "Noah," she said softly, stepping closer to him. "You need to eat something. You haven't had anything since this morning." Noah didn't respond at first. He just kept staring at the screen, his fingers moving mechanically over the controls as he rewound the footage for what had to be the 10th time that day. Julia felt a pang of frustration, but she fought to keep her voice gentle. "Noah," she tried again, touching his arm lightly. "Please. You need to take care of yourself." For a moment it seemed like he hadn't heard her, but then he paused the footage, his hand hovering over the camera as if he were trying to remember how to let go. He turned slowly, his eyes meeting hers for the first time since they had left Jonas's lodge. "I'm fine," he muttered, though the words were empty. His voice was flat, hollow, as though he was speaking on autopilot. "I just need to finish this." Julia knelt beside him, her hand resting on his arm as she tried to catch his gaze. "You're not fine," she said quietly, her voice trembling. "You're barely holding it together. I can see what this is doing to you. You need to rest, Noah. Just for a little while." Noah's eyes flicked back to the screen, and Julia saw the briefest flicker of conflict in his expression. But then the hardness returned, and he shook his head. "I can't rest. Not yet. I'm so close. If I just—" He stopped, his breath hitching as he clenched his fists. Julia could see the way his whole body tensed, as though he were fighting something inside himself, something he couldn't control. "The Wendigo. It's watching me," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's there in the footage. I've seen it, Julia. It's in the shadows, waiting. I can feel it." Julia felt a chill crawl up her spine, her heart pounding in her chest. She had seen the signs too, had felt the weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on them. But this was different. Noah was slipping further into its grasp, and she didn't know how to pull him back. "Noah," she said, her voice trembling. "You're scaring me." Noah's eyes flickered again, this time with something close to regret. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. He stood abruptly, pulling away from her touch, and paced across the small room. "I'm not crazy," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "I know what I'm seeing. It's real. The Wendigo is real, and it's coming for us. It's only a matter of time." Julia stood, her hands clenched into fists at her sides as she fought back tears. "I know it's real," she said, her voice cracking. "I've seen it too. But this, what it's doing to you, it's not right. You're not yourself anymore." Noah stopped pacing and turned to face her, his expression hardening. "I'm doing this for us," he said, his voice rising. "I'm doing this so the world will know. So that we're not just another story, another disappearance in the woods that no one ever hears about. This is bigger than us, Julia. Don't you get that?" Julia felt her heart break a little at his words. She had heard him speak like this before when they first arrived, when they were still hopeful, still driven by the idea of capturing something extraordinary. But now it felt different. Now it felt like he was chasing something that was already consuming him, and she wasn't sure if he even realized it. "I don't care about the documentary anymore," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I just want you back. I want us back." Noah's jaw clenched, and for a moment Julia thought she saw something crack in his resolve. His shoulders sagged, and he looked at her, really looked at her for the first time in days. "I'm still here," he said, though the words felt like a lie. Julia reached for him, her hand resting gently on his chest. "No, you're not," she said softly. "But you can be. You just have to let go. Please, Noah." For a moment it seemed like he might listen, that he might let the walls he had built around himself crumble. But then his face hardened again, and he pulled away from her touch. "I can't," he muttered, turning back to the camera. "I'm too close." Julia's heart sank, and she felt the tears she had been holding back spill over. She watched as Noah hunched over the camera again, his fingers moving mechanically over the controls, his body stiff and unresponsive. He was lost to her, and she didn't know how to bring him back. The air in the cabin grew colder, the fire in the hearth barely flickering anymore. Julia felt the weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on them, suffocating them in the small space. She clutched the pouch Jonas had given them tightly in her hands, praying that it would be enough to keep the Wendigo at bay, at least for a little while longer. But deep down she knew the truth. It was already too late. 9. The hunt. The morning came too soon, the darkness outside only slightly softened by the weak light breaking through the thick trees that surrounded the cabin. Julia stirred in her bed, eyes bleary, barely aware of the subtle shift of cold air brushing across her face. She turned over to find Noah already awake, sitting at the edge of the bed, his body hunched forward, his hands tightly gripping the sides of his head. He was shaking, slightly, almost imperceptibly, but enough for her to see. His skin was pale, thinner than she remembered, and the hollows beneath his eyes had darkened to the color of deep bruises. For a moment she thought about reaching out, about taking his hand and pulling him back into bed, trying to get him to rest for just a little longer. But the sight of him, so gaunt, so hollow, made her hesitate. She knew this day had been coming, the day they would have to go out into the forest and face whatever lay in its depths. The Wendigo had already made its presence known, but today there would be no running. There would be no hiding. Today they would hunt it down, or it would finish what it had started. She sat up slowly, the cold air biting at her skin as she pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Noah," she whispered softly, her voice fragile in the quiet. "Are you ready?" Noah didn't respond right away. His shoulders tensed, and for a moment Julia wasn't sure if he had heard her. Then slowly he turned to face her, his eyes glassy and distant. "I have to be," he muttered. His voice was rough, hollow. "We don't have a choice anymore." Julia nodded, her throat tight. She wanted to tell him that they could still walk away, that they didn't have to do this, that they could pack up and leave Red Oak behind. But the words wouldn't come. She knew that if she said them, Noah would only ignore her. He had made up his mind days ago, and she had seen it in his eyes. This wasn't about the documentary anymore. This was about survival. And Noah was driven by something far darker than curiosity or a desire for proof. He was fighting a battle inside himself, one she couldn't fully understand, but she could see it wearing him down, tearing him apart piece by piece. She stood up, brushing her hair away from her face, and began dressing in silence. Her mind was heavy with worry, and her heart ached with the fear that today might be the last day she saw the real Noah. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye as he moved mechanically, slipping into his clothes as if every movement took more effort than it should. He was a shadow of the man she had known, and the worst part was that she didn't know if she could bring him back. By the time they were dressed and had packed the last of their gear, the sun had risen higher in the sky, though it did little to warm the frigid air outside the cabin. The world felt still, too still, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to step into its grasp. Jonas arrived not long after, his truck rumbling down the narrow road to the cabin. He stepped out, his face lined with the weariness of someone who had seen too much but knew there was more yet to come. He greeted them with a nod, his expression grim as he looked them over. "Are you too sure about this?" he asked, his voice rough. "Once we head out there, there's no turning back. The forest, hell, the Wendigo, it'll know we're coming." Noah's jaw tightened, and he nodded without hesitation. "We're sure," he said, his voice firmer than it had been all morning. His eyes flashed with that dangerous determination that Julia had come to recognize. He wasn't going to back down. He couldn't. Jonas's gaze shifted to Julia, searching her face for any sign of doubt. She forced herself to meet his eyes, even though her heart was pounding in her chest. "I'm with him," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "We're in this together." Jonas sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "All right then. Let's get moving." They gathered their supplies, cameras, packs of food and water, Jonas's rifle, and the pouch of protective herbs he had given them the day before. It felt like a futile gesture, burning sage and holding on to talismans in the face of something as ancient and powerful as the Wendigo, but Jonas had insisted, and Julia clung to whatever hope she could find. As they stepped out of the cabin, the air around them seemed to shift, growing colder, heavier. The sky was clear, but the sun offered little warmth, and the trees loomed high above them, their dark branches twisting like skeletal fingers. There was an unnatural quiet to the forest, a silence that pressed down on them, making every step feel like an intrusion into something that wasn't meant for them. The path into the deeper parts of the forest was narrow, winding between trees that grew denser with every mile. The snow beneath their boots crunched softly, the only sound breaking the oppressive stillness. Julia stayed close to Noah, her eyes scanning the forest around them, half expecting to see the gaunt figure of the Wendigo lurking behind the trees, watching them from the shadows. But there was nothing. Only the cold, the silence, and the ever-present weight of something unseen. Jonas led the way, his rifle slung over his shoulder, his eyes sharp and wary. He had been in these woods more times than he could count, but even he seemed unsettled by the atmosphere today. Every so often, he would glance over his shoulder at Noah and Julia, his brow furrowed with concern. Julia knew he was worried about Noah, about how far gone he might already be, but she also knew that Jonas was preparing for the worst. He had seen the signs before: hunters, trackers, men who had gone too deep into the Wendigo's territory and never returned the same. Or never returned at all. They walked in silence for what felt like hours, the forest growing darker and more oppressive with every step. The trees seemed taller, their branches thicker, twisting in unnatural patterns overhead. The air was colder here, sharp and biting, and the shadows beneath the trees stretched out like fingers, reaching for them as they passed. Julia felt her skin prickle with unease, as though something was watching her just out of sight. The further they went, the more Julia noticed the subtle changes in Noah. His steps were slower, more labored, and his breathing was shallow, ragged. He kept his eyes forward, fixed on some distant point in the forest, but his body trembled with each step, as though he were fighting some unseen force inside him. "Noah," Julia whispered, her voice barely audible in the thick air. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer right away, his jaw clenched as he kept moving. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained, as though it took all his effort just to form the words. "I'm fine," he muttered. "Just keep going." But Julia knew he wasn't fine. She could see the way his hands shook, the way his skin had grown paler with every passing minute. The hunger inside him was worse now, gnawing at him relentlessly, and she knew it was only a matter of time before it consumed him completely. She wanted to reach out, to hold his hand, to pull him back from the edge he was teetering on, but she didn't know how. Not anymore. Jonas slowed his pace as they reached a narrow clearing, the trees parting just enough to reveal a small patch of snow-covered ground. He raised a hand, signaling for them to stop, and they came to a halt, their breath misting in the cold air. "This is it," Jonas said quietly, his eyes scanning the tree line. "We're in Wendigo territory now. If it's going to come for us, it'll be here." Noah's eyes flickered with something: anticipation, fear, hunger. He took a step forward, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts. "We need to set up the cameras," he muttered, his voice trembling with barely contained energy. "We need to catch it on film." Jonas nodded, though his expression was grim. "Let's make camp first," he said, unslinging his rifle and setting it down on the snow. "We need to be ready for anything." They worked in silence, setting up a small camp in the clearing. Jonas kept his rifle within reach at all times, his eyes constantly scanning the trees, as though he expected the Wendigo to emerge at any moment. Noah set up the cameras with a feverish intensity, his hands shaking as he adjusted the lenses and checked the batteries. Julia watched him, her heart aching with a mix of fear and helplessness. He was so close to the edge now, and she didn't know if she had the strength to pull him back. By the time they finished setting up, the sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing. The light was dim, barely enough to see by, and the temperature had dropped sharply. Julia pulled her coat tighter around her, shivering as the cold seeped into her bones. "We should stay close tonight," Jonas said, his voice low and serious. "The Wendigo likes to play with its prey. It'll test us before it strikes, try to scare us, wear us down. But we have to stay together." Noah didn't respond to Jonas's words immediately. His eyes were fixed on the trees, his breath shallow and rapid, as if something beyond their sight was pulling him deeper into the forest. His hands still trembled, and the pallor of his skin had worsened, but it wasn't just exhaustion or hunger now. Julia could see something else in him, a dark, consuming force, an obsession that had taken hold of him much stronger than before. "Noah," Julia said softly, stepping closer to him. "Stay with us, okay? We need to stick together." He blinked, turning toward her slowly, his eyes glazed as if he was waking from a trance. For a moment he looked at her, really looked at her, and she could see the fear lurking just beneath the surface. But it was brief, and his gaze soon drifted back to the trees, his expression hardening once more. "I'm fine," he muttered, though his voice was thin, strained. "We're almost there. I can feel it." Jonas glanced between them, his face grim. He could see what Julia was seeing, Noah's slow descent into the Wendigo's influence, and the concern in his eyes mirrored her own. But there was no time to discuss it, no time to argue. The forest around them was changing, growing darker, heavier, as if the Wendigo was watching, waiting. They gathered around the small fire Jonas had started, the flames offering little warmth in the freezing air. The sky above had turned a deep bruised purple, and the stars had begun to peek through the clouds, their light dim and distant. The forest, once alive with the sounds of birds and wind rustling through the trees, had fallen silent. The only sound was the crackling of the fire, and their own ragged breaths. Jonas sat with his rifle resting across his knees, his eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Julia sat beside Noah, her heart pounding in her chest, her hand resting lightly on his arm. She could feel the tension in his body, the way his muscles were coiled tight, as though he was ready to spring up and run into the darkness at any moment. "I don't like this," Jonas muttered, his voice barely louder than a whisper. "It's too quiet." Julia nodded, her stomach churning with unease. "Do you think it's close?" Jonas didn't answer right away. His gaze remained fixed on the trees, his eyes narrowed as if he were searching for something just out of sight. "It's been closed the whole time," he finally said. "But it's waiting. It likes to mess with its prey. Wear them down, make them paranoid before it strikes." Noah shifted beside her, his breathing growing more rapid. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, and Julia could see the sweat beading on his forehead despite the freezing air. "We can't wait anymore," he muttered, his voice tight with frustration. "We need to find it." Jonas shook his head, his grip tightening on the rifle. "No, we wait. If we go chasing it, we're playing right into its hands." Noah stood abruptly, his eyes wild. "We've been waiting for days. It's right here, I can feel it. We need to go after it before it's too late." Julia reached out, grabbing his arm, but Noah pulled away from her touch, his body trembling with barely contained energy. "Noah, please," she said, her voice filled with desperation. "Listen to Jonas. We can't just run into the dark." But Noah wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on the forest, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts. "It's here," he repeated, his voice growing louder. "It's watching us. We can't just sit here and wait for it to come to us." Jonas stood slowly, his face set in a hard line. "You need to calm down," he said, his voice steady but firm. "You're letting it get into your head. That's exactly what it wants." Noah's hands clenched into fists at his sides, his whole body shaking. "I'm not letting it get to me," he snapped. "I'm doing what needs to be done. We can't just sit here like prey waiting to be hunted." Julia stood as well, her heart pounding in her chest. "Noah, please," she whispered. "You're scaring me." Noah's eyes flicked to her, and for a moment they softened. He took a step toward her, his hand reaching out as if he wanted to touch her to reassure her. But then he pulled back, his expression hardening once more. "I'm fine," he muttered. I need to do this." Before anyone could stop him, Noah grabbed the camera from his pack and stormed toward the edge of the clearing, his steps unsteady but determined. Jonas cursed under his breath, moving quickly to follow him, his rifle at the ready. "Damn it, Noah, stop," Jonas called after him, his voice sharp with frustration. "You're going to get us all killed." Julia's breath caught in her throat as she hurried after them, her eyes wide with fear. She could hear the rustling of leaves, the distant creaking of branches, but the forest was still eerily quiet. The shadows seemed to stretch and warp around them, as if the forest itself were alive, shifting and moving with every step they took. Noah marched ahead of them, his camera raised, his eyes darting around the darkened forest as if searching for something only he could see. His breathing was heavy, almost frantic, and Julia could see the way his hands shook, barely able to hold the camera steady. "Noah, stop," Julia called after him, her voice trembling. "You're not thinking straight." But he didn't stop. He just kept moving, his steps quick and desperate, as though he were chasing something that only he could sense. Julia's heart raced as she followed him deeper into the forest, the cold air stinging her lungs with each breath. She could feel the weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on them, growing heavier with every step they took. Suddenly Noah stopped, his body going rigid. He stood at the edge of a small ravine, the moonlight casting eerie shadows across his face. His camera was still raised, his eyes wide and unfocused. "It's here," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I can feel it." Julia and Jonas caught up to him, their breaths ragged from the run. Jonas immediately scanned the surrounding trees, his rifle raised, his body tense and ready for anything. "What do you see?" Jonas asked quietly, his eyes never leaving the forest. Noah didn't answer. He just stared into the dark ravine, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Julia stepped closer to him, her heart pounding in her chest. "Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What is it?" For a long moment, Noah didn't move. His body was rigid, his eyes wide, and Julia could see the sweat glistening on his forehead. She reached out, placing a hand on his arm, and he flinched at her touch, his whole body shaking. Then, without warning, he raised the camera higher, pointing it into the darkness of the ravine. "There," he whispered, his voice filled with a strange mix of awe and fear. "Do you see it?" Julia's breath hitched in her throat as she followed his gaze. At first she saw nothing, just the dark expanse of the ravine, the twisted branches of trees casting long eerie shadows across the ground. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something move. A shadow, barely more than a flicker, darting between the trees at the edge of the ravine. Her heart raced, her body frozen in place as the shadow moved again, this time closer. It was quick, almost too fast to follow, but she could see the gaunt outline of a figure, its limbs long and thin, its body hunched over as it moved through the trees. The Wendigo. "It's here," Noah whispered again, his voice trembling. "We found it." Jonas's grip tightened on his rifle, his body tense, ready to act at a moment's notice. "Stay close," he muttered, his voice low and serious. "This is where it gets dangerous." Julia's breath came in short, shallow bursts as she stared into the darkness, her eyes darting back and forth as she tried to track the Wendigo's movements. It was fast, too fast to follow, but she could feel its presence, an oppressive, suffocating force that seemed to wrap around them, growing stronger with every passing second. Noah stepped closer to the edge of the ravine, his camera still raised, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and excitement. "We have to get closer," he muttered, more to himself than to the others. Jonas reached out, grabbing his arm. "No, we don't," he said sharply. "We need to back up. Now." But Noah shook his head, pulling his arm free. "We're so close," he whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. "We can't stop now." Julia's heart ached as she watched him, her fear growing with every step he took toward the ravine. She could see the hunger in his eyes, the desperation that had taken hold of him. He was too far gone, too consumed by the Wendigo's influence to think clearly. "Noah, please," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. We need to go. But Noah wasn't listening. His eyes were locked onto the dark expanse of the ravine, his breathing shallow and rapid. He took another step toward the edge, the ground crunching softly beneath his boots as the brittle branches snapped underfoot. The moonlight seemed to fade, casting the forest into an even deeper gloom, and the cold grew sharper, biting at Julia's skin as she watched Noah teeter on the edge of something far more dangerous than the ravine. Jonas tightened his grip on the rifle and muttered a curse under his breath. "Noah, step back," he ordered, his voice low but firm. He took a cautious step forward, positioning himself between Noah and the yawning blackness below. "The Wendigo's toying with you. It wants you to follow it. You have to fight it." Noah turned to him, and for a brief second his eyes seemed clear, filled with confusion, as if he didn't know where he was or how he had gotten so close to the edge. But the moment passed quickly. His face hardened, his eyes flicking back to the ravine. "You don't understand," he whispered. "It's here. I can feel it." Julia's heart pounded in her chest. She could see the strain in Noah's posture, the way his whole body trembled with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She had seen this before, on their early expeditions, when they had been close to uncovering something big. But this wasn't excitement. This was the Wendigo's pull, and Noah was too far gone to see the difference. "Noah, please," Julia pleaded, stepping forward and reaching for his arm. "You have to stop. This isn't the way." He jerked away from her touch, his expression wild. "You don't get it," he snapped. "We're so close. This is what we came here for. You're the one who doesn't see." Julia flinched, the sharpness of his words cutting deep. Her heart twisted painfully as she watched him, her mind racing for some way to bring him back from the edge. But there was nothing she could say, nothing she could do to break the hold the Wendigo had on him. He wasn't just driven anymore, he was consumed. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the forest, and Jonas spun around, his rifle raised, his eyes scanning the trees. Julia's blood ran cold as the sound reverberated through the air, the silence that followed even more suffocating than before. "It's coming," Jonas muttered, his voice barely audible. "Stay close. We don't have much time." Noah didn't move, his eyes still fixed on the ravine, his body rigid with anticipation. Julia could feel the tension in the air, thick and oppressive, pressing down on them like a suffocating weight. The forest around them seemed to darken, the trees twisting and warping in the shadows, their branches like claws reaching for them. And then from the depths of the ravine came a low guttural growl. It was faint at first, barely more than a whisper carried on the wind, but it grew louder, more menacing, until it filled the clearing with its dark, primal sound. Julia's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat as she stared into the darkness below, searching for the source of the noise. Noah's face lit up with a twisted kind of excitement. "Do you hear it?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's here." Jonas's expression darkened. "We need to move. Now." But Noah didn't move. His body was frozen in place, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe as he stared into the abyss. Julia could see the hunger in his gaze, the same hunger that had been gnawing at him for days, and she knew that if she didn't act he would step right into the Wendigo's grasp. Without thinking, she lunged forward, grabbing Noah's arm and yanking him back from the edge. He stumbled, nearly falling as he whirled around to face her, his eyes wild with anger. "Let me go," he shouted, trying to pull away from her grip. "I need to see it." "No, you don't," Julia cried, her voice breaking. "You're not thinking straight. The Wendigo is playing with you, Noah. It's trying to lure you in. Please just listen to me." For a moment Noah seemed to falter, his expression softening as he looked at her. But then just as quickly the wildness returned to his eyes, and he wrenched his arm free from her grasp. "I have to do this," he muttered, more to himself than to her. "I have to finish this." Jonas stepped forward, his rifle raised. "Noah, don't make me force you," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You need to back off now, or we're all going to die out here." Noah froze, his gaze shifting between Jonas and the dark ravine behind him. His chest heaved with the effort of controlling himself, and for the first time Julia saw true fear flicker across his face. Then the growl came again, louder this time, echoing through the trees like a predator circling its prey. The air grew colder, the wind whipping through the clearing with a sharp biting edge, and the shadows around them seemed to shift, as if something was moving through them. Julia's blood ran cold as she realized what was happening. The Wendigo was here. It was coming for them, and it wasn't just toying with them anymore. It was hunting. "Back away from the edge," Jonas ordered, his voice tight with urgency. "We need to regroup." Noah hesitated, his eyes flicking back to the darkness below, but Julia grabbed his arm again, pulling him away from the ravine. He didn't resist this time, but she could feel the tension radiating off him, his whole body trembling with the effort of holding himself together. Jonas moved quickly, positioning himself between them and the ravine, his rifle aimed into the shadows. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she followed his lead, her hand still gripping Noah's arm tightly as they backed away from the edge. The forest around them seemed to shift and warp, the trees bending and creaking in the wind, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The shadows were darker now, deeper, and Julia could feel the Wendigo's presence pressing in on them, suffocating and heavy. And then from the darkness came a figure. It moved swiftly, darting between the trees with unnatural speed, its long gaunt limbs barely visible in the moonlight. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she watched it move, her body frozen with fear. It was fast, too fast to follow, and every time she thought she had seen it, it disappeared into the shadows again. Jonas cursed under his breath, his finger hovering over the trigger of his rifle. "Get ready," he muttered. "It's coming." The figure darted forward again, this time closer, and Julia caught a glimpse of its face, skeletal, hollow, with eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Her heart raced, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she tightened her grip on Noah's arm, her whole body trembling with fear. "Noah, we need to move," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We need to get out of here." But Noah didn't move. His eyes were locked on the Wendigo, his breath coming in short, rapid bursts as he watched it dart through the trees. He was mesmerized, caught in its pull, and Julia knew that if she didn't do something, he would follow it into the darkness. "Noah," she cried, shaking his arm. "Snap out of it. We need to go." The Wendigo darted forward again, this time stopping at the edge of the clearing, its gaunt figure looming over them like a twisted shadow. It stood unnaturally still for a moment, its glowing eyes fixed on them, and Julia felt a cold shiver run down her spine as she met its gaze. Jonas fired. The sound of the rifle shot echoed through the clearing, sharp and deafening in the stillness. The Wendigo moved with blinding speed, disappearing into the trees before the bullet could even come close. Julia's heart raced as she watched it vanish, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Jonas cursed again, his hands trembling as he reloaded the rifle. "Damn thing's too fast," he muttered, his voice tight with frustration. "We need to keep moving. It's playing with us." Julia didn't need to be told twice. She grabbed Noah's arm and started pulling him toward the other side of the clearing, her heart pounding in her chest. Noah stumbled along behind her, his body still rigid with tension, but he didn't resist. They moved quickly, their footsteps crunching in the snow as they made their way through the dense trees. The air was colder now, the wind biting at their skin, and the shadows around them seemed to press in closer, as if the forest itself was trying to trap them. Julia's breath came in short, shallow bursts as they ran, her eyes darting around the darkened forest, searching for any sign of the Wendigo. But the creature was nowhere to be seen, its presence lingering like a specter in the shadows, always just out of sight. "Keep moving," Jonas called, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Don't let it corner you." But before they could take another step, the Wendigo appeared again, this time directly in front of them. It stood at the edge of the path, tall and grotesque, its skeletal body looming in the dim light. The shadows clung to it like a living thing, swirling around its form as if the darkness itself were part of the creature. Its limbs were impossibly long, its joints angular and wrong, bending in ways that made Julia's stomach churn. Its skin was stretched thin over its bones, pale and mottled with dark veins that pulsed as if the creature's very existence was unnatural. The Wendigo's face was the worst, hollow and gaunt, with eyes that glowed a faint sickly yellow in the dark. Its jaw hung open, jagged teeth visible beneath cracked, shriveled lips. It let out a low, guttural growl, a sound that reverberated through the clearing, sending a shiver down Julia's spine. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Julia's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding in her chest as she stood frozen, staring at the thing in front of them. This was it, the creature that had haunted them, that had consumed Noah and warped the very land around them. The Wendigo wasn't just a legend or a myth. It was real, and it was standing in front of them, alive in the flesh, if it could even be called that. Noah took a step forward, as if drawn to the Wendigo, his hand reaching out unconsciously. His eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and awe, but there was something else there too, something dark and hungry. Julia grabbed his arm again, harder this time, trying to pull him back, but he barely seemed to notice. "Noah, stop!" she cried, her voice breaking with panic. "Don't get any closer." But Noah didn't stop. His breath was coming in short, frantic bursts now, his eyes locked on the Wendigo as if he were hypnotized by it. He took another step forward, his body trembling with a mixture of fear and desperation. The Wendigo moved faster than Julia could react. One moment it was standing still, and the next it was rushing toward them with blinding speed, its gaunt form blurring as it lunged forward. Julia barely had time to scream before Jonas fired his rifle again, the deafening crack of the shot echoing through the trees. The Wendigo dodged the bullet with ease, its body twisting unnaturally as it darted to the side. Julia stumbled backward, pulling Noah with her as the creature closed the distance between them, its glowing eyes locked on Noah with an unsettling intensity. Jonas reloaded his rifle with shaking hands, his eyes wide with fear. "Run!" he shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. "Get the hell out of here!" But Noah didn't run. He stood rooted to the spot, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stared at the Wendigo, his hands still outstretched as if he could reach it. Julia tugged at his arm, panic flooding her veins, but it was like trying to move a statue. "Noah, please." Julia sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she tried to pull him away. "You have to move. It's going to kill us." The Wendigo paused, its hollow eyes flicking between Noah and Julia, as if it were considering something. Then slowly its mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, its jagged teeth gleaming in the moonlight. It spoke. Its voice was low, a guttural rasp that echoed through the clearing like the wind through dead branches. The sound was wrong, unnatural, like the voice of something that had forgotten what it meant to speak. "You are mine." Noah flinched at the sound of the Wendigo's voice, his whole body jerking as if the words had struck him physically. He gasped, his eyes wide with terror, but still he didn't move. Julia's heart stopped. The Wendigo's voice seemed to wrap around them, suffocating and inescapable. She had never heard anything like it, never felt fear like this. It wasn't just the threat of death, it was something worse, something that clawed at her mind and soul, threatening to pull her into a darkness she couldn't escape. Jonas fired again, but this time the bullet only grazed the Wendigo's arm. The creature didn't even flinch. Its gaze remained locked on Noah, its twisted smile widening as it stepped closer, its long skeletal fingers reaching out as if to claim him. Julia screamed. Without thinking, she grabbed the pouch of herbs that Jonas had given them, ripping it open with trembling hands. She didn't know if it would work, if it would even slow the Wendigo down, but it was all she had. Her fingers fumbled as she pulled the sage and other dried plants from the pouch, her mind racing with panic. She could barely think, barely breathe, but she forced herself to move, to do something before it was too late. She threw the herbs into the fire. For a moment, nothing happened. The fire crackled, and the smoke rose into the air, the scent of sage filling the clearing. The Wendigo paused, its smile fading as it tilted its head, its glowing eyes narrowing. Then the wind shifted. The smoke billowed out from the fire, swirling around them in thick, twisting plumes. The Wendigo let out a low hiss, its body recoiling slightly as the smoke surrounded it. Its fingers twitched, and for the first time Julia saw something like hesitation flicker in its hollow gaze. "It's working," Jonas breathed, his voice filled with awe and disbelief. "Keep it going." But Julia didn't know how. The herbs were already burning, and the smoke was already thinning as the fire consumed the last of the sage. The Wendigo wasn't gone, it was just waiting. She could feel it watching them, its hunger palpable in the cold air, and she knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Noah, however, seemed to snap out of his daze. He blinked, his body trembling as if waking from a nightmare. His eyes found Julia's, wide and filled with confusion and fear. What happened?" he gasped, his voice shaking. "We need to go," Julia whispered urgently, grabbing his arm. "Now. Before it comes back." Noah looked past her, his eyes widening as he saw the Wendigo still lurking at the edge of the clearing, its skeletal form barely visible through the thinning smoke. He nodded quickly, his breath coming in short gasps as he stumbled backward, following Julia as she pulled him away from the fire. Jonas moved quickly, positioning himself between them and the Wendigo, his rifle raised and ready. "Get to the edge of the forest," he ordered, his voice tight with tension. "We'll make a run for it." Julia didn't need to be told twice. She tightened her grip on Noah's arm, her heart pounding in her chest as they stumbled toward the trees. The forest loomed ahead of them, dark and twisted, but it was their only chance. Behind them, the Wendigo let out another low growl, the sound sending a wave of terror through Julia's body. They ran. The trees blurred around them as they sprinted through the forest, their footsteps echoing through the cold, still air. Julia's breath came in ragged gasps, her chest burning with the effort, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The Wendigo was still behind them. She could feel its presence, could hear the faint rustling of branches as it moved through the shadows. Jonas led the way, his rifle clutched tightly in his hands as he darted between the trees, his eyes sharp and alert. Noah stumbled along beside Julia, his breathing labored, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. But he kept moving, his grip on her hand tight as they ran through the darkness. The forest around them seemed to close in, the trees twisting and warping in the shadows, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Julia's heart pounded in her chest, her legs burning with the effort of running, but she didn't stop. She could hear the Wendigo behind them, its footsteps growing louder, faster as it closed the distance between them. "Faster," Jonas shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. "We're almost there." But Julia wasn't sure how much longer they could keep running. Her legs felt like lead, her breath coming in short, painful gasps, and the Wendigo was getting closer. She could feel its presence pressing in on them, its hunger palpable in the freezing air. And then, just as they broke through the line of trees, Julia heard it, a loud guttural growl, so close it felt like the Wendigo was right behind her. She turned, her breath catching in her throat as she saw it, its gaunt skeletal form rushing toward them, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Get down!" Jonas shouted, spinning around and raising his rifle. Julia dropped to the ground, pulling Noah down with her as Jonas fired. The sound of the rifle shot echoed through the forest, and for a moment everything seemed to stop. The Wendigo staggered back, its body jerking violently as the bullet struck its shoulder. It let out a furious screech, its glowing eyes narrowing with rage. But it didn't stop. The creature lunged forward again, its long twisted limbs moving with terrifying speed. Jonas fired again, but this time the Wendigo dodged the bullet, its gaunt form blurring as it darted toward them. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she scrambled to her feet, grabbing Noah's hand and pulling him toward the edge of the forest. The Wendigo was closing in, its skeletal frame a blur of motion as it tore through the trees toward them. Julia's legs burned with exhaustion, her breaths coming in ragged gasps as she pushed herself to keep moving. She could feel the cold, clawing presence of the creature at her back, the air growing colder and heavier with each step. It was like the forest itself had become an extension of the Wendigo, the shadows twisting and warping as the creature bore down on them. Jonas fired again, but the Wendigo was too fast. It dodged the bullet with an unnatural grace, its gaunt limbs twisting as it moved in an eerie, predatory dance. Julia didn't dare look back. She focused on the path ahead, on the small patch of open ground just beyond the tree line that Jonas had said would give them a chance. But her hope was slipping with every step, the Wendigo's growls growing louder and more guttural as it closed the distance between them. "We're not going to make it," Noah gasped beside her, his voice filled with panic. He stumbled, nearly falling as he clutched her hand for support, his face pale with fear. Julia's heart twisted painfully in her chest, but she refused to let him fall. "Keep moving," she shouted, her voice hoarse from the effort of running. "We can't stop now." But as they pushed through the last line of trees, breaking into the open ground beyond, Julia felt the Wendigo's presence surge behind them, its growl low and menacing. It was so close now, too close. She could feel the icy fingers of dread closing around her heart, threatening to paralyze her with fear. And then it happened. The Wendigo lunged forward with a deafening screech, its long bony fingers outstretched as it reached for them. Julia spun around, her breath catching in her throat as she saw the creature's grotesque form looming over them. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural hunger, its gaunt face twisted into a sickening smile. In that moment time seemed to slow. Julia's heart pounded in her chest, her mind racing as she searched for a way out. She couldn't fight the Wendigo. It was too strong, too fast. But she couldn't let it take Noah either, not after everything they had been through. She had to protect him, no matter the cost. "Noah, run!" she screamed, shoving him forward with all her strength. "Go. Don't stop." Noah stumbled, his eyes wide with shock as he turned to her. "No. I can't leave you." "Go." Julia shouted again, her voice filled with desperation. She didn't give him a choice. She pushed him hard, sending him stumbling forward away from the Wendigo's grasp. Noah hesitated for a split second, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. But then he saw the Wendigo, saw the way it was bearing down on them, and something in him seemed to snap. He turned and ran, his footsteps heavy and uneven as he sprinted toward Jonas, who was still firing at the creature in a futile attempt to slow it down. Julia barely had time to react before the Wendigo was on her. It moved with blinding speed, its gaunt form blurring as it lunged toward her, its fingers outstretched. Julia stumbled backward, her heart racing as she scrambled to avoid its grasp. She could feel the cold, unnatural energy radiating off the creature, filling the air with an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. But just as the Wendigo reached for her, something strange happened. The pouch of herbs that she still had clutched in her hand began to heat up, the dried plants inside smoldering as if reacting to the Wendigo's presence. Smoke began to rise from the pouch, swirling around her in thick twisting plumes. The Wendigo screeched, its skeletal form jerking back as the smoke surrounded it. For a brief moment it hesitated, its glowing eyes narrowing as it hissed in anger. The creature recoiled, its long fingers twitching as it backed away from the smoke. Julia didn't waste any time. She turned and ran, her legs burning with the effort as she sprinted toward Noah and Jonas. Her mind was racing, her heart pounding as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. The herbs, the smoke, it had worked. The Wendigo had been repelled, if only for a moment. But she knew it wouldn't last. Behind her, the Wendigo let out another screech, louder this time, filled with fury. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she glanced back, her stomach twisting with fear as she saw the creature standing at the edge of the smoke, its gaunt form barely visible through the swirling plumes. It wasn't retreating. It was waiting, watching them, its glowing eyes fixed on her with a predatory hunger. "Julia, come on!" Noah shouted, his voice filled with panic. He had reached Jonas, who was still standing at the edge of the clearing, his rifle raised and ready. Julia sprinted toward them, her lungs burning as she pushed herself harder. She could feel the Wendigo's presence pressing down on her, suffocating her with its cold, relentless hunger. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. When she reached Noah and Jonas, she collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. Her entire body was trembling, her heart pounding so hard in her chest that she thought it might burst. Noah knelt beside her, his face pale and drawn with fear. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice shaky. Julia nodded, though she wasn't sure if it was true. Her mind was still racing, her thoughts a blur of fear and confusion. She couldn't stop shaking. The image of the Wendigo's glowing eyes burned into her mind. Jonas lowered his rifle, his face grim. "We need to keep moving," he said, his voice low and urgent. "That thing isn't done with us yet." Julia looked up at him, her stomach twisting with dread. "It's still there," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's waiting for us." Jonas nodded, his eyes scanning the forest. "Yeah," he muttered. "But we've got some distance now. We need to use it." Noah stood, helping Julia to her feet. His hands were trembling, his face pale, but his eyes were filled with determination. "We can't let it win," he said, his voice stronger than before. "We have to finish this." Julia's heart ached as she looked at him. She could see the fear in his eyes, the desperation that had been driving him since they first arrived in Red Oak. But there was something else there too, something darker, something that she couldn't quite place. "I don't know if we can," Julia whispered, her voice barely audible. "That thing, it's too strong." Noah shook his head, his jaw clenched. "We don't have a choice," he muttered. "It's either us or it." Jonas stepped forward, his expression grim. "He's right," he said. "We have to keep going. If we stop now, we're dead." Julia swallowed hard, her mind racing as she glanced back at the Wendigo. It was still there, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching them with its hollow, glowing eyes. The smoke from the herbs had slowed it down, but it was clear that the creature wasn't done with them yet. "We need to find somewhere safer," Jonas said, his voice low. "Somewhere we can regroup and figure out how to stop it." Noah nodded, his eyes still locked on the Wendigo. "There's an old hunting cabin a few miles from here," he said. "We can make it there before nightfall, if we hurry." Jonas nodded. "Then let's move. We don't have much time." Julia's heart pounded in her chest as they set off again, moving quickly through the trees. The forest around them was still dark and twisted, the shadows shifting unnaturally as they hurried through the underbrush. But Julia could feel the Wendigo's presence growing fainter, as if it were content to let them run for now. But she knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. The path to the hunting cabin was narrow and overgrown, the trees pressing in on them from all sides. The cold air bit at Julia's skin, her breaths coming in short, shallow bursts as she tried to keep up with Noah and Jonas. Her mind was racing, her thoughts a blur of fear and desperation. They had to survive this. They had to stop the Wendigo. But as they pushed deeper into the forest, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into a trap, one that they might not escape. Julia's legs felt like lead as they pushed further into the forest. Her lungs burned with the effort, and her body screamed for her to stop, but the fear of what was behind them drove her forward. The Wendigo's presence still clung to the air around them, thick and suffocating, but the further they went, the quieter the forest seemed. Even the wind, which had been howling through the trees moments earlier, had died down to a whisper. Noah stumbled ahead of her, his breath ragged and uneven. His camera swung loosely in his grip, forgotten for the moment as survival became their only focus. He moved mechanically, his feet dragging through the snow, but his eyes darted nervously around them, searching the shadows for any sign of the creature. Julia could see the toll the day had taken on him, his skin pale, his eyes sunken, and the hunger gnawing at him more visibly with every passing minute. Jonas led the way, his rifle at the ready, his movements quick and purposeful as they made their way through the dense underbrush. Every so often, he would glance over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the trees behind them for any sign of the Wendigo. The look on his face was grim, his lips pressed into a thin line as they moved. "Just a bit further," Jonas muttered, his voice barely audible over the crunch of snow beneath their boots. "The cabin's close. We'll be safe there." Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she struggled to keep up with them. She didn't know how much further she could go, her legs ached and her body was trembling with exhaustion. But the thought of stopping, of the Wendigo catching up to them, kept her moving. They had to survive. There was no other option. The trees around them grew thicker, the branches twisting overhead like skeletal arms reaching for them. The shadows danced and flickered as they moved, and Julia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She glanced behind them, half expecting to see the Wendigo's gaunt form lurking just out of sight, but there was nothing. Only the oppressive silence of the forest, broken by their ragged breaths and the crunch of snow beneath their feet. Noah stumbled, nearly falling as his foot caught on a root hidden beneath the snow. Julia reached out instinctively, grabbing his arm to steady him. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice trembling with concern. Noah nodded weakly, though his eyes were glazed distant. "I'm fine," he muttered, though Julia could hear the exhaustion in his voice. "We have to keep going." Julia tightened her grip on his arm, guiding him as they continued through the forest. She could feel the tension in his body, the way his muscles trembled with fatigue, but she knew there was no stopping now. The Wendigo was still out there, waiting, and they had to reach the cabin before it found them again. The minutes dragged on, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air grew colder, sharper, biting at their skin as they trudged through the snow. Julia's breath came in short, shallow bursts, her heart pounding in her chest as she fought against the growing sense of dread that threatened to overwhelm her. And then, finally, through the thick branches she saw it. The cabin. It was small, barely more than a wooden shack nestled among the trees, its roof covered in a thick layer of snow. The windows were dark, the front door hanging slightly ajar, but it was their shelter. Safety. At least, for the moment. Jonas quickened his pace, his rifle still raised as he moved toward the cabin. He gestured for Julia and Noah to follow him, his eyes scanning the tree line with wary precision. "Hurry," he urged, his voice low. "We need to get inside." Julia felt a surge of relief wash over her as they approached the cabin. She could see the tension in Noah's posture relax slightly, though he still moved with an unsettling stiffness. As they reached the front door, Jonas pushed it open with the butt of his rifle, his eyes flicking around the interior before stepping inside. The cabin was dark and cold, but it was a relief to be out of the open. The small room was sparsely furnished, just a wooden table and chairs, a rusted old stove in the corner, and a small cot pushed against the wall. The windows were covered in frost, the glass so thick with ice that it was impossible to see outside. Jonas wasted no time. He shut the door behind them and moved quickly to the stove, opening it and tossing in some of the kindling that had been left inside. "We need to get a fire going," he muttered, his hands moving quickly as he struck a match and lit the wood inside. "We'll be warmer in here, but we can't stay long. That thing's still out there, and this cabin won't hold it off forever." Julia nodded, her body still trembling from the cold and the adrenaline that hadn't yet left her system. She helped Noah to the cot, where he sat heavily, his head in his hands. His body was shaking, his skin pale, and Julia could see the strain written all over his face. "How are you holding up?" she asked softly, kneeling in front of him. Noah looked up at her, his eyes glassy and distant. I don't know," he whispered. "I can't stop thinking about it. The Wendigo, it's in my head, Julia. I can feel it." Julia's heart ached at the sound of his voice, the raw fear and desperation in his words. She reached out, taking his hands in hers, her touch gentle. "We're going to figure this out," she said, though the words felt hollow in her mouth. "We'll stop it. We'll survive this." Noah shook his head, his eyes filled with something dark, something she couldn't quite understand. "I don't know if I can fight it anymore," he whispered, his voice breaking. "It's too strong. I'm losing myself." Julia felt a lump form in her throat as she watched him, her heart breaking at the sight of the man she loved unraveling before her eyes. She wanted to tell him that everything would be okay, that they would get through this together, but she didn't know if that was true. The Wendigo's influence was growing stronger, and Noah was slipping further into its grasp with every passing moment. Jonas finished stoking the fire and turned to them, his expression grim. "We can't stay here long," he said, his voice low but urgent. "That thing will find us. It's only a matter of time." Noah's eyes flicked to Jonas, his face pale and gaunt in the dim firelight. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Jonas sighed, rubbing a hand over his face as he leaned against the table. "We're going to have to confront it," he said quietly. "There's no running from this thing. It's hunting us, and it won't stop until it has what it wants." Julia swallowed hard, her stomach churning with dread. "What does it want?" she asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. Jonas's eyes flicked to Noah, and his expression darkened. "It wants him," he said quietly. "It's already started feeding off of him. That hunger you've been feeling, Noah, it's not yours. It's the Wendigo's. And it's going to keep feeding until there's nothing left of you." Noah's breath hitched, his hands trembling as he stared at Jonas. What do I do?" he asked, his voice shaking with fear. Jonas pushed himself off the table and moved toward Noah, kneeling in front of him. "You have to fight it," he said, his voice low but steady. "The Wendigo preys on desperation, on hunger, on fear. It's been feeding off your obsession, off your drive to find it, to document it. You have to let that go. You have to stop feeding it." Noah's eyes filled with tears, his hands trembling in his lap. "I don't know if I can," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's too strong." Julia's heart broke at the sight of him, the raw vulnerability in his voice. She reached out, taking his hands in hers, her touch gentle but firm. "You can," she whispered. "I'm here. We're here. We'll help you fight this." Noah looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and gratitude. He nodded weakly, though Julia could see the doubt still lurking in his gaze. She squeezed his hands tighter, her heart aching with the weight of what they were up against. Jonas stood, his expression hardening as he turned back to the door. "We don't have much time," he muttered. "We need to come up with a plan. If we're going to survive this, we need to take the fight to the Wendigo." Julia's stomach twisted with fear, but she knew he was right. They couldn't keep running. The Wendigo would find them eventually, and when it did, there would be no escaping it. But as she looked at Noah, his face pale and gaunt in the flickering firelight, she couldn't shake the feeling that the battle they were about to face wasn't just against the Wendigo, it was against the darkness that had already begun to take hold of him. And she didn't know if they would win. Where the tension continues to build toward the inevitable confrontation. The Wendigo had already begun feeding on Noah, and the cabin, though a temporary refuge, serves more as a crucible in which their fears, desperation, and determination all come to a head. Jonas paced by the door, his eyes narrowed in thought. The only sound in the cabin was the soft crackling of the fire, but even that seemed muted under the oppressive weight of the Wendigo's lingering presence. Outside, the wind had picked up again, howling through the trees and rattling the windows as though the forest itself was warning them that time was running out. "We can't wait for it to find us," Jonas muttered, his voice low but intense. "We need to go after it, use the smoke, the fire, anything we've got to push it back. But we have to draw it in first." Julia looked up from where she was kneeling beside Noah, who had slumped against the cot, his head resting in his hands. "How do we draw it in without it killing us first?" she asked, her voice trembling with the weight of what they were about to face. Jonas glanced at her, his eyes hard and calculating. "That's the trick. It's already feeding off of Noah's connection to it, so it won't be hard to lure it in. But we need a way to hold it off long enough to destroy it, or at least drive it back into the deeper woods where it won't be able to reach us." Noah groaned softly, his body shaking with the effort of fighting the thing inside him. "It won't stop," he muttered. "It's always there, in the back of my mind. It's hungry, it never stops." Julia's heart twisted painfully at his words. She moved closer to him, brushing a lock of damp hair from his forehead, her touch gentle but steady. "You're still here, Noah," she whispered. "You're still fighting it." Noah shook his head, his eyes glassy. "I don't know how much longer I can." Jonas turned toward them, his face grim. "You don't have to do this alone, Noah. That's what it wants, to isolate you, make you feel like you're the only one who can carry this burden. But you're not. We're going to help you fight it." Julia glanced at Jonas, her heart aching with fear for Noah. "But how?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How do we fight something like this?" Jonas sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. "The Wendigo is tied to the land, to the hunger that's grown in this forest for generations. It feeds on the darkness in people, and that gives it power. But that also means it can be weakened, driven back, if we cut off its food supply. The smoke from the herbs helped, but it wasn't enough. We need something stronger." Julia frowned, her mind racing. "Stronger? Like what?" Jonas's eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw the weight of years of knowledge and regret in his gaze. "The stories I've heard from the elders, they talk about rituals, old ways of sealing the Wendigo's power. It's risky and it's not permanent, but it could buy us time. Time to get out of here." Noah stirred beside her, lifting his head slowly. His face was pale, the shadows under his eyes deepening with every passing minute, but there was a spark of determination in his gaze that hadn't been there before. "What kind of ritual?" he asked, his voice rough but steadier than it had been. Jonas hesitated for a moment, then pulled a worn leather pouch from his jacket pocket, the same one he had given them before. "The herbs in here, they can weaken the Wendigo, create a barrier of sorts. But the real strength comes from intent. From pushing back against the darkness with everything you've got. If we can light enough of this and hold it off long enough, we might be able to trap it, at least temporarily." Julia looked down at the pouch in Jonas's hand, her heart pounding in her chest. It was a slim chance, but it was the only one they had. She nodded, her voice trembling but resolute. "We'll do it. Whatever it takes." Jonas nodded, his face grim. "We'll need to draw it close but not let it get too close. If it gets past the herbs, it'll tear us apart before we can finish." Noah's hands trembled as he reached for the camera still slung across his body. "We need to document this," he muttered, his voice weak but determined. "People need to see the truth. They need to know what's out here." Julia's heart ached at his words. Even now, even with the Wendigo's influence gnawing at his soul, Noah was still driven by the need to capture the story. But this wasn't just about the documentary anymore. This was about survival. "Let's focus on staying alive first," she whispered, squeezing his hand gently. "We can worry about the footage later." Noah's eyes flickered with something that looked like regret, but he nodded slowly, his hand tightening around hers. Jonas moved quickly, gathering what supplies he could find in the small cabin: old blankets, kindling, anything that could be used to create a larger fire if necessary. "We're going to need to build a strong enough barrier," he muttered, his voice low and focused. "Once we light these herbs, it'll draw the Wendigo in, but we have to keep the fire going. If it goes out, we're dead." Julia nodded, her heart racing as she moved to help him. She could feel the tension building in the air around them, the weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on her chest like a physical force. It was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. As they worked, Julia glanced over at Noah. He was still sitting on the cot, his head resting in his hands, but his breathing had steadied slightly. She could see the exhaustion etched into every line of his face, but there was a determination in his eyes that gave her hope. "We're going to make it through this," she whispered softly, though she wasn't sure if she was saying it to herself or to him. Noah looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without you," he muttered, his voice thick with emotion. Julia smiled weakly, her heart aching. "You don't have to find out," she whispered, reaching out to brush her hand gently against his cheek. Before she could say anything more, Jonas interrupted them. "It's time." The fire was ready, the herbs arranged in a circle around it, the smoke already starting to rise in thick plumes. The air inside the cabin had grown heavier, the oppressive feeling of the Wendigo's presence closing in on them with every passing second. "We're going to light this," Jonas said, his voice steady but tense. "And then we wait." Julia swallowed hard, her stomach twisting with fear. This was it. Their final stand. If the ritual didn't work, If the Wendigo managed to break through the barrier of smoke, there would be no escape. But there was no turning back now. Jonas struck a match, lighting the herbs with a careful precision, and the smoke began to rise in thick, swirling clouds. The smell of sage and other dried plants filled the cabin, the scent sharp and pungent. Julia could feel the air grow colder, the wind outside picking up as if the forest itself was reacting to what they were doing. "Stay close," Jonas muttered, his eyes scanning the windows for any sign of movement. "It'll come soon." The minutes ticked by in agonizing silence. The only sound was the crackling of the fire, and the soft hiss of the herbs burning in the hearth. Julia could feel the tension in the air growing thicker, the weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on them like a suffocating blanket. And then from the darkness outside came the growl. It was low at first, barely more than a whisper carried on the wind. But it grew louder, deeper, filling the air with its dark, menacing tone. Julia's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat as she stared at the door, her body trembling with fear. Noah stiffened beside her, his eyes wide with terror. "It's here," he whispered, his voice trembling. Jonas raised his rifle, his face set in a grim expression. "Get ready." The growl grew louder, closer, until it was all around them, echoing through the walls of the cabin. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows as if the forest itself were alive with the Wendigo's presence. The shadows in the room seemed to twist and warp, the flickering firelight casting eerie, shifting shapes across the walls. And then the door burst open. The Wendigo stood in the doorway, its gaunt, skeletal form illuminated by the firelight. Its glowing eyes locked onto them, its twisted smile widening as it stepped into the cabin. Jonas fired. The bullet struck the Wendigo in the chest, but it barely flinched. It let out a low, guttural growl, its limbs twisting unnaturally as it lunged toward them. The smoke from the herbs swirled around the creature, slowing it down, but it kept coming, its eyes burning with a predatory hunger. Julia's breath hitched in her throat as the Wendigo moved closer, the oppressive weight of its presence filling the room. The air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe, as if the very life was being sucked out of the space around them. Noah gripped her hand tightly, his body trembling, and she could feel his pulse racing beneath his skin, mirroring her own panicked heartbeat. Jonas fired again, his rifle booming in the small cabin, but the Wendigo dodged the shot with unnatural speed. It twisted its gaunt body, its limbs bending in ways that defied nature, and darted toward them with a horrifying grace. The smell of rotting flesh filled the room, and Julia gagged, choking back the bile that rose in her throat. The fire crackled loudly, and the smoke from the herbs billowed around the creature, but the Wendigo pressed on, pushing through the protective barrier. It screeched, a sound so piercing and unnatural that Julia felt it in her bones. The noise rattled through her mind, disorienting her, but she forced herself to stay focused. She had to keep her wits about her. They couldn't afford to lose control now. "Noah," she cried, pulling him back toward the hearth where the smoke was thickest. "Stay close to the fire." But Noah wasn't responding. His eyes were glazed over, locked on the Wendigo as if he was entranced, drawn toward the creature's sinister gaze. His breath was coming in short, shallow gasps, and Julia could see the raw fear and fascination battling in his expression. The Wendigo's influence was closing in on him, pulling him further under its control. "Noah," she screamed, shaking his arm. "Look at me. You have to fight it." Finally, Noah's eyes flicked toward her, but the distant, haunted look remained. His lips moved, but no words came out, only the faintest whisper of breath. Julia's heart sank. He was slipping, falling deeper into the Wendigo's grasp. Jonas fired again, but it was no use. The Wendigo moved too quickly, its body twisting and contorting in ways that made it impossible to target. The creature let out another guttural growl, and this time it seemed to echo in Julia's mind, as though the sound itself were inside her head. Then the Wendigo lunged. It moved faster than Julia could react, its long skeletal arms reaching for Noah. She screamed, grabbing onto him, trying to pull him back, but the Wendigo was already on him, its clawed hand wrapping around his arm with a vice-like grip. "No!" Julia screamed, her voice raw with terror. She yanked on Noah's arm, trying to free him from the Wendigo's grasp, but the creature's strength was too great. Its fingers dug into Noah's skin, drawing blood as its hollow, glowing eyes bore into his. Noah gasped, his body jerking violently as the Wendigo's influence surged through him. His face twisted in pain, his eyes wide with terror as he struggled to pull away. But the Wendigo held fast, its grip tightening as it pulled him closer. Julia's mind raced, panic surging through her like wildfire. She couldn't lose him. Not like this. Not to the Wendigo. Without thinking, she grabbed the pouch of herbs from her belt and threw it into the fire. The flames roared to life, the smoke thickening as the pungent scent of burning sage filled the cabin. The smoke billowed outward, swirling around the Wendigo like a living thing, enveloping its gaunt, twisted form. The Wendigo screeched, its body jerking back as the smoke closed in around it. For the first time it hesitated, its glowing eyes narrowing as it recoiled from the smoke. Its grip on Noah loosened, and Julia seized the opportunity. She pulled Noah back, dragging him toward the fire as the Wendigo staggered, momentarily disoriented by the thick plumes of smoke. "Noah, come on," she shouted, her voice shaking with desperation. "We have to move." Noah stumbled, his body limp in her arms, but he didn't resist as she pulled him away from the Wendigo. His face was pale, his skin slick with sweat, and Julia could see the toll the creature's influence had taken on him. He was weak, barely able to stand, but he was still with her. He was still alive. Jonas moved quickly, positioning himself between them and the Wendigo, his rifle raised once more. "Get him out of here," he shouted over his shoulder, his voice sharp with urgency. "I'll hold it off." Julia didn't hesitate. She wrapped her arm around Noah's waist, supporting his weight as best she could, and began dragging him toward the door. Her legs trembled with the effort, her body screaming in protest, but she forced herself to keep moving. The Wendigo was still screeching, its twisted form thrashing as the smoke swirled around it, but she knew it wouldn't stay disoriented for long. As they reached the door, Jonas fired again, the sound of the gunshot echoing through the small cabin. Julia glanced back just in time to see the Wendigo lurch backward, its gaunt body twisting unnaturally as it let out another bone-chilling screech. It was still fighting, still pushing forward, but the smoke was slowing it down, weakening its movements. "Go," Jonas shouted again, his voice hoarse. "Get to the woods. I'll be right behind you." Julia nodded, her heart pounding as she pulled Noah through the doorway and into the freezing night air. The wind howled around them, whipping through the trees and biting at her skin, but she barely felt it. All she could think about was getting Noah to safety, getting both of them as far from the Wendigo as possible. They stumbled through the snow, Noah's weight heavy against her as he leaned on her for support. His breaths were shallow and uneven, his body trembling with exhaustion, but he was still moving. Julia kept glancing over her shoulder, expecting to see the Wendigo burst from the cabin at any moment, but all she could see was the swirling smoke pouring from the open doorway. Jonas was still inside, still holding the creature at bay, but Julia knew it wouldn't last. The Wendigo was too strong, too relentless. It would recover soon, and when it did, it would come for them. They had to keep moving. The trees loomed ahead of them, dark and foreboding, but Julia didn't care. The woods were their only chance now. If they could get far enough away, maybe, just maybe, they could lose the Wendigo in the dense forest. "Come on, Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Just a little further." Noah groaned softly, his body sagging against her, but he kept moving, his steps slow and labored. His skin was cold to the touch, his face pale and drawn, but there was still life in his eyes, still a flicker of determination that kept him going. They reached the edge of the woods just as another screech echoed from the cabin behind them. Julia's heart leapt into her throat, and she glanced back, her blood running cold. The Wendigo had broken free. It burst from the cabin in a blur of motion, its gaunt form twisting and contorting as it darted into the snow-covered clearing. Its glowing eyes locked onto them, and Julia felt the full weight of its predatory gaze settle on her. "Run!" Jonas shouted from behind them, his voice strained. "Don't look back. Just run." Julia didn't need to be told twice. She tightened her grip on Noah and bolted into the woods, her legs burning with the effort as she pushed herself forward. The trees closed in around them, the shadows deepening as they fled deeper into the forest, the sound of the Wendigo's screeching echoing behind them like a death knell. Noah stumbled beside her, his breathing ragged, but he kept moving, his hand gripping hers tightly as they ran. The forest blurred around them, the wind whipping through the trees, and Julia's mind raced with fear and desperation. They couldn't outrun it. Not for long. But they had to try. The Wendigo's screech pierced the air again, closer this time, and Julia's heart skipped a beat. It was gaining on them. She could feel it, could sense the cold, malevolent energy that radiated from the creature, pressing in on them like a vice. "We can't stop," she gasped, her voice shaking with terror. "Keep going." Noah nodded weakly, but Julia could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the way his body trembled with each step. He was fading, and she didn't know how much longer he could hold on. The Wendigo's screech grew louder, the sound filling the air around them, and Julia knew they were running out of time. They needed a plan, a way to slow it down, anything to give them a fighting chance. And then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A small cave, half hidden by the thick undergrowth, just a few feet ahead. It wasn't much, but it was something. It would give them cover, at least for a little while. "Noah, over there," she shouted, pointing toward the cave. Noah's eyes flicked toward the cave, and he nodded weakly, his steps faltering as they stumbled toward it. Julia could hear the Wendigo behind them, its footsteps heavy and fast, but she didn't dare look back. She focused on the cave, on getting Noah inside, on surviving. They reached the mouth of the cave just as another screech echoed through the trees, louder and more menacing than before. Julia's heart was pounding in her chest, her body trembling with the effort of keeping Noah upright as they stumbled inside the dark, narrow entrance. The cave wasn't deep, barely more than a hollow in the hillside, but it was enough to give them a moment to catch their breath and hide from the creature that was hunting them. Inside, the air was damp and cold, and the walls of the cave were slick with moisture. Julia pressed Noah against the back of the cave, his weight sagging heavily onto her as he collapsed against the rough stone wall. His breaths came in shallow, ragged gasps, his face pale and drawn with exhaustion. We have to keep going," Noah rasped, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes were half closed, his body trembling from head to toe, but still he tried to push himself upright. "It's coming." Julia shook her head, gently but firmly pushing him back down. "No, you need to rest. Just for a minute." Her own voice was shaking with exhaustion and fear, but she tried to keep it steady for him. "We can't keep running if you don't have any strength left." Noah's eyes fluttered, and for a moment Julia thought he might argue, but he slumped back against the wall, too weak to resist. She brushed her hand against his cold, clammy cheek, her heart aching at the sight of him. She could see how much the Wendigo had already taken from him, his strength, his spirit, and the thought that it might take him completely terrified her. She glanced back toward the cave's entrance, the dark mouth barely visible in the shadows. The Wendigo was still out there, somewhere in the trees hunting them. She could hear its screeches growing louder, closer, and her stomach twisted with dread. It was coming for them, and she didn't know how long the cave would keep them hidden. "Jonas," she whispered to herself, her heart aching with the realization that they had left him behind. She didn't know if he had made it out of the cabin, didn't know if he was still alive, fighting the creature that had nearly killed them all. She had no way of knowing if he was coming for them, or if they were completely on their own now. A cold gust of wind blew into the cave, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of decay. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she pressed herself against the stone wall, her eyes locked on the cave entrance. The wind seemed to swirl and twist unnaturally, and through the faint light filtering in from outside she saw movement. The Wendigo. Its gaunt skeletal form moved swiftly through the trees, its glowing eyes scanning the darkness with predatory precision. The creature's limbs were long and thin, its joints bending in ways that made Julia's skin crawl. It stopped for a moment, its head tilting as though it had caught their scent, and then it let out another low, guttural growl. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she pressed herself closer to Noah, trying to keep as still and silent as possible. Her mind raced with fear, her thoughts a blur of panic and desperation. They were trapped, with nowhere to run, and the Wendigo was closing in on them. Noah stirred beside her, his hand reaching for hers, and she could feel the trembling in his fingers. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "This is my fault." Julia's heart ached at his words, but she didn't have time to respond. The Wendigo moved again, its skeletal limbs bending and twisting as it stepped closer to the cave entrance. Its glowing eyes locked onto the dark mouth of the cave, and for a moment Julia thought it had spotted them. Her breath hitched in her throat as she pressed herself even closer to Noah, her entire body trembling with fear. The creature stepped closer, its bony fingers reaching out as though it could feel their presence just beyond the shadows. Its eyes gleamed with a malevolent hunger, and Julia knew that if it found them there would be no escape. She could hear its low growl echoing in the cave, the sound vibrating through her bones and making her skin crawl. And then, just as the Wendigo was about to step inside, it paused. Julia held her breath, her heart racing as she watched the creature tilt its head, as though listening for something in the distance. Its glowing eyes flicked away from the cave entrance, and its thin, twisted body tensed, ready to spring. For a brief moment it stood still, as though considering its next move. Then, without warning, the Wendigo let out another ear-piercing screech, and bolted back into the forest, its gaunt form disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. Julia exhaled, her body sagging with relief as the tension in the air seemed to lift slightly. But the relief was short-lived. The Wendigo wasn't gone. It had simply been called away, and she knew it would be back. It was only a matter of time. "We can't stay here," she whispered, her voice trembling as she turned to Noah. He was still slumped against the cave wall, his eyes half closed and his face pale, but he managed to nod weakly. "I know," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "But where do we go?" Julia didn't have an answer. The Wendigo had them trapped, and the forest was a labyrinth of shadows and danger. But they couldn't stay here, waiting to be found. They had to keep moving, no matter how exhausted or afraid they were. She helped Noah to his feet, supporting his weight as they stumbled out of the cave and into the freezing night air. The wind howled through the trees, and the sky above was dark and unforgiving, the stars barely visible through the swirling clouds. The forest stretched out around them, cold and vast, and Julia felt a deep sense of isolation settle over her. They were alone now. Truly alone. As they made their way back into the forest, Julia kept her eyes on the shadows, her heart racing with every sound, every movement that might signal the Wendigo's return. Noah leaned heavily on her, his breaths coming in short, ragged gasps as they stumbled through the snow. He was fading fast, his body weak from exhaustion and the Wendigo's relentless influence. "Hold on," she whispered to him, her voice shaking with emotion. "Just hold on. We're going to make it." But even as she said the words, Julia felt the weight of doubt pressing down on her. They were running out of time, and she didn't know how much longer they could survive this. The Wendigo was still hunting them, and it wouldn't stop until it had claimed what it wanted. The trees closed in around them, the shadows growing thicker as they moved deeper into the forest. The wind whipped through the branches, carrying with it the faint echoes of the Wendigo's screeches, and Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she pressed forward, determined to keep Noah safe. But with every step she knew the truth. They couldn't run forever. They would have to face the Wendigo. One last time. And Julia wasn't sure if they would survive. As they continued through the forest, the cold bit deeper into Julia's skin, the wind howling like a mournful ghost through the trees. The night seemed endless, each minute dragging on with the weight of 1,000 heartbeats, and with each step her fear grew heavier. Noah leaned on her more and more, his strength fading as they pushed further into the wilderness. His breaths were shallow, each one a struggle, and Julia knew that his connection to the Wendigo was draining him, consuming him from the inside. But still they couldn't stop. The screeches of the Wendigo echoed faintly in the distance, but Julia knew it was still hunting them. It was always there, lurking just beyond the edge of the darkness, waiting for them to falter. She couldn't let it catch them, not now. Not when they had made it this far. "Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Can you keep going?" Noah didn't respond at first. His head hung low, his body trembling with exhaustion, but after a long moment he nodded weakly. I can," he muttered, though the words sounded hollow, like a man on the verge of collapse. "We have to keep moving." Julia's heart ached for him. She could see the toll the Wendigo's influence had taken on him, the way his skin had grown pale and thin, the hollows beneath his eyes deepening with every step they took. He was fighting a battle inside himself, one that she couldn't help him with, and it was killing him slowly. But she couldn't lose him. Not like this. "We'll find somewhere safe," she whispered, though she wasn't sure she believed it. "We just have to keep moving a little longer." The forest was a labyrinth of shadows and gnarled trees, each one twisting and warping in the faint light of the moon. The branches above them seemed to reach out like skeletal arms, their blackened limbs swaying in the wind as if they were alive, watching their every move. The snow crunched beneath their boots, but every sound seemed muffled, distant, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. They had been walking for what felt like hours when Julia saw it, a faint glimmer of light in the distance, barely visible through the thick underbrush. She squinted, her heart racing as she realized what it was, another cabin. Her breath hitched in her throat. It was small, barely more than a silhouette in the darkness, but it was shelter. It was something. And right now they needed something, anything, to buy them more time. "Noah, look," she whispered, pointing toward the faint glow of light. "There's a cabin up ahead." Noah lifted his head, his eyes glassy as he stared at the distant cabin. "I see it," he muttered, his voice faint. "Let's go." With renewed urgency, Julia pulled him forward, her legs trembling as she pushed through the underbrush, her eyes fixed on the cabin ahead. The wind whipped around them, the branches scraping against her skin, but she didn't care. All that mattered was getting Noah inside, getting them both somewhere safe, even if it was just for a little while. The closer they got to the cabin, the more Julia could see of it. It was old, its wooden walls weathered and worn, and the light inside flickered faintly, as though the fire that had been built was dying out. But it was enough. It had to be. They reached the door, and Julia wasted no time. She shoved it open, pulling Noah inside before slamming the door shut behind them. The air inside was musty and cold, but the small fire in the hearth cast a dim, flickering light across the room. The cabin was even smaller than it had looked from the outside, just a single room with a wooden table and chairs, a tattered old rug on the floor, and a bed pushed against the far wall. Julia helped Noah over to the bed, easing him down onto the worn mattress as gently as she could. His body sagged with exhaustion, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he collapsed onto the bed, his eyes half closed. "We're safe," Julia whispered, though the words felt empty. "We're safe for now." Noah didn't respond. His eyes were glazed, staring up at the ceiling as though he was somewhere far away, lost in a place Julia couldn't reach. She could see the strain in his face, the way his hands trembled at his sides, and her heart broke for him. He was slipping further and further away, and she didn't know how to stop it. The Wendigo's influence was too strong. It had its claws in him, and it wasn't letting go. Julia knelt beside him, her hands trembling as she brushed the damp hair from his forehead. "I'm not going to let you go," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I'm not going to lose you to that thing." Noah blinked slowly, his gaze flicking toward her for a brief moment. His lips parted, as though he wanted to say something, but no words came out. He was too weak, too far gone. Tears welled in Julia's eyes, but she fought them back, refusing to let her fear overwhelm her. She had to stay strong for him, for both of them. She couldn't let the Wendigo take him, not after everything they had been through. But even as she sat there, watching over Noah, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The Wendigo was still out there, still hunting them, and it wouldn't stop until it had what it wanted. And she didn't know how much longer they could hold it off. Outside, the wind howled louder, rattling the windows and shaking the walls of the small cabin. The fire in the hearth flickered weakly, casting long, twisted shadows across the room, and Julia shivered as the cold air seeped in through the cracks in the walls. She could feel the Wendigo's presence growing stronger, pressing in on them from all sides, and her stomach twisted with dread. It was coming. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the cabin as something slammed against the door. Julia's heart leapt into her throat, and she scrambled to her feet, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The door rattled again, as though something was trying to force its way inside, and the sound sent a wave of terror through her. The Wendigo had found them. "Noah," she cried, rushing over to the bed and shaking him. "We have to move. It's here." But Noah didn't respond. He was barely conscious, his eyes half closed as he lay motionless on the bed. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she shook him harder, her panic rising with every passing second. "Noah, please," she begged, her voice trembling with fear. "You have to wake up. We have to go." Another bang rattled the door, and Julia spun around, her breath catching in her throat as she saw the wood splintering beneath the force of the blows. The Wendigo was outside, trying to break through, and it was only a matter of time before the door gave way. Desperation surged through her, and Julia grabbed Noah's arm, trying to pull him to his feet. But he was too heavy, too weak, and her own exhaustion made it impossible to lift him. "I can't do this alone," she whispered, her voice breaking as tears filled her eyes. "Please, Noah. I need you." But Noah didn't move. With a loud crack, the door finally gave way, the wood splintering as the Wendigo forced its way inside. The creature's gaunt, twisted form loomed in the doorway, its glowing eyes fixed on them with a predatory hunger. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the Wendigo, her body frozen with fear. The creature's limbs twisted unnaturally as it stepped into the cabin, its jagged teeth gleaming in the flickering firelight. It was over. There was no escape. The Wendigo had them trapped, and there was nowhere left to run. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as the Wendigo moved closer, its hollow eyes locked onto her. The room seemed to close in around her, the shadows twisting and warping as the creature approached, its long bony fingers reaching out toward her. But then, from behind her, she heard a soft whisper. "Julia." She turned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she saw Noah sitting up in the bed, his face pale but determined. His hand was outstretched, reaching for hers, and his eyes, though still filled with fear, held a spark of something she hadn't seen in days. "Hope." "Get up," Noah whispered, his voice weak but steady. "We can't give up." Julia's heart surged with emotion, and she grabbed his hand, pulling him to his feet. He was weak, his body trembling with the effort, but he was standing. He was fighting. The Wendigo screeched, its twisted body jerking violently as it lunged toward them, but Julia and Noah moved together, stumbling toward the door. The fire in the hearth flared suddenly, the smoke thickening as it billowed out toward the creature, and the Wendigo hesitated, its glowing eyes narrowing as it recoiled from the flames. "Now!" Julia shouted, pulling Noah toward the open door. They stumbled out into the cold night air, the wind whipping around them as they ran, their hearts pounding in unison. The Wendigo screeched behind them, its guttural, otherworldly howl echoing through the dark forest, sending chills down Julia's spine. Every instinct in her body screamed for her to keep running, to flee as fast as she could, but Noah was faltering beside her. His legs were trembling, barely able to carry him as they staggered forward, and his breath came in shallow, labored gasps. Julia's mind raced with desperation. How could they outrun this thing when Noah could barely stand? The trees loomed ahead, a dark and twisted maze, and Julia knew their only chance was to lose the Wendigo in the dense undergrowth. She pulled Noah with all the strength she had left, urging him to keep moving, but his feet were dragging in the snow, his body betraying him. "We can't stop now," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Noah, please, just a little further." Noah's face was ashen, his eyes unfocused as he struggled to keep up. He nodded weakly, his hand gripping hers like a lifeline, but Julia could see that he was fading. The Wendigo's hold on him was stronger than ever, draining him, pulling him further into its grasp. The forest was alive with the sound of the Wendigo's pursuit. Branches snapped and rustled as the creature moved through the trees, its gaunt figure darting between the shadows with unnatural speed. Julia could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on them, like a predator closing in on its prey. "Noah, we have to hide," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We can't outrun it, but maybe we can lose it in the trees." Noah nodded again, though he was barely able to lift his head. His legs buckled beneath him, and Julia had to catch him before he collapsed into the snow. She held him tightly, her heart pounding as she scanned the forest for any sign of shelter, any place where they might be able to evade the creature, even if only for a little while. Her eyes fell on a thicket of dense, tangled underbrush just a few feet ahead. It was dark and overgrown, but it might be enough to give them cover. Without another word, she half dragged, half carried Noah toward it, her body trembling with the effort. The Wendigo's screeches grew louder behind them, but Julia didn't dare look back. All she could do was push forward, her heart racing with fear and desperation. They reached the thicket, and Julia ducked inside, pulling Noah down with her as they crawled through the thick branches. The underbrush was dense, the twisted limbs scraping against her skin and snagging on her clothes, but she didn't care. They needed to hide. They needed to disappear. "Stay low," Julia whispered, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "Don't move. Just stay still." Noah collapsed beside her, his body trembling with exhaustion. His eyes were half closed, and Julia could see the strain etched into every line of his face. He was barely holding on, but he nodded, his hand still gripping hers tightly. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the faint echoes of the Wendigo's screeches. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she crouched low in the underbrush, her breath shallow and silent. She could hear the creature moving through the forest, its gaunt limbs rustling through the branches as it searched for them. Every sound, every rustle of leaves sent a wave of terror through her, but she forced herself to stay still, to stay hidden. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The Wendigo's presence loomed over them, suffocating and oppressive, but it hadn't found them yet. Julia could hear it moving through the trees, its guttural growls echoing through the night, but it hadn't come close. Not yet. She glanced at Noah, her heart aching at the sight of him. His eyes were closed now, his face pale and drawn, and his breathing was shallow and uneven. She could feel his body trembling against hers, the Wendigo's influence still gnawing at him from the inside. He was slipping away, and Julia didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched him, her mind racing with fear and helplessness. How had it come to this? How had they ended up here, hunted by a creature straight out of a nightmare, with no way to fight back? Julia had always been the one to believe in Noah's vision, in the importance of his documentary, but now she would give anything to turn back time, to leave Red Oak before any of this had happened. But it was too late. They were trapped, and the Wendigo wasn't going to stop until it had Noah. The rustling of branches grew louder, and Julia's heart skipped a beat. She held her breath, her body tense and rigid as the Wendigo moved closer. She could hear it now, just beyond the thicket, its growls low and menacing as it stalked through the trees. Her entire body trembled with fear, her mind screaming at her to run, but she couldn't. They had to stay hidden. They had to stay quiet. The Wendigo's growl echoed again, louder this time, and Julia could see its gaunt, twisted figure moving through the trees just a few feet away. Its glowing eyes scanned the forest, its long bony fingers brushing against the branches as it searched for them. The creature's body moved with an unnatural grace, its limbs bending and twisting in ways that made Julia's stomach churn. She watched, frozen, as it stalked closer, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. It was only a matter of time before it found them. Julia's breath hitched in her throat as the Wendigo moved even closer, its skeletal form looming over the thicket. The air grew colder, the wind biting at her skin, and she could feel the weight of the creature's presence pressing down on her, suffocating her. It was right there, just beyond the tangled branches, and Julia knew that if it saw them, there would be no escape. Her heart pounded in her chest as she squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to disappear, to vanish into the shadows. She could feel Noah's hand still clutched in hers, his grip weak but steady, and she held onto him as tightly as she could. They were in this together, and whatever happened next, she wasn't going to let go. The Wendigo let out a low, guttural growl, and Julia's blood ran cold. It was so close now, its glowing eyes scanning the underbrush, its twisted limbs reaching out toward them. She could feel its hunger, its desire to claim Noah, and the sheer malevolence radiating from it was enough to freeze her to the core. Just when she thought it was over, when she was sure the Wendigo would find them, something changed. The wind shifted. It was subtle at first, just a faint breeze that swept through the forest, rustling the leaves and stirring the branches. But then it grew stronger, more insistent, and the air around them seemed to hum with energy. Julia opened her eyes, her breath catching in her throat as she felt the atmosphere change. The Wendigo hesitated. Its glowing eyes flickered, and it tilted its head, as though listening to something just beyond their hearing. The wind swirled around them, growing colder, sharper, and for a moment Julia thought she saw a flash of light, a distant faint glow deep within the forest. The Wendigo let out a low hiss, its body tensing as it backed away from the thicket. Julia's heart raced as she watched the creature retreat, its glowing eyes narrowing in frustration as it moved further into the trees. It was being drawn away, distracted by something else, and though she didn't understand what was happening, she knew this was their chance. "Noah," she whispered urgently, shaking his arm. "We have to move. Now." Noah stirred weakly, his eyes fluttering open as he struggled to sit up. He was pale, his body trembling with exhaustion, but there was a flicker of awareness in his gaze. He nodded slowly, his voice barely audible as he whispered, "Okay." With a surge of adrenaline, Julia pulled him to his feet, supporting his weight as they crawled out of the thicket and back into the open forest. The wind was still swirling around them, and the Wendigo's presence had faded slightly, though she could still feel it lurking just beyond the trees. Whatever had distracted it wouldn't last long. They had to move fast. "Come on," Julia whispered, her heart pounding as she helped Noah forward. "We have to get out of here before it comes back." Noah nodded weakly, his steps unsteady but determined. Together, they pushed deeper into the forest, the wind at their backs and the Wendigo's growls growing fainter behind them. For the first time since the nightmare had begun, Julia felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, they had a chance. The forest stretched out before them, a labyrinth of shadows and twisted branches, the snow-covered ground reflecting what little moonlight filtered through the clouds above. Julia and Noah moved as fast as they could, though Noah's strength was waning with every step. His body trembled against her, his breath shallow and labored, and Julia could feel the weight of his exhaustion pulling him down. But they had to keep going. They had no choice. The Wendigo's presence had receded, but Julia knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The creature was still out there, stalking them, hunting them, and it would return as soon as whatever had distracted it faded. She didn't know how much time they had, but every second counted. "Just a little further," Julia whispered, her voice tight with urgency as she tightened her grip around Noah's waist. "We need to find somewhere we can hide." Noah nodded weakly, his body leaning heavily on her for support. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "I'm slowing us down." Julia shook her head, her heart aching at the sight of him struggling to stay upright. "You're not," she said firmly, though her own exhaustion was starting to catch up to her. "We're in this together. Just hold on a little longer, okay?" Noah's gaze flickered toward her, and she could see the pain and fear in his eyes, but he nodded, his grip tightening on her arm as they pushed forward. The forest was eerily quiet now, the wind that had swept through moments ago having died down, leaving only the soft crunch of snow beneath their boots. The darkness pressed in on them, and Julia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They stumbled through the trees, the cold air biting at their skin, and Julia's mind raced with desperation. They needed to find shelter, somewhere to rest, to hide from the Wendigo. But the forest seemed endless, stretching out before them with no sign of safety in sight. Her thoughts drifted back to Jonas, and a pang of guilt hit her. They had left him behind, and she didn't know if he had made it out of the cabin alive. The image of the Wendigo tearing through the door, its skeletal form lunging for them, flashed in her mind, and she shuddered. Jonas had risked everything to protect them, and now they were alone. The minutes dragged on, each one filled with the heavy silence of the forest, broken only by their labored breathing and the occasional rustle of branches in the distance. Julia's legs burned with exhaustion, her body trembling from the cold, but she forced herself to keep going. They had to find shelter, or they wouldn't survive the night. Then, through the darkness, Julia saw something, a small, dilapidated structure barely visible between the trees. It looked like an old abandoned shed, the wood rotting and the roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect, but it was something. It was shelter. "Noah," Julia whispered urgently, pointing toward the structure. "Look over there." Noah lifted his head, his eyes clouded with exhaustion, but he nodded weakly. "Let's go," he muttered, his voice hoarse. They staggered toward the shed, their steps uneven and slow, but the promise of shelter spurred them on. The building was old, the wood weathered and splintered, but the door was intact, hanging slightly ajar. Julia pushed it open with her shoulder, the hinges creaking loudly in the stillness, and they slipped inside. The shed was small and cramped, with only a few rusted tools scattered across the floor and a broken workbench pushed against one wall. The air was cold and musty, but at least it was dry, and it offered some protection from the wind. Julia helped Noah to the ground, easing him down onto the floor as gently as she could, though her own body trembled with exhaustion. "Rest," she whispered, brushing a hand over his damp forehead. "Just rest for a minute." Noah's eyes fluttered closed, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. He was barely conscious now, his body limp and weak, and Julia could see the strain etched into every line of his face. The Wendigo's influence was still clinging to him, draining him with every passing second, and she didn't know how much longer he could fight it. Julia slumped down beside him, her back pressed against the cold wooden wall as she tried to catch her breath. Her heart was pounding, her mind racing with fear and exhaustion, but she couldn't let herself rest. Not yet. She had to stay alert, had to keep watch, because the Wendigo would come for them soon. It always did. Outside, the wind had started to pick up again, rattling the door on its rusted hinges. The forest beyond the shed was dark and still, but Julia could feel the oppressive weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing down on her. It was out there somewhere, waiting for them to let their guard down. And then, through the silence, Julia heard it. A faint sound at first, barely more than a whisper carried on the wind, but it was there. A low guttural growl, deep and menacing, echoing through the trees. Julia's breath hitched in her throat, her body tensing as she pressed herself closer to Noah. The Wendigo was coming. She could feel it now, the cold, malevolent energy that radiated from the creature, growing stronger with every passing second. It was getting closer, its presence suffocating and oppressive, like a predator stalking its prey. The shed's flimsy walls wouldn't hold it off for long, and Julia's stomach twisted with dread. She had to think of something, anything, to protect them. But what? They had nothing left. The herbs Jonas had given them were gone, the fire long since extinguished, and Noah was too weak to fight. Julia's mind raced, her thoughts a blur of fear and desperation. She couldn't let the Wendigo take Noah. She wouldn't. Her eyes darted around the small shed, searching for anything that might help, but there was nothing, only rusted tools and rotting wood. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest as the Wendigo's growls grew louder, closer. It was almost here. Then a thought struck her. The workbench. Julia scrambled to her feet, her body trembling as she rushed to the old broken workbench. It was heavy, its legs warped from years of neglect, but it was sturdy enough. If she could block the door, maybe, just maybe, it would buy them a little more time. She grabbed the edge of the workbench, her muscles straining as she pushed it toward the door. The wood groaned under the weight, and for a moment she thought it might collapse, but it held. She shoved it in front of the door, bracing it against the frame as best she could. The Wendigo's growls were right outside now, and Julia's breath caught in her throat as she backed away from the door, her heart racing with fear. The creature's presence pressed in on her, cold and suffocating, and she knew it wouldn't be long before it tried to break through. "Noah," she whispered urgently, kneeling beside him again. "We're going to get through this. Just hold on." Noah stirred, his eyes barely open, and he nodded weakly, though his face was pale and gaunt. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice hoarse and broken. "I tried to fight it, but I can't." Julia's heart twisted painfully in her chest. She could see the toll the Wendigo had taken on him, the way it had drained him, consumed him, and she hated it. Hated that there was nothing she could do to stop it. But she wasn't going to give up. Not yet. She pressed a kiss to Noah's forehead, her lips trembling as she whispered, "I love you. And I'm not going to let that thing take you." Noah's eyes flickered with a faint spark of emotion, but he was too weak to respond. He slumped back against the wall, his breathing shallow, and Julia's heart ached at the sight of him. She wanted to fight for him, to protect him, but she didn't know how. Not anymore. The door rattled violently, and Julia jumped, her body tense as she turned toward the sound. The Wendigo was outside, its skeletal form visible through the cracks in the wood, its glowing eyes locked onto them. It screeched, a bone-chilling sound that sent a wave of terror through Julia, and the door shook again, harder this time. The workbench wouldn't hold for long. Julia's mind raced, her thoughts frantic as she searched for a way out. The Wendigo was too strong, too relentless, and she didn't have the strength to fight it off. But she couldn't let it take Noah. She couldn't. Then something strange happened. The air around them seemed to shift, growing colder, sharper, and Julia felt a sudden, inexplicable energy surge through the room. The Wendigo screeched again, louder this time, but there was something different about it, something almost afraid. Julia's breath hitched in her throat as she looked around the small shed, her heart pounding. What was happening? The wind outside howled, and the walls of the shed creaked under the pressure, but the Wendigo hesitated. Its glowing eyes flickered, and for the first time Julia saw something like hesitation in the creature's movements. And then the Wendigo screeched, louder and more frantic than before, and its gaunt form recoiled from the door as if struck by an invisible force. Julia's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding as she stared in disbelief. The air inside the shed had changed. It was thick with a cold, biting energy that seemed to radiate from the very ground beneath them. It wasn't just the wind anymore. Something else was happening. The Wendigo, which had been so relentless in its pursuit, now seemed hesitant, almost uncertain. Its glowing eyes flickered again, and Julia could see the creature's gaunt form tremble as it backed away from the door, its long bony fingers grasping at the air as if it were trying to fight against whatever force had suddenly appeared. Julia's mind raced, struggling to understand what was happening. She looked down at Noah, still slumped against the wall, his face pale and drawn. His eyes were half closed and his breathing was shallow, but there was something different about him too. He wasn't trembling with fear or pain anymore. Instead, there was a strange calmness about him, as if the same force that was affecting the Wendigo was also protecting him. "Noah," Julia whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "Noah, can you hear me?" Noah stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering as if he was trying to wake from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes just a fraction, and for a moment Julia thought she saw a faint glow in his gaze, something warm and comforting, a stark contrast to the cold, predatory light of the Wendigo's eyes. The door rattled again, but this time it wasn't the force of the Wendigo trying to break through. It was as if the wind itself was pushing against the door, keeping the creature at bay. The Wendigo let out another screech, its twisted body jerking violently as it stumbled backward, away from the shed. The wind grew stronger, swirling around the shed in a furious storm, and Julia could feel the pressure in the air building, almost like a protective barrier had formed around them. The Wendigo shrieked in frustration, its glowing eyes narrowing as it struggled against the invisible force. Its gaunt limbs twisted and contorted as it tried to approach the shed again, but it was no use. The creature couldn't get through. Julia's heart raced, her mind spinning with disbelief. How was this happening? What was keeping the Wendigo at bay? She looked around the small, dimly lit shed, searching for some explanation, but there was nothing, just the broken tools, the rotting wood, and the faint glow of the dying firelight. Yet something was protecting them. Noah stirred again, this time more visibly. His breathing had grown steadier, his body relaxing slightly as he regained some awareness of his surroundings. His eyes fluttered open, and when he looked up at Julia, there was a clarity there that hadn't been present before. "Julia," he whispered, his voice hoarse but stronger than it had been. What's happening?" Julia knelt beside him, her hand trembling as she brushed the hair from his forehead. "I don't know," she whispered, her voice shaking. "But I think something's keeping it away." Noah's brow furrowed in confusion, but before he could respond, another screech echoed from outside. The Wendigo was still there, pacing in the snow just beyond the door, its skeletal form barely visible through the cracks in the wood. It growled low and menacing, but it didn't move closer. The creature was afraid, Julia could sense it. The wind continued to swirl around them, howling like a protective barrier, and Julia could feel its cold energy buzzing through her skin. She didn't understand what was happening, but she knew they had been given a chance, one final moment of safety before the Wendigo found a way to break through. "We need to move," Julia said, her voice trembling as she helped Noah to his feet. "I don't know how long this will last, but we need to get out of here while we still can." Noah nodded weakly, though his legs trembled beneath him. He was still pale, still weakened by the Wendigo's influence, but there was a renewed strength in his eyes, a determination that hadn't been there before. He wasn't going to give up. Not now. With Julia's help, Noah stood, leaning heavily on her as they made their way to the back of the shed. The wind continued to howl outside, and the Wendigo screeched in frustration, its gaunt form lurching back and forth as it tried to find a way in. But the force that was protecting them held strong, keeping the creature at bay. Julia pushed open the small window at the back of the shed, wincing as the cold air rushed in. The opening was narrow, barely large enough for them to fit through, but it was their only chance. She glanced back at the door, her heart pounding as the Wendigo's screeches grew louder, more desperate. "We have to go now," she whispered, her voice shaking as she helped Noah toward the window. "I'll go first, then I'll pull you through." Noah nodded, his face pale but determined. He gripped the edge of the window frame, his hands trembling as he prepared to climb through. Julia glanced at him one last time, her heart aching with fear and uncertainty. She didn't know if they would make it, but they had no choice. They had to try. She climbed through the window, the cold air biting at her skin as she dropped down into the snow outside. The wind whipped around her, stinging her face, but she didn't care. They were outside, they were free. For now. "Come on, Noah," Julia called, reaching up to help him through the window. Noah struggled to climb through, his body weak and trembling, but with Julia's help he managed to pull himself out of the shed. He collapsed into the snow beside her, gasping for breath, his face pale and drawn. Julia knelt beside him, her heart racing as she glanced back at the shed. The Wendigo was still inside, pacing and screeching, its gaunt form barely visible through the cracks in the wood. But they were out. They had made it. For a brief moment, Julia allowed herself to hope. Maybe, just maybe, they had escaped. But then a terrible screech echoed through the night, louder and more violent than before. The Wendigo had realized they were gone. Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she helped Noah to his feet, her body trembling with fear. "We have to go," she whispered, her voice urgent. "We can't stop now." Noah nodded weakly, leaning heavily on her as they stumbled forward into the darkness. The wind howled around them, and the Wendigo's screeches echoed in the distance, but they didn't look back. They couldn't. With every step the forest seemed to grow darker, more oppressive, the trees closing in around them like towering sentinels. The cold gnawed at Julia's skin, but she barely felt it. All she could think about was getting Noah to safety, getting both of them as far away from the Wendigo as possible. But deep down, she knew it wasn't over. The Wendigo wasn't going to stop. It would follow them, hunt them, until it got what it wanted. And Julia didn't know if they could outrun it forever. The cold pressed against Julia's skin like icy fingers as they moved through the thickening trees. The wind had lessened but still whistled through the darkened branches, and the crunch of snow beneath their boots echoed through the stillness of the night. Noah's weight leaned heavily on her, his steps faltering with each passing moment, and Julia could feel his exhaustion growing with every shaky breath he took. She didn't dare look back. She knew the Wendigo was still behind them, and the temporary protection they'd had in the shed wouldn't hold forever. "We have to rest," Noah rasped, his voice barely audible. His legs buckled beneath him, and Julia had to stop, gripping his arm tightly to keep him from collapsing completely. His body was trembling violently now, the feverish cold that had taken hold of him making every step agonizing. "We can't stop yet," Julia whispered, her voice filled with desperation. Her breath came out in frosty puffs, and she could barely feel her fingers from the cold, but stopping now felt like giving in to the inevitability of the Wendigo's relentless hunt. "Just a little further, Noah. We have to keep moving." Noah shook his head, his lips turning pale and his breath hitching as he sagged against her. "I can't." "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice breaking with fatigue. "It's inside me, Julia. I can feel it, pulling me down." A lump rose in Julia's throat as she heard the brokenness in his voice. She tightened her grip around him, pulling him closer. "You're stronger than it," she whispered fiercely. "We're going to get out of here. You're not alone." Noah's eyes fluttered closed for a moment, his breathing uneven. Julia's heart ached as she watched him fight against the growing darkness inside of him, knowing that he was right. The Wendigo's influence was tearing him apart, feeding on his fear, his desperation. But she wasn't going to let it take him. Not while she was still here. The forest around them grew darker, the twisted limbs of the trees casting long, eerie shadows in the dim light of the moon. Julia's breaths came faster, more panicked as she scanned their surroundings, searching for any sign of shelter, any place where they might be able to rest and regroup. But the forest was vast, and the weight of the Wendigo's presence was pressing down on her like a vice. Suddenly, the wind picked up again, swirling through the trees with a sharp biting edge. Julia froze, her heart skipping a beat as she heard it, faint at first but unmistakable. The Wendigo's screech. It was distant, but growing closer with every passing second. The sound reverberated through the trees, sending a wave of terror through Julia's body. She could feel the creature's presence closing in on them, and her stomach twisted with fear. There was no more time. They had to move, even if Noah could barely stand. "Noah, please," Julia whispered, pulling him up with all the strength she had left. "You have to get up. It's coming." Noah's eyes fluttered open, glazed with exhaustion, but there was a flicker of awareness there. He groaned, his body trembling as he forced himself to his feet, leaning heavily on Julia for support. Together, they stumbled forward, their steps slow and uneven as they pushed deeper into the forest. The Wendigo's screeches grew louder, more frantic, echoing through the trees like a predator closing in on its prey. Julia's heart raced, her mind screaming at her to run, to move faster, but Noah was barely holding on. His body was limp, his movements sluggish, and Julia could feel his strength slipping away with every step they took. She scanned the forest desperately, searching for anything that might give them a chance, somewhere to hide, a place to regroup, but there was nothing. Only the dark, endless expanse of trees stretching out before them, and the suffocating weight of the Wendigo's presence pressing in from behind. The wind howled through the trees, and Julia could feel the icy sting of snowflakes against her skin as the storm grew stronger. The Wendigo's growls were closer now, almost deafening, and Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she glanced over her shoulder. The Wendigo was there, its gaunt skeletal form moving through the trees with unnatural speed. Its glowing eyes were fixed on them, its twisted limbs bending and contorting as it darted between the branches. It was close, too close, and Julia knew they wouldn't be able to outrun it much longer. Her mind raced, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps as she tried to think of something, anything that could save them. But there was nothing. No escape. No hope. Just the Wendigo. And then, just as Julia thought it was over, she saw it. Through the swirling snow, barely visible between the trees, there was a faint glow, a flicker of light in the distance. It was small, almost indistinguishable from the shadows, but it was there. Hope. Noah, Julia gasped, her voice filled with urgency. Look. There's something up ahead. We can make it. Noah's eyes flickered toward the light, but he didn't respond. His body sagged against hers, his legs barely able to hold him up, but Julia wasn't going to let him fall. She tightened her grip around him, her heart racing as she pulled him forward with every ounce of strength she had left. The light grew brighter as they moved closer, and Julia could see it now, another cabin nestled among the trees. It was small, barely more than a shack, but it was lit from within, the warm glow of a fire flickering through the frosted windows. They had a chance. With renewed determination, Julia pushed forward, dragging Noah with her as they stumbled toward the cabin. The Wendigo's screeches echoed behind them, louder and more desperate, but Julia didn't look back. She focused on the cabin, on the warm light that promised safety, and the hope that maybe, just maybe, they could make it. They reached the door just as the Wendigo's growls echoed through the trees, and Julia's hands trembled as she fumbled with the latch. The door creaked open, and she shoved Noah inside, her heart pounding in her chest as she slammed it shut behind them. Inside, the air was warm, the glow of the fire casting flickering shadows across the small room. It was sparsely furnished, just a table, a few chairs and a bed pushed against the wall, but it was shelter. It was safety. For now. Julia helped Noah to the bed, easing him down onto the worn mattress as gently as she could. His eyes were closed, his breath shallow and uneven, but he was alive. They were both alive. She slumped down beside him, her body trembling with exhaustion as she tried to catch her breath. The Wendigo was still out there, but they had a moment, a small window of time where they could regroup, rest and prepare for whatever came next. Julia glanced at the door, her heart still pounding with fear, but the cabin felt different. There was a sense of calm here, a feeling of protection that she hadn't felt since they had first entered the forest. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the warmth of the room seemed to push back against the cold, oppressive weight of the Wendigo's presence. For the first time since their nightmare had begun, Julia felt a glimmer of hope. They weren't alone. Julia sat beside Noah, her body trembling as the warmth of the fire seeped into her frozen limbs. For the first time in what felt like hours, she allowed herself a moment of rest. The cabin was quiet except for the soft crackling of the flames and the faint whistle of the wind outside. It was a small, fragile bubble of peace, but Julia couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't last. The Wendigo was still out there, and though it had been repelled for now, she knew it wouldn't stop hunting them. She glanced at Noah, her heart aching as she watched him breathe. His face was pale, the dark circles under his eyes deeper than ever, and his body trembled even as he lay still. He had fought so hard to stay with her, to keep moving, but she could see the toll the Wendigo's influence had taken on him. It was inside him, gnawing at his strength, feeding on his fear, and Julia didn't know how much longer he could hold on. As she sat there watching over him, a wave of exhaustion crashed over her. Her eyes burned with fatigue, and her muscles ached from the endless struggle to stay on her feet. She wanted nothing more than to close her eyes, to let sleep take her, but she couldn't. Not yet. She had to stay awake, had to protect Noah. If the Wendigo came back, they had to be ready. But as the minutes passed, her eyelids grew heavier. The warmth of the fire was lulling her into a dangerous sense of comfort, and her body was begging for rest. She fought it, forcing herself to stay alert, but it was becoming harder and harder to keep her eyes open. Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness, a faint creak, like the groaning of wood under pressure. Julia's heart leapt into her throat, and she sat up straight, her breath catching in her chest. Her eyes darted to the door, her pulse racing, but it remained closed, the latch still securely fastened. Another creak echoed through the cabin, louder this time, and Julia's skin prickled with unease. The sound wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from within the cabin. She stood slowly, her heart pounding as she scanned the room. The firelight flickered, casting long dancing shadows across the walls, and for a moment everything seemed normal. But then she heard it again, a soft, subtle shifting of wood, as though something was moving beneath the floorboards. Julia's breath hitched, her body going rigid with fear. She took a step toward the center of the room, her eyes fixed on the floor as she listened carefully. The sound came again, faint but unmistakable, a low, almost rhythmic thudding like something was knocking from below. Her mind raced. Could it be an animal? Was the cabin built over some kind of underground space? But no, this sound was too deliberate, too measured to be the random movements of a creature. It was as if something was beneath the floor, trying to get out. Julia swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she moved closer to the spot where the sound was loudest. The floorboards beneath her feet creaked softly, and the rhythmic thudding grew more insistent, more urgent. Her heart pounded in her chest, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of her neck as she knelt down, pressing her ear to the floor. The sound was unmistakable now. Something was down there, knocking in a steady rhythm, 3 knocks, a pause, and then 3 more. Julia's blood ran cold as the realization hit her. This wasn't an animal. This was something or someone trapped beneath the cabin. She scrambled back, her heart racing with fear. Her mind screamed at her to get out, to run, but her body was frozen in place. She stared at the floor, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps as the knocking continued, growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. "Noah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Noah, wake up." Noah stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. He looked disoriented, his gaze unfocused as he tried to sit up. What's happening?" he muttered, his voice thick with exhaustion. Julia shook her head, her hands trembling as she grabbed his arm. "There's something under the cabin," she whispered urgently. "I don't know what it is, but it's knocking. Like it's trying to get out." Noah blinked, his brow furrowing in confusion as he listened. For a moment, the room was silent, except for the crackling of the fire, and Julia wondered if she had imagined the sound. But then the knocking came again, 3 deliberate knocks followed by a pause, and then 3 more. Noah's eyes widened and he struggled to sit up, his face pale and drawn. "What the hell?" he whispered, his voice trailing off as he stared at the floor. Julia's heart raced as she backed away from the center of the room, her mind spinning with terror. Whatever was under the cabin, it wasn't natural. It wasn't right. She could feel it in her bones, a deep, primal sense of dread that gnawed at her insides. The Wendigo had been terrifying enough, but this was something different. "We need to get out of here," Julia whispered, her voice barely audible. "Now." Noah nodded weakly, his body trembling as he tried to stand. He was still too weak, his legs shaking beneath him, but Julia wasn't going to let him fall. She wrapped her arm around his waist, supporting him as they staggered toward the door. But before they could reach it, the knocking stopped. Julia froze, her heart pounding in her chest as she listened. The cabin was eerily silent now, the only sound the faint crackle of the dying fire. She glanced at Noah, her pulse racing, but he was just as tense, his eyes wide with fear. And then from beneath the floor came a new sound. A voice. It was faint at first, barely more than a whisper, but it was unmistakable. Someone or something was speaking, their voice low and guttural, the words distorted and incomprehensible. Julia's skin crawled as the voice grew louder, the words coming faster, more urgent, though she still couldn't understand them. Noah's breath hitched beside her, and she could feel the fear radiating off him in waves. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Julia whispered back, her hands shaking as she backed toward the door. "But we need to leave. Now." Just as her fingers touched the latch, the voice stopped. For a moment, everything was still. The air was heavy, the silence oppressive, and Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she waited for anything to happen. Then, with a sudden violent crack, the floor beneath them split open. Julia screamed as the wood splintered, a gaping hole opening up in the center of the room. The air rushed out of the cabin cold and sharp, and from the darkness below something began to rise. It was too dark to see clearly, but Julia could make out the faint twisted silhouette of something crawling out of the hole, its limbs long and thin, its movements jerky and unnatural. The thing's skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were glowing with the same sickly yellow light as the Wendigo's. "Run!" Noah shouted, his voice breaking with terror. Julia didn't need to be told twice. She yanked the door open and dragged Noah outside, her heart racing as they stumbled into the freezing night air. The wind howled around them, and behind her she could hear the splintering of wood, the sound of the creature pulling itself out of the hole and into the cabin. They didn't stop to look back. Julia pulled Noah forward, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps as they ran into the forest, the Wendigo's screeches echoing in the distance. Whatever had been under the cabin, whatever had been knocking, it was free now. And it was coming for them. The cold bit into their skin as they pushed through the snow, the darkness closing in around them. Julia's heart pounded in her chest, her mind racing with fear and confusion. The Wendigo was still out there, but now there was something else, something even more terrifying, stalking them through the woods. And Julia didn't know how much longer they could survive. Jonas' journey. Jonas awoke to the biting cold, the taste of blood lingering on his tongue and a dull ache radiating from his side. For a moment he struggled to grasp where he was. The world around him was a swirling void of darkness and frost, the air thick with the smell of pine and decay. The events of the previous night came rushing back, and panic set in as he recalled the chaos of the cabin, the Wendigo's attack, the terror etched on Noah and Julia's faces as they fled, and the last desperate moments of their confrontation. He tried to push himself up, but every movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his ribs. Gritting his teeth, he collapsed back into the snow, gasping for breath. His body was half buried in the freezing drifts, and for a fleeting moment he thought that this might be it. The Wendigo had caught up to him, and he was going to die here, alone in the unforgiving wilderness. But then a thought pierced through the fog of despair. Noah and Julia had escaped. He had seen them run. If they were still alive, then he couldn't let them down. They needed him. With a renewed sense of purpose, Jonas forced himself onto his knees, wincing as pain shot through his side. He was alive, but barely. The wound inflicted by the Wendigo was deep, the blood soaking through his jacket and freezing against his skin. Every breath felt like fire, but he couldn't stop. He had to keep moving. The forest around him was silent, save for the whispering wind that cut through the trees. Jonas instinctively knew that the Wendigo was out there, lurking just beyond the shadows, waiting for its moment to strike. He had faced the creature before, but this time it felt different. The air was thick with dread, and the forest felt alive, as if it were watching him. As he stumbled through the snow, Jonas's mind drifted to the moment he had first shared the Wendigo legend with Noah and Julia. How naive he had been, thinking it was just an old tale meant to scare children. He had thought it was harmless to recount the story, but now he realized that his words had set them on a dangerous path. Guilt gnawed at him with every step he took, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was responsible for dragging them into this nightmare. He pushed the thought away as he navigated through the trees, leaning against their gnarled trunks for support. With each step, he felt the Wendigo's influence creeping into his mind. The hunger that had once been a distant echo now clawed at him, demanding attention. He could feel its cold fingers reaching for him, trying to pull him into its depths. "No," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he fought against the darkness. He had faced this creature before, and he wouldn't let it take him. Not now. Not when he had a chance to protect Noah and Julia. As he made his way deeper into the forest, the air grew colder and the shadows seemed to close in around him. He stumbled upon a small clearing, where the moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating the snow in a pale glow. Jonas paused, catching his breath as he glanced around, trying to regain his bearings. It was here that he began to experience strange visions, fragments of memories that weren't his own. He saw the faces of those lost to the Wendigo, people he had known throughout his life, their expressions twisted in agony. He heard their cries echoing in the darkness, urging him to turn back, to abandon this fight. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. He pushed through the hallucinations, focusing on his memories of Noah and Julia, their laughter, their determination, their resolve to face the darkness head-on. They were counting on him to find them, to protect them. The guilt surged again, heavy in his chest, and he felt a familiar weight pressing down on him. Jonas had faced the Wendigo once before. Years ago he had lost someone dear to him to its hunger, a friend who had ventured too close to the edge of the forest, drawn in by the legends and the thrill of the unknown. The pain of that loss had never left him, and now he felt its grip tighten around his heart once more. He had promised himself he would never let it happen again, but here he was, with Noah and Julia caught in the same web of darkness. "I'm sorry," he whispered into the night, the weight of his guilt threatening to crush him. "I never wanted this for you." With a deep breath, Jonas pressed forward, his heart heavy with determination. He had to keep moving. There was no room for fear, there was only survival. He focused on the path ahead, the trees stretching endlessly into the distance, the moon casting its pale light over the snow. As he navigated the forest, he felt the Wendigo lurking just out of sight, its presence a constant shadow behind him. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for him to falter, to give in to despair. But Jonas had learned to fight against the darkness. He knew the stories. The Wendigo thrived on fear, on desperation. If he showed weakness, it would consume him. Jonas recalled the teachings he had absorbed over the years from local elders, those who had warned of the Wendigo's hunger and the nature of the curse. The creature fed not just on flesh, but on the very essence of a person, drawing strength from their fears and desires. As he moved deeper into the forest, Jonas understood that he had become marked by the Wendigo's presence. The echoes of hunger clawed at his insides, a reminder of the darkness that lingered just below the surface. In the stillness of the forest, Jonas came to a realization. The only way to stop the Wendigo was through sacrifice. It had been hinted at in the old stories, sacrifices made to appease the hunger that had once consumed the land. The knowledge sank deep into his bones, solidifying into a resolve that coursed through him like electricity. He had to get back to Noah and Julia. They were the reason he had to survive, and he knew that he was the one who could save them from the Wendigo's curse. But to do that, he would have to confront the creature head-on. Jonas pressed on, his heart pounding in his chest, fueled by the need to make things right. He pushed through the trees, feeling the pull of the ritual site guiding him, the symbols etched into the bark calling him closer. As he neared the place where the forest opened up, the atmosphere grew heavier, thick with the weight of ancient magic. With every step, Jonas felt the Wendigo's influence encroaching upon him, whispering promises of despair and hunger. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, taunting him, but he pressed onward. The ritual was his only chance to save Noah and Julia, and he wouldn't fail them. At last he broke through the tree line and entered the clearing. The ancient altar standing tall and imposing in the center, he recognized the symbols from Elijah's teachings and the legends that had been passed down for generations. This was where the Wendigo had first emerged, where the curse had taken root. This was where he would face it. But first, he needed to call out to Noah and Julia. They would need him to complete the ritual, to make the sacrifice necessary to banish the Wendigo for good. "Noah! Julia!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the clearing. "I'm here. I'm coming." The wind howled around him, a cacophony of noise that drowned out his call. He could feel the Wendigo closing in, its presence growing stronger, more oppressive. Jonas steeled himself, refusing to give in to fear. He would not let the darkness win. He took a deep breath, focused on the altar, and prepared himself to do whatever it took to protect them. 10. The ritual. The wind howled through the forest, carrying with it the weight of everything that had happened so far. Each gust seemed to pull the temperature lower, chilling Julia to the bone as she helped Noah along the narrow path through the woods. His body was heavy against hers, sagging with exhaustion and the ever-growing influence of the Wendigo. They had no time left. The creature was closing in, and they were running out of options. Ahead of them, the trees began to thin, revealing the ancient ritual site that Elijah had warned them about. The symbols on the trees, twisted spirals and crude animal forms, glowed faintly in the dying light, casting eerie shadows on the snow-covered ground. It felt as if they were walking into another world, one where the rules of nature didn't apply. The clearing was small, surrounded by tall ancient trees that loomed over them like sentinels. In the center stood a stone altar, worn and cracked with age. It was covered in snow and ice, but Julia could make out strange carvings along its surface, symbols that matched those Elijah had shown them in his old books. This was the place. The heart of the Wendigo's power. Noah groaned beside her, his legs giving out as they reached the edge of the clearing. Julia caught him before he fell, her heart aching as she saw the pain etched into his face. He was barely holding on. His skin was pale, his eyes sunken and hollow, and his body trembled violently with the cold and the creature's influence. "We're here," Julia whispered, her voice trembling. "We made it." Noah didn't respond. His breathing was shallow and his eyes were glassy, unfocused. He was slipping further away, and Julia didn't know how to bring him back. She helped him to the ground, laying him down gently on the snow before turning her attention to the altar. The wind seemed to grow stronger as she approached, the air thick with the Wendigo's presence. It was close. She could feel it, lurking just beyond the trees, watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Noah," Julia said softly, kneeling beside him. "We have to do this now. We don't have much time." Noah's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment there was a flicker of awareness in his gaze. But it was fleeting. The Wendigo's influence was too strong, pulling him deeper into its grasp. "I'm sorry," Noah muttered, his voice barely audible. "I can't fight it anymore." Julia's heart twisted painfully in her chest. She grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly. "You don't have to fight it alone," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We can still do this. Together." Noah shook his head weakly, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation. "It's too late," he whispered. "I'm already gone." Tears welled in Julia's eyes, but she blinked them away. She couldn't afford to break down now. They were too close. "You're still here," she whispered fiercely. "You're still you. And I'm not going to let that thing take you." She stood, her hands trembling as she reached into her pack for the herbs and the knife Jonas had given them. The wind howled louder, whipping through the trees and rattling the branches like the forest itself was coming alive. The Wendigo was closing in, and they had no time to waste. Julia moved quickly, arranging the herbs around the altar in the pattern Elijah had shown them. Each step felt heavy, as if the weight of the forest's ancient magic was pressing down on her, but she forced herself to keep going. She couldn't let herself think about what the ritual would cost, what it would take from them. All that mattered was stopping the Wendigo before it consumed Noah completely. As she worked, a noise caught her attention, a rustling in the trees nearby. Julia's heart leapt into her throat, fear surging through her. The Wendigo. No, it wasn't close enough yet. From the shadows of the forest, Jonas emerged. "Jonas?" Julia gasped, rushing toward him, relief washing over her. He was limping, his face bruised and blood smeared his jacket, but he was alive. "I thought I'd lost you too," Jonas muttered, wincing as he approached. "The Wendigo, it's close. We have to hurry." Julia nodded, her heart pounding as she helped Jonas steady himself. She quickly explained that the ritual required blood, a sacrifice that could weaken the Wendigo enough to banish it. She told him about Noah's condition, how the creature had already taken root inside him. "Noah won't make it," Jonas said grimly, casting a look at the pale figure lying in the snow. "But we can't let that thing take him either." Julia swallowed hard, her voice breaking as she spoke. "The ritual needs more, Jonas. It needs a life. It's the only way to stop it." Jonas met her gaze, his eyes dark and filled with understanding. He didn't flinch, didn't hesitate. "I know what it needs," he said quietly. "And I know what has to be done." Julia stared at him, her heart aching with the weight of his words. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "We can't lose you too." Jonas placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression softening. "You won't lose me, Julia," he said, his voice steady. "This is the only way. It's me or Noah, and you and I both know Noah's already half gone. Let me do this." Tears streamed down Julia's face as she shook her head again, but Jonas stepped toward the altar, his movements calm, resolute. "Jonas, please," she begged, her voice breaking. "There has to be another way." But Jonas only gave her a sad smile, as he pulled out the knife and made a shallow cut on his palm. Blood welled up dark against the snow, and he let it drip onto the altar. The symbols carved into the stone glowed brighter, the air around them crackling with energy. The wind grew fiercer, and the Wendigo's growls echoed through the trees, growing closer with every second. "I've spent my whole life fighting this thing," Jonas said, his voice firm but quiet. "If I can end it once and for all, then this is worth it." Julia stood frozen, her heart pounding as she watched Jonas prepare to make the ultimate sacrifice. She wanted to stop him, to tell him there had to be another way, but deep down she knew he was right. Noah stirred in the snow, his eyes fluttering open as he gazed up at Jonas. "Jonas," he rasped, his voice weak. "You don't have to do this." Jonas crouched beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Noah," he said softly. "You'll make it. But I need you to trust me, okay?" Noah's eyes filled with tears as he nodded weakly, his body trembling. "Thank you," he whispered. Jonas nodded, standing again and turning toward the altar. The wind howled around them, the temperature plummeting as the Wendigo drew closer, its presence looming over the clearing like a dark cloud. "Julia," Jonas called, his voice carrying over the howling wind. "It's time." Julia's breath hitched as she stepped forward, the knife trembling in her hand. She couldn't do this. She couldn't let Jonas go. But there was no other choice. The ritual needed a life, and Jonas was willing to give his. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her hands shaking as she pressed the knife against his skin. Jonas didn't flinch, his expression calm, almost peaceful. With a swift motion, Julia made the cut, and blood poured from the wound, splattering onto the altar. The symbols glowed brighter than ever, the air crackling with power, and the ground beneath them trembled. The wind howled, the Wendigo's screech echoing through the forest as its form twisted and contorted in the trees. Jonas gasped, his body trembling as the power of the ritual took hold. He stumbled back, collapsing onto the snow as the light from the altar flared, casting the entire clearing in a brilliant, blinding glow. The Wendigo screeched again, its gaunt, twisted form writhing in agony as the ritual's power consumed it. The air around them crackled with energy, and for a brief moment the Wendigo's form seemed to dissolve, breaking apart into the wind as it was banished from the world. The forest fell silent. Julia stood frozen, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps as the glow from the altar faded. The Wendigo was gone. The ritual had worked. But Jonas was gone too. Julia collapsed beside him, her body trembling with exhaustion and grief. The ritual was over. The Wendigo was banished. But the cost had been far too high. Noah groaned weakly from the ground, his voice barely audible. "Is it gone?" Julia could barely hear Noah's voice, over the pounding of her own heart. Her hands trembled as she knelt beside Jonas's still form, her mind unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. The Wendigo was gone, the air was no longer thick with its malevolent presence, and the unnatural cold had begun to lift, but the price of their victory lay right in front of her. Jonas, the man who had fought beside them, who had guided them through this nightmare, was dead. She reached out, her fingers brushing his still warm skin, and the finality of it crashed into her like a tidal wave. Her breath caught in her throat, and the tears she had been holding back finally spilled over. She clutched his hand, sobbing quietly, her body shaking with grief. The forest was eerily silent now. The wind had died down, and the trees no longer groaned under the weight of the Wendigo's power. It was as if the world had taken a collective breath, waiting for the next moment, unsure of what came next. Noah stirred again, his voice a faint whisper. "Julia. Is it gone?" She wiped her eyes and turned to him, her heart aching at the sight of him lying so weak in the snow. His skin was still pale, but the sickly sheen that had covered him since the Wendigo's influence began was starting to fade. He was still alive, he had survived. "Yes," Julia said, her voice shaky but steady. "It's gone. The Wendigo's gone." Noah closed his eyes, exhaling a long, shuddering breath. Relief washed over his face, but it was tinged with sadness. "Jonas," he muttered, his voice cracking. He saved us." Julia nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks once more. "He did." They both sat in silence for a moment, the weight of Jonas's sacrifice hanging heavy in the air. Julia's mind raced, her thoughts a blur of sorrow, guilt, and exhaustion. She had wanted to save Noah, she had fought so hard for him, but she hadn't been able to stop this. The cost had been too high. After what felt like an eternity, Julia forced herself to her feet. Her legs were trembling, her body aching from the cold and the exertion, but she couldn't stay here. Not like this. She had to do something, anything, to honor Jonas's sacrifice. "We need to get out of here," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "We can't stay in the forest." Noah nodded weakly, though he made no move to get up. His body was still weak from the Wendigo's influence, and Julia knew it would take time for him to fully recover. She would have to help him, just as Jonas had helped them. With a deep breath, Julia knelt beside Noah and gently lifted him to his feet. He leaned heavily on her, his body trembling with fatigue, but together they began the slow, painful trek back through the forest. The path was familiar now, the twisted trees, the strange symbols etched into their bark, but without the Wendigo's presence the forest seemed less menacing, less alive. The silence between them was heavy, each step forward a reminder of what they had lost. But Julia kept moving, her mind focused on getting Noah to safety. They had come this far, she couldn't let it all be for nothing. The sky had begun to lighten as they neared the edge of the forest, the faint glow of dawn just visible through the trees. The cold air bit at their skin, but Julia barely felt it. Her mind was numb, her body moving on autopilot as they trudged forward. Finally, they reached the edge of the woods, the small town of Red Oak visible in the distance. The sight of it brought a strange sense of relief, but also a deep, aching sadness. They had started this journey together, with Jonas by their side, and now they were returning without him. Noah's body sagged against hers as they reached the outskirts of town, his breathing shallow and labored. "We're almost there," Julia whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was saying it to him or to herself. "Just a little further." They stumbled through the snow-covered streets, past the old diner and the rows of small weathered houses. The town was still asleep, the streets empty and quiet, and for a brief moment it felt as though the events of the past few days had been nothing but a nightmare, a terrible twisted dream. But it wasn't a dream. Jonas was gone. The Wendigo was real. They reached the cabin they had been staying in, and Julia helped Noah inside, laying him down gently on the couch. His eyes fluttered closed, his body sagging with exhaustion, and Julia felt her own body begin to collapse from the weight of everything they had endured. She sank down beside him, her head resting in her hands as the grief finally overtook her. She had fought so hard to save Noah, to stop the Wendigo, but at what cost? Jonas had given his life to protect them, and now she was left to pick up the pieces. For a long time Julia sat there, the weight of her grief pressing down on her. She could still hear Jonas's voice in her head telling her that it was okay, that this was the only way. But it didn't feel okay. It felt wrong. It felt like they had lost too much. But then she glanced at Noah, his chest rising and falling with each steady breath, and she knew that Jonas had been right. This had been the only way. They had stopped the Wendigo, and Noah was alive. That was what mattered. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, Julia stood and wiped her tears away. The grief was still there, heavy and ever present, but there was something else too, a small flickering flame of hope. They had survived. The Wendigo was gone. And now they had to figure out how to move forward. 11. The forest claims its own. The wind outside the cabin had a mournful quality to it, a low whistle that seemed to weave through the cracks in the walls, filling the small space with an ever-present reminder of the wilderness that surrounded them. Julia sat by the window, staring out at the darkened tree line in the distance. The early evening light cast long shadows over the snow, and the forest seemed to stretch out endlessly, as vast and cold as the secrets it harbored. She had grown accustomed to the quiet. After everything they had been through, silence felt like both a blessing and a curse. It was a reprieve from the horrors of the Wendigo, from the screams and the chaos of that night in the clearing, but it also gave her too much time to think. Time to remember Jonas's sacrifice, to think about Noah, and to wonder if the man she had loved was still with her, or if the Wendigo had taken more than just his body when they performed the ritual. It had been weeks since that night in the forest, and while the immediate threat of the Wendigo was gone, the memory of it lingered like a shadow over their lives. Julia could feel its presence in everything, especially in Noah. He had changed. There was no denying it. He spent most of his days wandering the woods, sometimes disappearing for hours at a time without explanation. He would return exhausted, his skin pale and cold, his eyes distant and hollow. She had tried to ask him what he was doing out there, what he was looking for, but he would always shrug it off, claiming he just needed some air. A break from the cabin. A break from her. But it was more than that. She knew it. The first sign had been his appetite. At first it had seemed like a good thing. He had barely eaten anything in the days following Jonas's death, and she had been worried sick about him. But then, one night, he had started eating with a kind of frenzy she hadn't seen before. He had devoured everything in the kitchen, moving from one plate to the next with an intensity that unnerved her. When she had asked if he was okay, he had looked at her with a wild glint in his eyes, wiped his mouth and said nothing. That same night she had found him standing by the window, staring out into the dark, his breath fogging the glass. She had touched his shoulder, hoping to comfort him, but he had barely reacted, his gaze fixed on the woods as though something out there had called to him. And then there were the dreams. At first she had thought they were just nightmares, a natural reaction to everything they had been through. But as the nights wore on, the dreams had become more vivid, more disturbing. Noah would wake up in a cold sweat, mumbling incoherently about the forest, about the hunger, about something lurking in the trees. She had tried to comfort him, to bring him back to reality, but every night it seemed harder to reach him. The Wendigo was gone, at least the physical creature was. But the curse it had left behind was still very much alive. Julia sighed, resting her head against the cold windowpane as her breath fogged the glass. The town of Red Oak felt like a world away, even though it was just a short walk from their cabin. She and Noah had barely ventured into town since the night of the ritual, and when they did, it was always brief. The locals had noticed the change in them, especially in Noah. Whispers had started circulating, rumors about what had happened in the forest, about how Jonas had died, and about what Noah might have brought back with him. Some of the townsfolk believed the Wendigo had left its mark on him, that it had passed its curse on to Noah, and that he would soon become the next creature to haunt the woods. Others simply kept their distance, wary of the strangers who had come into their quiet town and stirred up old dangerous legends. Julia had tried to ignore the whispers, to tell herself that they were just stories, that Noah was fine. But the truth was, she didn't know if he was. She didn't know if she was. The sound of the door creaking open pulled her from her thoughts. She turned to see Noah standing in the doorway, his hair tousled from the wind, his cheeks flushed from the cold. Snow clung to his boots and the edges of his jacket, and for a moment he stood there silently, staring at her as if he wasn't quite sure where he was. "Hey," Julia said softly, standing from her spot by the window. "You've been gone for a while." Noah blinked as though coming out of a trance and gave her a faint smile. "Yeah, sorry. I lost track of time." Julia walked over to him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his chest. He was cold, too cold, and she could hear the faint rattle of his breath as he exhaled. He didn't hug her back. His arms hung limply at his sides, and his eyes drifted back to the window to the forest beyond. "You should sit down," she said, pulling away slightly. "You need to warm up." "I'm fine," Noah replied, his voice distant. Julia's heart sank. This was becoming more and more common, these moments where Noah seemed to drift away, lost in his own thoughts, disconnected from her, from reality. She couldn't stand it. The man she had fought so hard to protect, the man she had loved for so long, was slipping through her fingers, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to pull him back. "Please," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Just sit down with me for a while. Talk to me." Noah's gaze finally shifted to meet hers, and for a moment there was a flicker of something in his eyes, recognition, maybe even regret. He nodded slowly and walked over to the couch, sinking into the cushions with a heavy sigh. Julia sat beside him, taking his hand in hers, but even as she held it, she could feel the distance between them, like there was an invisible wall separating them. They sat in silence for a few moments, the only sound the crackle of the fire and the wind outside. Julia's mind raced, searching for something to say, something that might reach him, but the words stuck in her throat. What could she say? How could she fix this? Finally Noah spoke, his voice low and strained. I keep thinking about that night." Julia's heart skipped a beat. He rarely talked about the night in the clearing, about Jonas, about the ritual. She had tried to bring it up before, but he had always shut down, refusing to discuss it. Now, hearing him mention it sent a wave of anxiety through her. "What about it?" she asked gently. Noah's jaw tightened, and his eyes drifted back to the window. "I don't think it's over. I don't think it ever will be." A chill ran down Julia's spine. "What do you mean?" He turned to her, his eyes dark and hollow. "I still feel it, Julia. I still feel the hunger. It's inside me, and no matter what I do, I can't make it stop. I thought we ended it, but it's still here. It's always here." Julia's breath caught in her throat. She had known something was wrong, but hearing him say it out loud made it all too real. The Wendigo's curse wasn't gone, it had just changed form. It had latched onto Noah, and now it was slowly consuming him from the inside. "You're not the Wendigo," Julia said firmly, squeezing his hand. "You're still you, Noah. We'll figure this out. We'll find a way to stop it." Noah shook his head, his expression bleak. "I don't know if I am. Sometimes when I'm out there in the woods, I feel like I'm not myself anymore. Like I'm something else. Something that belongs out there." Julia's heart ached as she listened to him, her fear growing with every word. She wanted to reach him, to pull him out of the darkness that was closing in around him, but she didn't know how. She didn't know if it was even possible. "We'll find a way," she repeated, though the words felt hollow in her mouth. "We'll talk to someone, figure out what's happening. You don't have to go through this alone." Noah's gaze softened, and for a brief moment the man she knew was there again, the man she had fallen in love with, the man who had stood beside her through everything. He reached up and cupped her face in his hand, his thumb brushing gently against her cheek. "I'm scared, Julia," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I don't want to lose myself." Julia's eyes filled with tears as she leaned into his touch, her heart breaking for him. She didn't know what to say, didn't know how to reassure him when she wasn't sure herself. All she could do was hold him, keep him close, and hope that it was enough. For now, it would have to be. Later that night, the wind howled even louder, rattling the windows of the cabin. Julia lay awake in bed, listening to the creaks and groans of the house as the storm outside intensified. Beside her, Noah was restless, his body twitching and jerking in his sleep, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. She watched him for a moment, her heart heavy with worry. Julia lay beside Noah, her mind a whirlwind of worry and exhaustion. His face, bathed in the pale moonlight filtering through the window, was drawn and pale. His chest rose and fell unevenly, each breath seeming to labor against an invisible weight pressing down on him. She had lost count of how many nights she had lain awake like this, watching him, praying that somehow he would be okay, that this nightmare would end. But it never did. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, the sound a constant reminder of the wilderness that had swallowed them whole. Every gust seemed to echo the Wendigo's cry, a distant wail carried on the cold air. Julia shuddered, and pulled the blanket tighter around herself, though the chill that seeped into her bones had nothing to do with the temperature. Beside her, Noah stirred, his brow furrowing as though caught in some terrible dream. He muttered something under his breath, words she couldn't make out, his voice thick with unease. His fingers twitched, gripping the blanket tightly, and then his whole body jerked as though something had startled him. Julia's heart ached for him. She wanted to wake him, to pull him from whatever dark place his mind had wandered to, but she hesitated. She had done it before, woken him from these nightmares, and every time it had left him more distant, more shaken. He had always reassured her that he was fine, that it was just a bad dream, but she knew better. These weren't just dreams. They were something else, something darker. She could feel it. A sudden thud from outside jolted her from her thoughts. She sat up quickly, her heart racing as she strained to listen. The wind rattled the windows again, and for a moment she thought it might have been nothing, just the storm outside. But then she heard it again, a low scraping sound, like something or someone was moving around just outside the cabin. Julia's stomach tightened with dread. She glanced at Noah, but he was still caught in his dream, oblivious to the noise outside. Slowly she slipped out of bed, her bare feet touching the cold wooden floor with a soft thud. She moved quietly across the room, careful not to wake Noah, and made her way to the window. The wind pressed against the glass, making it difficult to see clearly, but she could just make out the outline of the trees swaying in the distance, their branches dancing in the storm. The scraping sound came again, closer this time, and Julia's heart leapt into her throat. She squinted, her breath fogging the glass as she searched for the source of the noise. At first she saw nothing, just the empty darkness of the woods beyond the clearing, but then out of the corner of her eye something moved. A figure. It was faint, barely visible in the shadows, but it was there, someone or something standing at the edge of the clearing, watching the cabin. Julia's blood ran cold, her body freezing in place as her mind struggled to make sense of what she was seeing. The figure stood motionless, blending almost perfectly into the darkness, but the shape of it was unmistakable. Tall, gaunt and looming. For a moment she thought it might be Noah, or some part of him, the part that the Wendigo had infected, lurking out there in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to come back and claim him. But no. This was different. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though it had noticed her watching, and Julia's breath caught in her throat. She backed away from the window, her heart hammering in her chest, and instinctively moved toward the door. She didn't know what she was going to do, what she could do, but every fiber of her being screamed at her to get away, to get out of the cabin before it was too late. But before she could move another step, Noah bolted upright in bed, gasping for air. "Julia," he shouted, his voice filled with panic. Julia froze, her gaze snapping back to him. He was wide awake now, his chest heaving as though he had just run a marathon. Sweat dripped down his face and his eyes were wild, darting around the room as if searching for something or someone. "Noah, it's okay," she said quickly, rushing to his side. "It's just a dream. You're safe." But he wasn't listening. He grabbed her arm, his grip tight and desperate, and looked at her with a mix of fear and confusion. I saw it," he whispered, his voice shaking. "In the woods. It was there." Julia's blood ran cold again. "You saw it?" Noah nodded, his grip tightening. "It was watching me. It's still out there. The Wendigo, it's still out there." Julia's heart raced, her mind reeling from his words. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, that they had banished the Wendigo, that it was gone for good. But she had seen it too, or at least something that looked like it. And now, hearing Noah say it, she couldn't help but wonder if they had been wrong. If the ritual had failed. "No," she said softly, shaking her head. We stopped it. It can't still be here." But even as she said the words, she didn't believe them. Not anymore. Noah released her arm and ran his hands through his hair, his breathing still erratic. "I keep dreaming about it. Every night it's the same. I'm in the forest, and it's following me. I can hear it, feel it watching me. And I try to run, but it's always there." Julia's heart sank. She had known he was struggling, but hearing him speak about the dreams with such clarity, such fear, made it all the more real. She didn't know what to do, how to help him. Every time she thought they were making progress, something would pull them back into the nightmare, and now it felt like they were slipping further and further away from reality. "What do we do?" she asked quietly, her voice trembling. Noah didn't answer right away. He just stared at the window, his eyes distant, as though he was already back in the woods chasing the Wendigo's shadow. After a long silence he finally spoke, his voice low and resigned. "I don't think we can stop it. Not this time." The weight of his words hit Julia like a punch to the gut. She had always believed there was a way out, a way to bring him back from the brink. But now, hearing him say it, hearing him give up, made her realize just how deep the Wendigo's influence had sunk into him. And maybe, just maybe, he was right. Maybe they couldn't stop it. But she couldn't give up. Not yet. Not when there was still a chance, no matter how small, that they could find a way out of this. "We'll figure it out," she said, more to herself than to him. "We have to." Noah didn't respond. He just lay back down, his body sinking into the mattress as though the weight of the world was pressing down on him. Julia watched him for a moment, her heart aching, and then quietly slipped back under the covers beside him. The wind outside continued to howl, and Julia's mind raced with fear and doubt. The Wendigo might be gone, but its presence was still here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. And deep down, she knew that moment was coming sooner than they thought. The next morning dawned grey and cold. The storm had passed, leaving a blanket of fresh snow over the ground, but the air was still heavy with the chill of winter. Julia woke to the sound of Noah moving around the cabin, his footsteps slow and deliberate as he gathered his things. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and watched him for a moment. He was already dressed, his jacket zipped up and his boots laced tight, as though he was preparing for a long trek through the woods. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice groggy. Noah paused, glancing over his shoulder at her. "Just out. I need some air." Julia frowned, her stomach twisting with unease. "Out where? You've been spending so much time in the woods lately, and I'm worried." "I'll be fine," Noah interrupted, his voice flat. "I just need to clear my head." Julia hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She wanted to argue, to tell him that he needed to stay, to talk to her, to let her help. But she knew it wouldn't make a difference. Noah had been slipping away from her for weeks, and no matter how hard she tried to hold on, it felt like he was already gone. "Okay," she said softly, swallowing her fear. "Just be careful." Noah nodded, his gaze distant, and without another word he opened the door and stepped out into the cold. Julia watched him go, her heart heavy, as he disappeared into the snow-covered woods. The cabin felt impossibly empty without him, the silence pressing in on her from all sides. Julia wrapped her arms around herself and moved to the window, watching as Noah's figure became smaller and smaller until he was nothing more than a speck in the distance. She didn't know what to do anymore. She didn't know how to save him, or if it was even possible. All she knew was that the Wendigo might be gone, but the curse it had left behind still lingered, like an invisible chain dragging them both down into the same darkness. Julia stared out the window long after Noah had disappeared from view, her thoughts swirling in a storm of fear, grief and helplessness. How had it come to this? She had fought so hard to protect him, to save him from the Wendigo, but now it felt like every step they took led them deeper into its grasp. She turned away from the window and paced the small cabin, her thoughts racing. She needed answers. She needed to know what was happening to Noah, what the Wendigo had left behind in him. There had to be someone in town who could help, someone who knew more about the curse than she did. Elijah had hinted at the Wendigo's lingering influence, but she hadn't fully understood it at the time. Maybe she could go back to the reservation and speak to the elders again, or maybe someone in Red Oak could point her in the right direction. But even as she considered her options, she knew it wouldn't be easy. The town was already suspicious of them, and after Jonas's death they had become more distant, more guarded. People whispered about them behind their backs, casting wary glances whenever they ventured into the diner or the general store. Some believed the Wendigo had marked Noah, that he had been cursed to become the next creature to haunt the woods. Others simply avoided them, not wanting to get involved in whatever strange and dangerous thing had followed them into Red Oak. Julia shook her head, trying to push away the rising tide of despair. She couldn't think like that, not now. She needed to stay focused, to find a way to help Noah before it was too late. The cabin felt suffocating, the walls closing in around her as the weight of everything pressed down on her chest. She grabbed her coat from the hook by the door and slipped it on, her fingers trembling as she fastened the buttons. She needed to do something, anything, to clear her head. Maybe a walk through the town would help, or maybe she could stop by the diner and see if anyone there had heard anything about the Wendigo or its curse. As she stepped outside, the cold air bit into her skin, sharp and unforgiving. The snow crunched beneath her boots as she made her way down the narrow path toward the town. The woods loomed on either side of her, dark and foreboding, the branches swaying gently in the wind. Julia kept her eyes focused ahead, refusing to let herself look too closely at the tree line. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, lurking just beyond the edge of her vision. By the time she reached the outskirts of Red Oak, her cheeks were flushed from the cold, and her breath formed soft clouds in the air. The town was quiet, as it often was in the early morning, the streets empty except for the occasional car passing by. She glanced toward the diner, its windows fogged up with the warmth of the morning crowd, and decided that it was as good a place to start as any. The bell above the door jingled softly as she stepped inside, the smell of coffee and bacon wafting toward her. The diner was small and cozy, with red vinyl booths and a long counter where a few locals sat nursing their coffee cups. A few heads turned when she entered, and she caught the quick, furtive glances people exchanged before they looked away. Ignoring the whispers, Julia made her way to an empty booth near the back and sat down, trying to calm the nervous energy buzzing in her chest. A waitress, Marge if Julia remembered correctly, came over with a pot of coffee and gave her a tight-lipped smile. "What can I get you, hon?" Marge asked, her voice kind but guarded. "Just coffee," Julia replied, her own voice sounding small in the quiet diner. She wasn't sure what she expected, maybe some kind of sign that someone here could help her, that someone knew more about the Wendigo than they were letting on. But the diner was filled with the usual chatter, the clink of cutlery against plates, and the low hum of the radio playing in the background. Marge poured her a cup of coffee and left without another word. Julia wrapped her hands around the mug, letting the warmth seep into her frozen fingers, and stared down at the dark liquid. She needed a plan. She couldn't just sit here and hope that someone would approach her with answers. She had to take action, but she wasn't sure where to start. As she sat there, lost in thought, the door to the diner opened again and a figure stepped inside. Julia glanced up, her heart skipping a beat as she recognized the man who entered, Jonas's friend, the hunter they had met on their first day in Red Oak. He hadn't been around much since Jonas's death, but she had seen him a few times in town, always keeping to himself, always watching from a distance. The hunter made his way to the counter and ordered a cup of coffee, his back to Julia. She hesitated, unsure if she should approach him, but something in her gut told her that he might have the answers she was looking for. She stood up slowly, clutching her coffee cup like a lifeline, and crossed the room to where he sat. "Hey," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the din of the diner. The hunter turned slowly, his dark eyes meeting hers. He was a man of few words, but when he spoke his voice was rough, like gravel. "Julia, right?" She nodded, her throat tightening with nerves. "Yeah." I was hoping maybe you could help me." The hunter raised an eyebrow, his gaze steady. "Help you with what?" Julia glanced around the diner, the weight of the town's suspicion pressing down on her. She didn't want to say too much, not here, not where everyone could overhear, but she needed to be direct. "It's Noah. I think something's wrong with him. Something that has to do with the Wendigo." The hunter's expression darkened, and he set his coffee down on the counter. "The Wendigo's gone, Julia. We put it down. You know that." "I know, but something's not right. He's not the same. He's been disappearing into the woods, and he keeps talking about the hunger. He thinks the Wendigo is still out there." The hunter stared at her for a long moment, his jaw clenched. "And what do you think?" Julia swallowed hard. "I don't know what to think anymore." For a moment the hunter said nothing, his eyes flicking toward the window where the trees swayed in the distance. Then he sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "You need to talk to the elders. They know more about this kind of thing than I do. If the Wendigo's curse is still hanging around, they'll be the ones who can help." "The elders?" Julia asked, her heart skipping a beat. She had considered going back to the reservation, but hearing the hunter confirm it made her feel both anxious and hopeful. "Do you think they'll talk to me?" The hunter nodded. "They know what's at stake. If there's a chance that Noah is affected by this thing, they won't turn you away." Julia felt a surge of relief, though it was tempered by the knowledge of what she would have to face. She had been afraid to go back to the reservation, afraid to admit that she had failed to protect Noah from the Wendigo's curse. But now, with the hunter's words echoing in her mind, she knew she had no choice. She had to go back. She had to find the answers she was looking for, no matter how painful they might be. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The hunter gave her a small nod, his gaze lingering on her for a moment longer before he turned back to his coffee. "Be careful out there, Julia. The forest, it doesn't always let people come back." Julia's heart tightened at his words, but she nodded and made her way out of the diner, her mind racing with a mix of fear and determination. She didn't know what she would find at the reservation, but she knew one thing for sure: she couldn't lose Noah. Not to the Wendigo, and not to the darkness that was creeping into his soul. She would find a way to save him. She had to. Hours passed, and the afternoon sun had dipped low behind the trees by the time Julia returned to the cabin. Noah was still gone, lost in the woods somewhere, and the empty cabin felt colder than ever. She tried to busy herself with small tasks, cleaning the kitchen, organizing their supplies, but her mind kept drifting back to the hunter's warning and the growing sense of dread that clung to her like a shadow. When Noah finally returned, his face pale and his eyes distant, Julia knew that time was running out. The Wendigo's influence was still inside him, festering like a wound that refused to heal, and every day it grew stronger. She couldn't let it take him, not after everything they had been through. She took a deep breath and made her decision. Tomorrow, she would go to the reservation. Tomorrow, she would find the answers they needed. But tonight she would stay with him, holding on to the hope that the man she loved was still in there somewhere, fighting to come back. As the wind howled outside and the shadows of the forest danced across the walls, Julia lay beside Noah in the darkness, her heart heavy with fear and love. Whatever came next, she would face it. For Noah. For Jonas. For all of them. 12. The burden of knowledge. The cabin was unbearably quiet. Julia stood by the window, watching the snow fall in heavy wet clumps. It clung to the branches of the towering pines, weighing them down, and blanketed the ground in an eerie, untouched stillness. The woods outside seemed peaceful, but Julia knew better. There was no peace to be found in these trees, only a creeping sense of dread that had wrapped itself around her and refused to let go. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Noah had been gone for hours. At first she had tried to convince herself that this was normal, that he needed time to clear his head. But now she couldn't ignore the gnawing fear that twisted in her gut. He was slipping away from her, further with every passing day, and she was losing her grip on him. He had come back from the encounter with the Wendigo, but in some ways it felt like he had never truly returned. Julia sighed, pressing her forehead against the cold glass. She couldn't sit here any longer. She needed answers, and she knew where to find them. The words of Elijah, the man who had first warned them about the Wendigo, echoed in her mind. He had known more than he let on, and now she had no choice but to go back to the reservation and confront the truth. With a sense of dread settling over her like a heavy blanket, Julia bundled herself up and stepped outside. The cold air hit her like a slap, the chill biting into her skin. She pulled her coat tighter around her, and started down the narrow path that led toward the reservation. The snow crunched underfoot, the sound deafening in the otherwise silent woods. The walk felt longer than she remembered, each step heavier than the last, as though the very forest itself was trying to hold her back. The trees loomed tall and foreboding, their branches creaking in the wind. She kept her eyes straight ahead, refusing to glance too long at the shadows that moved just out of sight. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached the reservation. The small collection of houses and buildings sat nestled in the trees, their windows glowing with the warm light of evening. The air smelled of burning wood and something earthy that she couldn't quite place. As she approached Elijah's home, her heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of fear and hope swirling in her gut. Julia hesitated at the door, her hand hovering just inches from the wood. She wasn't sure what to expect. Would Elijah even be willing to talk to her? Or had she already lost the chance to save Noah? Before she could second-guess herself further, the door creaked open, revealing Elijah standing in the threshold. His face was lined with age and wisdom, his eyes deep and knowing. He didn't look surprised to see her. "I've been expecting you," he said quietly, stepping aside to let her in. Julia swallowed hard, and stepped into the warmth of his home. The interior was simple, with a fire crackling in the hearth, and the smell of burning sage filling the air. She stood awkwardly in the center of the room, her hands clasped tightly together as Elijah watched her with a calm, patient gaze. "I need your help," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's Noah, he's getting worse." Elijah nodded, motioning for her to sit by the fire. "Tell me what's been happening." Julia sat down, her body trembling, not from the cold, but from the fear that had settled deep in her bones. She told Elijah everything, about Noah's long absences, his growing distance, and the strange hunger that seemed to be consuming him from the inside out. She described the way he spoke of the woods, the way his eyes had grown hollow and cold, and how she feared he was becoming something else, something she couldn't stop. Elijah listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When she finished, he took a deep breath and looked at her with a solemn, almost sorrowful gaze. "The Wendigo's influence doesn't end with its physical destruction," he said, his voice low and steady. "It lingers, like a shadow that clings to the land and to those who have encountered it. Noah, he has been marked by the Wendigo, and that mark doesn't fade easily." Julia's heart clenched painfully in her chest. "What does that mean? Is he becoming like the Wendigo?" Elijah didn't answer right away. He stood and walked over to the fire, tossing another log onto the flames. Sparks crackled and popped, sending tendrils of smoke spiraling upward. The silence stretched between them, heavy and oppressive. Finally, Elijah turned to her, his eyes dark with the weight of his words. "The Wendigo feeds on more than just flesh. It feeds on the darkest parts of the human soul, on greed, on desperation, on fear. Once it touches someone, it leaves a mark, and that mark can fester if left unchecked. Noah is struggling with that mark, with the hunger that the Wendigo has awakened inside him." Julia's breath caught in her throat. But we stopped it. We performed the ritual. Jonas sacrificed himself to stop the Wendigo." Elijah nodded slowly. "The Wendigo's physical form was destroyed, yes. But its spirit, its essence is tied to the land, to the people it touches. It doesn't disappear so easily." The hunger is still there inside Noah, and it's growing stronger. Julia felt like the ground had been ripped out from under her. Everything they had done, everything they had sacrificed, it hadn't been enough. The Wendigo was still inside Noah, festering like a wound that refused to heal. "There has to be something I can do," she whispered, her voice trembling. "There has to be a way to stop this." Elijah's gaze softened, and for the first time Julia saw a flicker of sadness in his eyes. "There is a way. But it's not something you can do for him." "What do you mean?" Julia asked, her stomach twisting with dread. "He must confront the hunger himself," Elijah said quietly. "He has to choose to reject it, to fight against the darkness that's growing inside him. But that's not a choice you can make for him. He has to do it on his own." Julia stared at him, her mind reeling. How could she expect Noah to fight something like this on his own? He was already so far gone, so consumed by the Wendigo's influence. How could he possibly come back from that? "What if he can't?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What if it's already too late?" Elijah didn't answer right away. He stood by the fire, his gaze distant, as though he was searching for the right words. "It's never too late," he said finally. "But it's not an easy battle. The Wendigo preys on the deepest fears and desires of those it touches. It's a part of him now, and he will have to confront that part of himself if he wants to be free. But the longer he waits, the stronger it becomes." Julia felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Noah, of watching him disappear into the darkness that had already claimed so much of him. But how could she help him, if this was something he had to face alone? "Elijah," she said, her voice thick with emotion. How do I make him see? How do I help him before it's too late?" Elijah looked at her for a long moment, his expression softening with sympathy. "You can't make him see, Julia. You can only be there for him, offer him your strength, your love. But in the end, it's his choice. He has to want to fight the Wendigo's influence. He has to want to be free." Julia nodded slowly, her heart aching. She had come here hoping for answers, for a way to save Noah, but now she realized that there were no easy answers. There was no ritual, no spell, no magic that could fix this. It was up to Noah, and she could only hope that he was strong enough to make the right choice. She stood, her legs feeling weak beneath her, and thanked Elijah for his time. He nodded, watching her with that same quiet, knowing gaze as she made her way to the door. "Be careful, Julia," he said softly as she stepped outside. "The Wendigo's hunger is a powerful thing. It feeds on fear, on doubt. Don't let it take hold of you as well." Julia nodded, though the words sent a shiver down her spine. The snow was falling more heavily now, the wind biting at her skin as she pulled her coat tighter around her and started back toward the cabin. The path through the woods was dark, the trees looming like silent sentinels, and for the first time Julia felt truly afraid of the forest. She walked quickly, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts as she moved through the trees. Elijah's words echoed in her mind, the weight of them pressing down on her. Noah was slipping away from her, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. He had to choose to fight the Wendigo's influence, but what if he didn't? What if he gave in to the hunger? The thought made her stomach churn, and she quickened her pace, the cold seeping into her bones. She couldn't lose him. Not now. Not after everything they had been through. When she finally reached the cabin, her heart sank. The windows were dark, the inside eerily still, as if the cabin itself had fallen into some kind of deep frozen sleep. Julia's breath hitched as she stood on the porch, staring at the lifeless building. Her pulse raced, each beat louder in her ears than the wind howling through the trees behind her. She opened the door, the creak of the hinges startling in the silence. "Noah." Her voice sounded small and fragile as it echoed through the empty cabin. There was no answer. Julia stepped inside, her eyes scanning the dimly lit room. The fire had long since gone out, and the air was cold, almost as cold as the air outside. She shed her coat, more from habit than any real comfort, and moved through the cabin, her movements quick and purposeful as her heart pounded harder with each second. "Noah," she called again, her voice more desperate now. Still no answer. Julia checked the bedroom, the bathroom, the small living area. The cabin was empty. Noah was gone. Panic gripped her chest. She rushed to the window and peered out into the darkness. The snow was still falling, thicker now, making it difficult to see more than a few feet into the woods. She strained her eyes, searching for any sign of him, but there was nothing, just the vast expanse of snow and shadow. Where could he have gone? Was he out in the woods again, wandering aimlessly, as the Wendigo's influence continued to pull him deeper into its grasp? Julia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She couldn't just stand here and wait for him to come back. She had to find him. She had to pull him back before it was too late. Without another thought, she threw her coat back on, grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The wind slapped her in the face, bitter and cold, but she barely felt it as she trudged through the snow, her boots sinking into the frozen ground with every step. She clicked on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the swirling flakes, though it did little to pierce the darkness that surrounded her. "Noah," she shouted, her voice trembling as the wind snatched the sound and carried it away. There was no answer, only the eerie stillness of the woods. Julia kept walking, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts as she called out for him again and again. Each step felt heavier than the last, her legs aching from the effort, but she couldn't stop. Not now. Not when Noah was out here, somewhere, slipping further and further away from her. After what felt like hours, she stopped to catch her breath, her chest burning from the cold air and the panic that had lodged itself there. She shone the flashlight around the clearing she had wandered into, her heart sinking with every moment that passed without any sign of him. And then, suddenly, she heard it. A low guttural growl. Julia froze, her breath catching in her throat as the sound echoed through the trees. It was close. Too close. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she shone the flashlight toward the sound, her hand trembling as the beam cut through the darkness. For a moment she saw nothing, just snow-covered branches and the thick, impenetrable night. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of movement. A shadow, tall and thin, slipped between the trees. "Noah," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. The shadow moved again, this time closer. Julia's heart raced as she stepped back, her flashlight shaking in her hand. She couldn't see him clearly, but she knew it was him. The shape, the way he moved, it had to be Noah. But there was something different about him, something wrong. "Noah, please," she begged, her voice trembling. "Come back with me. We can fix this. We can fight it together." For a moment the shadow paused, as if considering her words. Julia held her breath, her heart pounding in her chest as she waited for him to step out from the darkness, to show her that he was still the man she loved. But instead of stepping toward her, the shadow moved away deeper into the woods. "Noah," she shouted, panic lacing her voice as she took a step forward. "Please don't do this." But he was already gone, swallowed by the trees, by the darkness that had claimed him. Julia stood there, her breath coming in ragged gasps, the cold air burning her lungs as tears blurred her vision. She wanted to run after him, to drag him back from the brink, but her legs felt like lead, her body too heavy with fear and despair. For a long moment she stood in the snow, staring into the blackness where Noah had disappeared. The weight of Elijah's words pressed down on her, suffocating her with the knowledge that Noah's fate was slipping further and further out of her control. He had to choose to confront the Wendigo's hunger on his own, but what if he didn't? What if he couldn't? The thought tore through her, leaving her feeling hollow and broken. She had come so far, fought so hard to keep him from falling into the Wendigo's grasp, but now she realized that she might not be able to save him. She might never be able to save him. With a shuddering breath, Julia turned and began the long, cold walk back to the cabin. Each step felt heavier than the last, her body aching from exhaustion and the weight of her own despair. She had tried everything, had gone to the reservation, had sought answers, but none of it seemed to matter. Noah was slipping away from her, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. By the time she reached the cabin, the snow had piled up around the porch, and the wind had grown stronger, howling through the trees like a distant, mournful wail. She stepped inside, her body numb from the cold and from the weight of her grief. The cabin was still dark, still cold, still unbearably quiet. Julia collapsed onto the couch, burying her face in her hands as the tears finally spilled over, hot and bitter. She didn't know what to do anymore. She had tried so hard, but it wasn't enough. The Wendigo had taken Noah, and now it was taking her too. As the sobs racked her body, she heard the wind outside pick up, rattling the windows and creaking the old wood of the cabin. It sounded like the forest itself was calling to her, beckoning her to follow Noah into the darkness. But Julia refused to give in. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She had to hold on, for Noah, for Jonas, for herself. No matter how hard it got, no matter how hopeless it seemed, she had to keep fighting. She couldn't let the Wendigo take her too. Wiping the tears from her face, Julia stood and moved to the window. She stared out into the night, her heart heavy but resolute. Somewhere out there, Noah was fighting his own battle, and she had to believe that he could win. She had to believe that he would come back to her. But even as she stood there, staring into the vast empty woods, a small dark part of her couldn't help but wonder if he was already lost. And if he was, what would she do when the Wendigo came for her next? 13. Becoming the Beast. The wind howled through the trees with a fierce intensity that rattled the windows of the cabin, making the walls creak in protest. Julia sat by the window, staring out into the forest, her eyes searching the shadows for any sign of movement. The snow fell steadily, covering the world in a thick blanket of white, but despite its beauty, there was an undeniable menace to the scene. The woods seemed darker than usual, more alive, as if they were watching her, waiting. Noah had been gone for days. At first she tried to reassure herself that he'd come back, that he was just taking some time in the woods to clear his head, to fight whatever battle was raging inside him. But as the days stretched on, her hope had begun to fade, replaced by a gnawing certainty that something was very, very wrong. The cabin felt unbearably empty without him. The fire crackled weakly in the hearth, unable to banish the cold that had settled deep in Julia's bones. She sat in silence, the only sound the wind outside and the occasional snap of wood as the flames struggled to stay alive. Her fingers tightened around the blanket she'd wrapped around herself, but it did little to ward off the chill that had taken root inside her. Her thoughts drifted back to Noah, to the way he had been slipping away from her for weeks now. Ever since their encounter with the Wendigo, he hadn't been the same. At first it had been subtle. His skin had grown pale, his appetite had waned, and he had started spending more time in the woods, disappearing for hours at a time. But gradually, the changes had become more pronounced, more alarming. His eyes had lost their warmth, their light, replaced by a dark, hollow emptiness that scared her more than she cared to admit. She had tried to reach him, tried to pull him back from the edge, but nothing she said or did seemed to make a difference. Noah was slipping further and further away, consumed by something she couldn't see or understand. And now, after days of waiting, she feared that he was gone for good. The Wendigo had taken him. Julia's hands tightened around the edge of the blanket, her knuckles white as she fought back the tears that threatened to spill over. She couldn't cry. Not yet. Not until she knew for sure. But deep down, she already knew the truth. Noah was gone. The man she loved had been consumed by the Wendigo's curse, and there was nothing she could do to bring him back. A sharp knock at the door startled her out of her thoughts, and Julia jumped, her heart pounding in her chest. She hadn't been expecting anyone. No one came to visit them out here, not since the rumors about the Wendigo had started spreading through the town. She stared at the door for a long moment, her body frozen in place, before finally standing and wrapping the blanket tighter around herself. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Julia took a deep breath and crossed the room, her hands trembling as she reached for the door. For a moment she hesitated, unsure if she should answer. But the knock came again, and with a deep breath, she pulled the door open. Marge stood on the porch, bundled in her heavy coat, her face red from the cold. Her eyes were filled with concern, and in her gloved hands she clutched a small brown package. "I'm sorry to bother you," Marge said, her voice soft, almost apologetic. "I brought this for you. Thought you could use it." Julia blinked, her mind struggling to process the sight of the woman standing in front of her. "Marge, what are you doing here?" Marge glanced around nervously, her eyes darting toward the woods before she looked back at Julia. "I've been worried about you. The whole town's been talking about Noah. Folks are saying, well, they're saying all sorts of things." Julia's stomach twisted painfully. She didn't need to ask what people were saying. She had heard the whispers herself, the rumors about the strange things happening in the woods, about the figure people had seen lurking between the trees. They thought it was Noah, or worse, they thought Noah had become something else, something monstrous. "He's not the Wendigo," Julia said quickly, her voice trembling with the effort it took to keep the tears at bay. He's sick. I'm trying to help him." Marge's gaze softened, and she reached out, placing a hand on Julia's arm. "I know you are, Hon, but you need to be careful. People are scared, and when folks get scared they start thinking crazy things. I don't want to see you get hurt." Julia nodded, her throat tight as she fought to hold herself together. "Thanks for the package, Marge," she said, her voice barely audible. "I appreciate it." Marge gave her a sad smile, her eyes filled with sympathy that only made Julia's chest ache even more. "Take care of yourself, Julia. And if you need anything, well, you know where to find me." With that, Marge turned and hurried back down the path, her boots crunching in the snow as she made her way back toward town. Julia watched her go, the small brown package clutched tightly in her hands. It wasn't until Marge had disappeared from view that she finally stepped back inside, closing the door behind her. The cabin felt even colder than before, the walls pressing in on her like a tomb. Julia stood in the center of the room, staring down at the package in her hands, but the weight of it felt too heavy, too final. She set it down on the table, her hands trembling as she wrapped the blanket tighter around herself and moved back to the window. The snow was falling harder now, the wind howling through the trees with a fury that made her shiver. Somewhere out there, Noah was wandering, lost in the woods, lost to the Wendigo's curse. Julia's thoughts drifted back to the rumors she had heard in town, the whispers about the figure people had seen moving through the trees. Some said it was a man, tall, thin, with pale skin and hollow eyes. Others swore it was the Wendigo, returned to haunt the woods once more, feeding on the fear and desperation of those who dared venture too close. The townspeople were afraid, and Julia couldn't blame them. She had seen the same figure, had felt the same icy grip of fear every time she looked out into the woods and wondered if Noah was still the man she had known, or if he had become something else, something far more dangerous. But no matter what the others believed, Julia couldn't bring herself to accept that Noah was truly gone. Not completely. She had seen the changes in him, had watched as the Wendigo's hunger took hold of him, but she still clung to the hope that somewhere, deep inside, the man she loved was still there fighting to come back to her. The days had passed in a haze of silence and dread. Each night, Julia lay in bed, listening to the wind howl through the trees, wondering if the next time she saw Noah it would be as a monster. She wanted to believe that he could fight it, that he could come back to her, but with each passing day, that hope grew fainter, like a candle flickering in the wind. She hadn't eaten much since Noah had disappeared. The thought of food made her sick, and every time she tried to force something down it felt like a betrayal. How could she eat? How could she take care of herself when Noah was out there suffering? When he was lost? The wind picked up outside, rattling the windows and sending a shiver down Julia's spine. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself, her gaze drifting back to the woods. The snow was falling thicker now, making it difficult to see more than a few feet beyond the tree line, but even through the swirling flakes Julia thought she saw something move. Her heart skipped a beat, and she leaned forward, her breath fogging up the glass as she strained to see through the storm. There, just at the edge of the woods, a figure, tall and thin, slipping between the shadows. Julia's breath caught in her throat. She knew that shape. She had seen it before, countless times, disappearing into the forest, leaving her behind. It was Noah. Without thinking, Julia threw off the blanket and rushed toward the door. Her hands fumbled with the latch, and for a brief, terrifying moment, she thought she wouldn't be able to open it in time. But finally, the door swung open, and she stepped out into the cold, the wind hitting her like a slap to the face. "Noah!" she shouted, her voice trembling as it was carried away by the wind. She took a step forward, her boots sinking into the snow. "Noah, wait." The figure paused, and for a fleeting moment Julia felt a flicker of hope. Maybe he had heard her, maybe he was coming back. She stepped off the porch, her breath coming in sharp bursts as she moved toward the trees, her eyes fixed on the figure that had stilled between the shadows. "Noah," she called again, her voice cracking with the weight of all the fear, love and heartache she had carried with her for so long. "Please come back to me." But the figure didn't move. It remained at the edge of the woods, its form blending into the darkness, as though it were part of the forest itself. Julia's steps slowed as she neared the tree line, her heart pounding in her chest. She could see him now, clearer than before, his tall gaunt frame, his hollow eyes staring back at her from the shadows. His skin, pale and almost translucent in the faint light, looked stretched tight over his bones. The snow clung to his hair and shoulders, making him look more like a ghost than a man. For a moment they simply stood there, staring at each other, the silence between them thick and suffocating. Julia's breath came in short, ragged bursts, her mind racing with thoughts of what to say, what to do. But before she could find the words, Noah took a step back, retreating deeper into the woods. "Noah," she cried, her voice breaking as she lunged forward, reaching out toward him. "Please don't go." But he didn't stop. He moved slowly, deliberately, his movements too fluid, too unnatural. His eyes never left hers, but there was no recognition in them, no trace of the man she had once loved. It was as if he were looking through her, as though she were nothing more than a distant memory. Julia's heart shattered as she watched him disappear into the darkness, his form swallowed by the trees until he was nothing more than a shadow, a fleeting presence lost to the night. She collapsed into the snow, her knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. The cold bit into her skin, but she barely felt it, her body numb with the weight of her grief. She had known deep down that this would happen, that the man she loved had been slipping away from her for weeks, but seeing it, living it, made it all the more real, all the more painful. The snow fell around her, silent and unrelenting, covering her like a shroud as she knelt in the clearing, her breath coming in short, gasping sobs. She had lost him. The Wendigo had taken him, and there was nothing she could do to bring him back. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of something, perhaps a voice, perhaps just the wind, but Julia didn't move. She couldn't. She felt as though the ground had opened up beneath her, as though she was sinking into the earth, consumed by the same darkness that had taken Noah from her. She had tried so hard to save him, had fought with everything she had, but in the end it hadn't been enough. The Wendigo's hunger was too strong, too insidious, and it had swallowed him whole. After what felt like hours, Julia finally forced herself to move, her body stiff and aching as she pushed herself to her feet. Her legs wobbled beneath her, threatening to give out, but she took a deep breath and steadied herself. She couldn't stay here. Not like this. She had to get back to the cabin, had to warm herself before the cold claimed her too. Her footsteps were slow and heavy as she made her way back through the snow, her mind numb with the weight of her grief. The cabin came into view, its dark windows staring back at her like empty eyes, and for a moment she considered not going inside. What was the point? Noah was gone, and without him the cabin felt like a tomb. But some instinctual part of her, the part that still clung to life despite everything, urged her forward, and she stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a soft click. The fire had long since died out, leaving the room cold and dark, and Julia shivered as she moved to relight it, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the matches. The flames caught after a few attempts, the fire flickering weakly in the hearth, casting long dancing shadows across the walls. Julia sat on the floor in front of it, hugging her knees to her chest as she stared into the flames, the heat doing little to chase away the chill that had settled deep inside her. She didn't know how long she sat there, her mind drifting in and out of the painful memories of the past few weeks, but eventually the exhaustion took over and she lay down on the floor, her body curled into a tight ball as she closed her eyes. Sleep came in fits and starts, her dreams haunted by the image of Noah's hollow eyes staring back at her from the darkness, his voice a distant whisper on the wind. When Julia awoke, the fire had died down again, and the light outside had faded into the dull grey of early morning. Her body ached from sleeping on the floor, her muscles stiff and sore, but she forced herself to sit up, her mind still clouded with the weight of her grief. She had to leave. The thought hit her with sudden clarity, like a cold splash of water to the face. She couldn't stay here, not anymore. The cabin, the woods, the town, everything about this place was tainted with the memory of Noah, with the shadow of the Wendigo that had claimed him. If she stayed, she would only be consumed by the same darkness that had taken him. She had to leave, had to get away before it was too late. With a newfound sense of purpose, Julia stood and began to gather her things. Her movements were slow, mechanical, as though her body was on autopilot, but her mind remained focused on one thing: getting out of Red Oak. She packed her clothes, her supplies, and the few mementos she had of Noah, though each item she touched felt like a fresh wound being opened. As she folded one of Noah's flannel shirts, her fingers brushed against the soft fabric, and she brought it to her face, inhaling the faint scent of him that still lingered. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she blinked them away, her throat tight with the effort of holding herself together. She couldn't cry. Not now. Not yet. Once her bag was packed, she took one last look around the cabin, her heart heavy with the weight of all the memories it held. This place had been their refuge, their home, and now it was nothing more than a reminder of everything she had lost. Her gaze fell on the photograph that still sat on the table by the window, a picture of her and Noah taken before everything had gone wrong. In the photo they were smiling, their arms wrapped around each other, the future bright and full of promise. Julia felt a fresh wave of grief wash over her as she picked up the frame, her fingers trembling as she traced the outline of Noah's face. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackle of the dying fire. "I'm so sorry." She didn't know if she was apologizing to Noah, to herself, or to the life they had lost, but the words hung heavy in the air as she gently placed the photo back on the table. With one last look around the cabin, Julia turned and stepped out into the cold. The wind hit her face as she walked outside, the air sharp and biting, but she didn't flinch. She pulled her coat tighter around herself and started down the path toward town, her footsteps slow and deliberate as the snow crunched beneath her boots. The trees loomed tall and silent around her, their branches heavy with snow, but Julia kept her eyes focused ahead, refusing to look back. She didn't know where she would go, or what she would do when she got there, but she knew she couldn't stay. The forest, the cabin, the town of Red Oak, they were all haunted by the memory of Noah, by the shadow of the Wendigo's curse, and she couldn't live with that weight any longer. She had to leave, to escape before the same darkness that had claimed him took her too. As she walked, the snow fell heavier, the wind howling through the trees like a distant mournful wail. Julia didn't look back. She couldn't. The past was behind her, and though the future was uncertain, it was the only thing she had left to hold on to. The town of Red Oak came into view through the falling snow, its small buildings huddled together against the storm. Julia's breath came in short, sharp bursts as she walked, her legs aching from the cold, but she didn't stop. She passed the diner, where the lights were on, casting a warm glow onto the street, but she didn't go inside. She didn't want to see anyone, didn't want to hear their whispers or feel their pity. She reached the bus stop at the edge of town, her heart heavy as she stood there, waiting for the bus that would take her away from Red Oak for good. The wind whipped around her, biting at her skin, but she didn't care. All she could think about was getting away, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the place that had taken everything from her. The bus arrived a few minutes later, its headlights cutting through the falling snow like beacons in the dark. The door creaked open, and the driver, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, nodded at her. "Heading out of town?" he asked, his voice muffled by the hum of the engine. Julia nodded, her throat too tight to speak. The driver didn't ask any more questions. He just motioned for her to climb aboard, and Julia followed without a word, her bag heavy on her shoulder as she took a seat near the back. The warmth of the bus enveloped her immediately, a stark contrast to the cold outside, but it did little to thaw the chill that had settled deep in her chest. As the bus rumbled to life and pulled away from the stop, Julia stared out the window, watching the snow-covered town fade into the distance behind her, swallowed by the swirling white of the storm. The road stretched out ahead of the bus, dark and empty, disappearing into the horizon like an endless path to nowhere. Julia's breath fogged the window as she rested her forehead against the cold glass, her heart heavy with the finality of what she was leaving behind. Red Oak was gone. The cabin, the forest, and Noah were all part of a life she could never return to. A life that had been consumed by the Wendigo's curse, leaving nothing but memories and the ache of loss that gnawed at her insides. She had spent so long fighting to save Noah, but now, as the bus carried her away from the town and the forest, she had to face the truth she had been avoiding for weeks. Noah was lost to her forever. The rhythmic hum of the engine and the gentle sway of the bus offered a strange sort of comfort, lulling her into a state of numbness. It was as though her body had finally given up its fight, allowing her mind to drift into the empty stillness that had been waiting for her all along. She stared out at the snow-covered landscape, watching as the trees rushed by in a blur of white and gray, her thoughts slowly unraveling as the miles between her and Red Oak grew wider. But even as the town disappeared from view, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't truly free. The Wendigo's curse still lingered in the back of her mind, like a shadow that refused to fade. It was more than just the loss of Noah that weighed on her. It was the knowledge that the Wendigo's hunger was never really gone. It was always there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to resurface. She wondered if the curse would follow her, if it would haunt her dreams the way it had haunted Noah's. She wondered if she would ever be able to escape the pull of the forest, or if some part of her would always belong to it now, just as Noah did. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she pulled her coat tighter around herself, trying to ward off the creeping sense of dread that had settled over her. As the bus traveled farther from Red Oak, the snow began to thin, the blizzard giving way to lighter flurries that swirled lazily in the headlights. The storm was finally behind her, but the weight of what she had left behind still pressed down on her chest like a heavy stone. Julia closed her eyes, letting her head rest against the seat, and for the first time in what felt like weeks she allowed herself to let go. She wasn't sure how long she sat like that, her mind drifting in and out of the memories that still haunted her. The bus continued its steady journey, the miles slipping away beneath its tires, carrying her further and further from the life she had known. But even as the distance grew, Julia couldn't shake the image of Noah from her mind, his hollow eyes staring back at her from the edge of the woods, his form disappearing into the darkness as if he had never been there at all. She dreamed of him that night. In her dream the forest was alive with the sound of the wind rushing through the trees, their branches creaking and groaning as if they were being pulled apart by some unseen force. Snow covered the ground, deep and pristine, but it wasn't the kind of snow that brought peace or beauty. It was cold, suffocating, as if the earth itself was trying to bury her beneath it. Noah was there, standing at the edge of the woods, his figure barely visible through the thick curtain of falling snow. His eyes, those once familiar and loving eyes, were distant and hollow, as if they had been emptied of everything that had made him human. He stood motionless, watching her, but not as the man she had loved. He was something else now, something darker, something twisted by the Wendigo's hunger. "Noah!" Julia called out to him, her voice swallowed by the wind. She tried to move toward him, but the snow beneath her feet seemed to hold her in place, as if the forest itself was keeping her from reaching him. He didn't respond. He just stood there, his gaze fixed on her, his face a mask of emptiness. Julia's heart ached as she struggled to free herself from the grip of the snow, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. The distance between them felt insurmountable, like a chasm she could never cross. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "I'm so sorry." But Noah didn't answer. He turned away, disappearing into the forest once more, his figure swallowed by the shadows, leaving Julia standing alone in the snow. She awoke with a start, her heart racing, her body drenched in a cold sweat. The bus was quiet, the dim glow of the interior lights casting long shadows across the seats. The other passengers were asleep, their heads resting against the windows or slumped forward in their seats, oblivious to the nightmare that had jolted her awake. Julia wiped a hand across her forehead, her fingers trembling as she tried to steady her breathing. The dream had felt so real, so vivid, as though she had been back in the forest, watching Noah slip away from her all over again. She glanced out the window, the snow outside now nothing more than a thin dusting on the ground. They were far from Red Oak now, miles away from the place where everything had gone wrong. But the weight of the curse still hung over her, heavy and suffocating, as if she had brought it with her on this journey. Julia knew that leaving Red Oak wasn't enough to escape the Wendigo's influence. It wasn't just the forest that was cursed, it was the people, the land, the stories that had been passed down for generations. The Wendigo was part of Red Oak, part of the fabric of that place, and now it was part of her as well. Back in Red Oak, the townspeople continued to speak in hushed tones. The sightings in the woods hadn't stopped. If anything, they had become more frequent, more unsettling. People whispered about a figure moving between the trees, tall, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. Some said it was the Wendigo, returned to haunt the woods once more. Others believed that Noah had become part of the legend, transformed into the very thing he had sought to capture. The animals in the forest were found mutilated, their bodies torn apart as if by some great beast. Hunters who ventured into the woods in search of the creature returned empty-handed, but they spoke of an eerie presence, a sense that they were being watched by something they couldn't see. The town was gripped by fear. People stopped going into the woods altogether, locking their doors and windows at night, afraid of what might be lurking just beyond the tree line. The air was thick with suspicion and dread, and the legend of the Wendigo had taken on a life of its own, growing with each whispered rumor, each new sighting. And through it all, the forest remained silent, indifferent to the fear it had stirred in the hearts of the townspeople. It had always been there, a constant presence watching and waiting. The Wendigo's hunger was never truly gone, it simply moved from one victim to the next, feeding on the desperation and fear of those who crossed its path. The town of Red Oak was left with more questions than answers, its people haunted by the shadows that lingered in the woods. But the one truth that everyone seemed to agree on was this: the Wendigo's curse had never been lifted. It had merely shifted, taking on a new form, a new life. And Noah, once a man of flesh and blood, was now part of that legend, a creature bound to the forest by a hunger that could never be satisfied. For Julia, the future stretched out before her like an empty road. The days passed in a blur as she moved from place to place, never staying anywhere for too long, never allowing herself to grow attached to any one location. She became a drifter, wandering from town to town, always searching for something she couldn't quite name, something that might fill the void Noah had left behind. She found temporary solace in the quiet moments, in the warm light of a rented room, in the simple act of sitting in a diner with a cup of coffee, in the peace of a long walk through unfamiliar streets. But no matter how far she traveled, no matter how many places she visited, the weight of the Wendigo's curse remained with her, a shadow that refused to fade. She dreamed of Noah often. In her dreams he was always standing at the edge of the forest, watching her with those hollow eyes, his form shifting and blending with the shadows of the trees. Sometimes she called out to him, begged him to come back to her, but he never answered. He simply watched, silent and unmoving, as though he were waiting for something, waiting for her to join him in the darkness. Each time she woke from those dreams, the ache in her chest was unbearable. She had left Red Oak to escape the Wendigo's curse, but she couldn't escape Noah. He was part of her now, just as the Wendigo was part of him. One cold, clear night, months after leaving Red Oak, Julia found herself in a small, quiet town on the edge of a mountain range. She had been traveling for weeks, moving from one place to the next without any real sense of direction, but something about this town felt different. The air was crisp and clean, the streets lined with old-fashioned lampposts that cast a warm amber glow onto the quiet sidewalks. The town had a quaint, almost timeless feel, as though it had been untouched by the chaos of the outside world. For the first time in a long while, Julia felt a faint sense of peace settle over her, though it was fragile, like the thin ice that formed over the edges of the lakes in winter. The inn where she had rented a room was small but comfortable, with a fire crackling in the hearth of the lobby, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the kitchen. It was the kind of place that made you want to stay for a while, to curl up by the fire and forget about the world outside. But Julia knew better than to get too comfortable. She had learned the hard way that peace was always fleeting, and that staying in one place for too long only gave the shadows time to catch up. Still, she allowed herself a moment to breathe, to sit in the soft chair by the fire and sip her tea, letting the warmth seep into her bones. The innkeeper had been kind, offering her a small room upstairs and insisting that she take a loaf of bread for her journey whenever she decided to leave. The kindness of strangers still surprised her sometimes. After everything she had been through, it was hard to believe that there were still people in the world who weren't touched by the darkness she carried with her. As she sat there watching the flames dance in the hearth, her mind wandered back to the woods, to Noah, to the man he had been and the creature he had become. The memory of him still haunted her, lingering at the edges of her thoughts like a shadow she couldn't shake. She had hoped that distance would help, that putting miles between herself and Red Oak would make it easier to forget, but the truth was that she could never outrun the past. Noah would always be with her, in her dreams, in her heart, in the quiet moments when the world seemed to stand still. And then, just as she was beginning to relax, to allow herself the brief illusion of safety, the sound of a low, familiar growl reached her ears. Julia's body went rigid, her heart leaping into her throat. She set the teacup down on the small table beside her, her hand trembling as she rose from the chair and looked around the room. The lobby was empty, the fire still crackling cheerfully in the hearth, but the sound, deep, guttural, unmistakable, had come from somewhere nearby. Her pulse quickened as she moved toward the window, peering out into the darkness beyond the warm glow of the lampposts. At first she saw nothing, just the quiet street, the dark shapes of buildings and the distant outline of the mountains. But then, in the shadows just beyond the edge of the light, she saw it. A figure. Tall, gaunt, its pale skin almost glowing in the faint light. It stood motionless, watching her from the shadows, its hollow eyes fixed on her as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Noah. Julia's breath caught in her throat, her body frozen with a mixture of terror and disbelief. He had found her. After all these months, after all the miles she had put between herself and Red Oak, he had found her. She backed away from the window, her heart racing as the reality of the situation crashed down around her. Noah wasn't just a memory. He wasn't just a nightmare that haunted her dreams. He was here, in this town, standing in the shadows, watching her with those same hollow, empty eyes. The Wendigo's curse hadn't let her go after all. Panic surged through her, and for a brief, frantic moment, Julia considered running. She could grab her things, leave the inn, disappear into the night before Noah, or whatever he had become, could find her. But even as the thought crossed her mind, she knew it was futile. She couldn't run from this. She couldn't outrun the curse that had bound them together. Noah was a part of her now, just as she had become a part of the Wendigo's legend. Taking a deep breath, Julia forced herself to calm down. She couldn't give in to fear. Not again. She had spent too many months running, too many nights haunted by the thought of what had happened to Noah. If he was here, if he had truly come for her, then she had to face him, had to confront whatever was left of the man she had loved. Her hands shook as she grabbed her coat from the chair and pulled it on, her mind racing with 100 different thoughts, each more terrifying than the last. What would she say to him? What would she do if he wasn't Noah anymore, if the Wendigo had consumed him completely? And most frightening of all, what if he wanted her to join him in the darkness? With trembling hands, Julia opened the door to the inn and stepped out into the cold night. The air was sharp and biting, the wind swirling snow around her feet as she walked down the steps and into the street. The town was silent, The only sound the soft crunch of her boots in the snow, and the distant whistle of the wind through the mountains. Noah, or the thing that had once been Noah, stood at the edge of the street, still watching her from the shadows. His form was more defined now, illuminated by the lamplight, and Julia's heart sank as she took in the sight of him. He looked even thinner than he had the last time she had seen him, his skin pulled tight over his bones, his eyes sunken and hollow. He was a shell of the man she had known, a twisted reflection of what the Wendigo had made him. But despite the terror that coursed through her veins, Julia took a step forward. And then another. And another. Each step felt like it took an eternity, her feet heavy with the weight of what was about to happen. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. She had to face him. As she drew closer, Noah's eyes never left hers, his expression unreadable, distant. He made no move to approach her, no sign that he even recognized her. He simply stood there, waiting. When she was just a few feet away, Julia stopped, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Her heart pounded in her chest, and for a moment she couldn't speak, couldn't move. The wind whipped around them, carrying with it the scent of snow and pine, but all she could focus on was Noah, the way his eyes seemed to bore into her, empty and lifeless. "Noah," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind. "Is it really you?" For a long moment, there was no response. The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating, and Julia felt her stomach twist with fear. And then, finally, Noah spoke. But the voice that came from his lips wasn't his. It was something deeper, something older, something that sent a chill down Julia's spine. "You should have stayed away." The words hung in the air, heavy and ominous, and Julia felt a cold dread settle over her. This wasn't Noah. This was something else, something darker, something that had taken him from her and turned him into this thing. But even as fear gripped her, Julia refused to back down. She had come too far, endured too much to give in now. "I couldn't," she said, her voice trembling but steady. "I couldn't leave you." Noah, if it was still Noah, tilted his head slightly, as if considering her words. His eyes, once so full of life and warmth, were now empty, devoid of any emotion. It was as though he was looking through her, seeing something beyond what she could comprehend. "You should have," he repeated, his voice colder now, more distant. "The hunger, it's too strong. It will take you too." Julia shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. "I don't care. I'm not leaving you." For a brief moment something flickered in Noah's eyes, something that looked almost like recognition, like the man she had once loved was still in there fighting to break free. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by the same hollow emptiness that had haunted her for months. "You can't save me," he said softly. "I'm already gone." Julia's heart shattered at his words, the weight of them crashing down on her like a tidal wave. She had known deep down that Noah was lost, that the Wendigo had taken him, but hearing him say it, hearing him admit that there was nothing left to save, was almost too much to bear. But she couldn't give up. Not yet. "I don't believe that," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I can still reach you, Noah. We can fight this together." Noah took a step back, his face twisted with something that looked like pain. "No," he said, his voice low and filled with regret. "You can't. It's too late for me." Julia took a step forward, her hand outstretched as though she could somehow pull him back from the edge, but Noah shook his head and retreated further into the shadows. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the wind. "I'm so sorry." And then, before Julia could say another word, Noah turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving her standing alone in the snow, her heart breaking all over again. For days after that encounter, Julia wandered through the town in a daze. The image of Noah, standing in the shadows, his hollow eyes staring back at her, haunted her every waking moment. She replayed the encounter over and over in her mind, trying to grasp its meaning, trying to find something in his words that she might have missed, a flicker of hope, a sign that there was still a way to reach him. But every time she came to the same devastating conclusion: the man she had loved was gone, lost to the Wendigo's curse, and nothing she could do would bring him back. Julia walked through the quiet streets of the town, her feet carrying her aimlessly as the cold wind whipped around her. She passed people on the sidewalks, locals who smiled politely or nodded in her direction, but she didn't acknowledge them. Their lives seemed so far removed from hers, so simple, so unburdened by the darkness that had followed her from Red Oak. Days turned into weeks, and though the town was peaceful, filled with the kind of warmth and charm that should have comforted her, Julia felt nothing. She was numb. Her nights were plagued by vivid nightmares of Noah, of the Wendigo, of the woods that still called to her in her dreams. And every morning she woke with the same hollow ache in her chest, knowing that no matter how far she traveled, no matter how much time passed, the Wendigo would always be with her. She began to wonder if she had made a mistake. If, instead of leaving Red Oak, she should have stayed. Fought harder. Tried again. But she knew deep down that it wouldn't have mattered. The hunger that had consumed Noah was insatiable, and it would have taken her too if she had stayed. One morning, as Julia sat in the small cafe near the center of town, staring into the depths of her untouched cup of coffee, she overheard a conversation at the table next to her. Two men were talking in low voices, their expressions serious as they leaned in closer to each other. "Another one," one of them said, shaking his head. "Found mutilated near the forest edge. Just like the others." The other man nodded grimly. "Yeah, and they're saying it's not animals doing it. Whatever's out there, it's something else." Julia's heart skipped a beat. She set her cup down and strained to hear more of the conversation. "People are scared," the first man continued. "Some of the older folks are talking about, well, you know, those old legends. But I don't buy into that." His companion shrugged. "Who knows, man? I've seen some weird stuff myself. Wouldn't surprise me if there's something more to it." Julia's breath caught in her throat. She knew exactly what they were talking about. The signs were unmistakable: mutilated animals, strange occurrences near the woods, the whispers of something more than just wild creatures stalking the night. It was happening again. She had seen it before, in Red Oak, and now here it was following her. The Wendigo's hunger had reached this town, and though the people here didn't know the name for it yet, Julia did. And she knew that Noah was part of it, whether as a victim or a monster she couldn't say. But he was tied to it, just as she was. Her hands trembled as she stood up from the table, leaving her untouched coffee behind. She needed air. She needed to think. Stepping out into the cold, Julia wrapped her coat tighter around herself and started walking, her mind racing with thoughts of what she had just heard. The Wendigo was here, in this town, and it was only a matter of time before the people realized what they were dealing with. But would they believe her if she told them? Would they understand the depth of the danger they were in? More importantly, what could she do about it? She had tried to fight the Wendigo before, had tried to save Noah, and she had failed. What chance did she have now? She wasn't strong enough to stop it, wasn't equipped to handle the ancient force that had consumed Noah and so many others before him. But she couldn't just leave. Not again. If she ran, if she left this town behind the way she had left Red Oak, the Wendigo would only find another place to feed, another group of people to terrorize. It would never stop, and neither would the guilt that gnawed at her soul. She couldn't keep running. Not from this. Her footsteps quickened as she made her way through the streets, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. She didn't know what she would do, didn't have a plan, but she knew she had to act. She couldn't sit by and watch as the curse that had destroyed her life spread to another town, to another group of unsuspecting people. She had to stop it, or at least try. As she reached the edge of town, where the quiet streets gave way to the dense woods that surrounded the area, Julia stopped. The trees stood tall and foreboding, their branches swaying in the wind like dark sentinels guarding the entrance to another world. The forest stretched out before her, vast and impenetrable, and though it was different from the woods in Red Oak, it felt the same. The same darkness lingered here, the same hunger. Julia's heart raced as she took a step closer to the tree line. She could feel the pull of the forest, the same pull that had drawn Noah into the woods so many months ago. It was as though the Wendigo was calling to her, beckoning her to join it, to surrender to the darkness that had already taken so much from her. But she wouldn't. Not this time. Clenching her fists at her sides, Julia took a deep breath and stepped into the woods. The trees closed in around her, the wind whispering through the branches like the voice of the forest itself. She walked deeper and deeper, the sounds of the town fading behind her, until there was nothing but the rustle of the leaves and the crunch of snow beneath her boots. She didn't know what she was looking for, didn't know if she would find anything at all, but she kept walking, her senses on high alert. The deeper she went, the colder the air became, and with every step, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. And then, just ahead of her, she saw it. A figure, tall and thin, standing between the trees. Her breath caught in her throat as she recognized him. Noah. He stood there motionless, his back to her, his form barely visible through the thick trunks of the trees. His clothes were torn and dirty, his skin pale and gaunt, and even from this distance Julia could sense the change in him, the darkness that clung to him like a shadow. For a long moment she just stood there, frozen in place, watching him. Her heart ached with the memory of who he had been, with the love she still felt for him, despite everything. But this wasn't Noah. Not anymore. The Wendigo had him now. She took a step forward, her voice barely a whisper as she called out to him. Noah. He didn't move. Didn't acknowledge her presence. He just stood there, staring into the distance, as though she didn't exist. Julia's chest tightened, the weight of the situation pressing down on her with unbearable force. She had come all this way, had run so far, and now here he was, lost to her, lost to the curse that had taken everything from them both. Tears welled up in her eyes as she took another step forward, her voice trembling. Noah, please. Still, he didn't move. Julia's hands clenched into fists at her sides, her nails digging into her palms as she fought back the sobs that threatened to escape. She had come here hoping to find him, hoping to somehow save him, but now, standing here in the cold, she realized the truth. There was no saving Noah. There never had been. The Wendigo had taken him, and it would take her too if she let it. With a shuddering breath, Julia turned away from the figure in the trees. She couldn't do this. She couldn't face him, not like this, not knowing that the man she had loved was gone. As she walked away, back toward the town, she didn't look back. She couldn't. Julia left the town a few days later, her bag packed and her heart heavy. The people had been kind to her, the innkeeper had wished her well, but none of it mattered. The Wendigo was still out there, still stalking the woods, and she couldn't stay in one place for too long. Not anymore. The bus ride out of town was quiet, the passengers few and far between, and Julia sat alone at the back, staring out the window as the trees rushed by in a blur of green and white. She had no destination in mind, no plan for what came next. She would just keep moving, keep running, until there was nowhere left to go. But no matter how far she traveled, no matter how many miles she put between herself and the forest, the Wendigo's curse would always be with her. It was a part of her now, just as Noah had been. And she knew deep down that one day the hunger would find her again. The footage. Julia's final burden. Julia's hands trembled as she zipped up the last of her bags. The innkeeper had smiled kindly when she'd asked to check out earlier than planned, but Julia could tell he sensed something was wrong. Over the past few days her demeanor had changed. The once fleeting glimmer of hope that had driven her to the edge of those cursed woods had dimmed entirely. Now she was simply running. But there was one thing she couldn't leave behind, one thing that tethered her to everything she had tried to escape. The small weathered leather bag sitting on the bed beside her was more than just luggage. Inside it held hours of footage, recordings of her and Noah, of their life together before the Wendigo consumed it all. It held the proof of their journey, the chilling evidence of Noah's descent into madness, and the dark truth about what had happened to him. Julia sat down on the edge of the bed, her fingers brushing the worn leather of the bag. She hadn't opened it in months. The idea of watching the footage, of reliving those moments, was more than she could handle. But she couldn't abandon it, either. Destroying it would feel like erasing the last traces of Noah, of their time together before everything had fallen apart. Yet keeping it felt like carrying the curse with her, a burden she could never put down. The footage had been meant for their documentary, a project that had once excited them both, something that had felt like the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Noah had been so passionate, so alive when they'd first arrived in Red Oak, eager to uncover the truth behind the local legends. He talked endlessly about creating something groundbreaking, something that would put his name on the map. He had believed so fully in the power of the camera to capture the truth. But that camera had captured more than just truth. It had captured the beginning of the end. Julia swallowed hard as she unzipped the bag and pulled out the small stack of videotapes neatly stored in their plastic cases. The sight of them brought back a flood of memories, nights spent reviewing footage with Noah, laughing over outtakes and imagining how the final film would come together. The moments of hope before everything took a dark turn. She could still hear his voice, full of excitement and curiosity, speaking into the camera, narrating their discoveries. Now those memories were stained with loss and pain. Years after leaving Red Oak, Julia had thought about throwing the footage away, burying it somewhere or burning it to ash. But each time she thought about it, something stopped her. It wasn't just the sentimental attachment to Noah or the memories they had shared. It was the feeling that the footage still held some kind of power. It was the only concrete evidence she had of what had happened to Noah, and to destroy it felt wrong. It felt like giving up on him completely, like admitting that there was no part of him left to save. So she carried it with her. From town to town she lugged the small bag, never opening it but never letting it go. It was a burden, yes, but it was also her last link to Noah. In those videotapes he still existed, still spoke, still lived in a way that was almost comforting if she could bring herself to watch. Julia rented a cheap room in a new town, this one nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains. It was quiet, a place that felt far enough from everything that had happened. But the nightmares followed her, and so did the weight of the footage. She sat on the bed, staring at the videotapes as they lay scattered across the small table. She had to decide what to do. She couldn't carry them with her forever. After what felt like an eternity, Julia made her decision. She was going to watch the footage, every last second of it. If nothing else, she needed to face what had happened. She needed to understand. The first viewing. The first tape she slotted into the VCR held early footage. Noah's voice, clear and full of excitement, filled the room as the video flickered to life. The screen showed Red Oak as it had been when they first arrived, bright, welcoming, peaceful. It was almost hard to believe that the same place could have been the setting for so much horror. Julia watched herself and Noah laughing as they interviewed locals about the Wendigo legend. The camera shook slightly as Noah filmed, his voice narrating with the eagerness of someone on the brink of a great discovery. They had been so happy then, so sure that whatever they found would be fascinating but harmless. As the hours of footage played, Julia felt a strange sense of nostalgia wash over her. Watching it was like stepping into a time capsule, a window into a world that no longer existed. There were moments of quiet intimacy between her and Noah, little jokes, shared glances, the kind of moments that only existed between two people who truly understood each other. But as the footage progressed, as they ventured deeper into the woods, the tone shifted. She watched as they began to find the first signs of something darker, strange claw marks on trees, eerie sounds in the distance that made Noah's narration falter. The camera's focus became sharper, more intent, as if Noah had known even then that they were on the edge of something dangerous. Julia saw her own expression in the videos, her growing unease, her quiet attempts to pull Noah back, to make him see that they were venturing too far. And then came the footage of the cabin. The cabin footage. Julia paused the video, her heart racing as she stared at the frozen image on the screen. The abandoned cabin in the woods had been a turning point. She remembered the way the air had felt heavier there, how even the trees had seemed to press in on them, as if the forest itself was trying to warn them to leave. She pressed play. The camera was shaky as Noah moved through the dark, narrow hallways of the cabin, his flashlight casting long, jagged shadows across the walls. Julia's voice came from behind him, tense and full of fear. She had wanted to leave then, but Noah had insisted they stay, that they document everything. His obsession had already begun to take hold. In the video, Noah opened a door, revealing the strange symbols carved into the wood. He leaned in, the camera focusing on the intricate markings as his voice filled the room again. These symbols, they're not just random. They're part of something bigger. Something connected to the Wendigo. Julia shivered as she watched the camera zoom in on the symbols, the lines and curves etched deep into the wood. She remembered that moment, remembered how Noah had been so sure they were onto something important. But all she had felt was a deep, gnawing dread. The camera panned around the room, capturing the claw marks that had marred the walls and floors. And then, for the briefest of moments, something flickered in the corner of the screen, a figure gaunt and pale watching them from the shadows. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she paused the video again, her eyes locked on the figure. It was barely visible, just a blur of movement, but she knew what it was. She had seen it before, in her nightmares. The Wendigo. Her hands shook as she resumed the video, watching as Noah continued to film, completely unaware of the figure that had been watching them. The next few hours of footage were a blur of escalating tension. Noah's obsession grew stronger, and Julia could see the toll it was taking on him, even if he couldn't. He started losing weight, his skin becoming pale and drawn, his eyes hollow with the same hunger she had come to associate with the Wendigo. And then came the final days, the footage she had never seen, the footage Noah had shot in secret. Noah's final descent. As the video played, Julia watched in horror as Noah sat in front of the camera, alone in the cabin. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken and shadowed. He looked nothing like the man she had known, nothing like the man she had loved. "I can feel it," he whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling. "It's inside me now. I thought I could control it, that I could resist, but I can't. The hunger, it's too strong." Julia's heart pounded in her chest as she watched Noah's final confessions, his words raw and filled with fear. He spoke of the Wendigo, of how it had marked him, of how he had been slowly losing himself to its influence. And then, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, he said the words that sent a chill down her spine. "I'm becoming it." The camera shook as Noah stood and turned it off, leaving the screen black. For a long time Julia sat there, staring at the darkness, her mind racing with the weight of everything she had just seen. Noah had known. He had known what was happening to him, and yet he had kept going, kept filming, kept feeding the obsession that had eventually consumed him. She had watched the man she loved disappear into the woods, into the darkness of the Wendigo's curse, and now, sitting alone in the dim light of her rented room, she realized that the footage was all she had left of him, his descent into madness, his obsession with capturing something that should have remained untouched, unseen. The Wendigo's curse had taken everything from them both, and now the footage was all that remained to tell the story. Julia wiped the tears from her eyes and stood from the bed. Her legs felt shaky, her body cold from the hours she'd spent hunched over the laptop. She needed air, a break from the oppressive weight that had settled over her as she watched Noah's transformation unfold on the screen. She stepped out onto the small balcony of the inn, the cool night air hitting her face and clearing her head just enough for her to think straight. The town was quiet, the street lamps casting long shadows on the empty road below. It was peaceful here, far removed from the dark, suffocating presence of the woods in Red Oak. But even now, standing under the open sky, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that the Wendigo was still watching her, still waiting, still hungry. She leaned against the railing, her breath coming in slow, shaky bursts as she tried to process everything she had just seen. The footage was more than just a record of their time in Red Oak. It was a window into the moment Noah had slipped away from her, the moment the man she had loved had disappeared, and something else had taken his place. But what was she supposed to do with it? The thought had plagued her for weeks. The videotapes felt like both a lifeline and a curse, an anchor to her past but also a burden too heavy to carry. She couldn't destroy them, it felt like erasing Noah entirely. And yet, every time she looked at them, the weight of the curse seemed to press down on her, as if the Wendigo's hunger was still reaching for her, even though the screen. Julia stood there for a long time, staring out at the darkened streets before she finally made a decision. She couldn't destroy the footage, but she couldn't keep it hidden away forever either. There was one person who might know what to do with it. One person who had warned her and Noah from the beginning, Elijah. The return to the reservation. The journey back to Red Oak felt surreal. Julia hadn't planned on ever returning, but the pull of the footage and the lingering presence of the Wendigo had left her with no other choice. She couldn't move on while it still held her life in its grip, while Noah's final moments played on an endless loop in her mind. And there was a part of her, a part she wasn't entirely ready to admit to, that hoped Elijah might have answers, that he might be able to help her find some semblance of peace or at the very least closure. The road to the reservation was familiar, though now it was coated with the last remnants of autumn, the trees shedding their leaves in preparation for the coming winter. Julia hadn't contacted Elijah beforehand. She wasn't even sure he would be there. But something told her that this was the right thing to do. As she drove, a leather bag containing the videotapes sat on the passenger seat beside her, its weight a constant reminder of the choice she had made. She hadn't watched the rest of the footage, couldn't bring herself to, but she knew that what was on those tapes was more than just evidence of Noah's downfall. It was a record of the Wendigo's influence, something that could change how the world saw these myths, these legends forever. When she arrived at the reservation, she found herself once again at the small home of Elijah. The elder's home looked exactly the same as she remembered it, modest, nestled in the woods, the smoke from the chimney curling lazily into the air. For a moment, Julia hesitated. Would Elijah even want to see her again? Would he be willing to help her, after everything? She stepped out of the car and approached the door, her heart pounding in her chest as she knocked. The sound echoed in the quiet of the forest, and after a few moments the door creaked open. Elijah stood in the doorway, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the sight of her. "Julia," he said, his voice calm but laced with something she couldn't quite place. "I didn't expect to see you again." Julia swallowed hard, her throat dry. I didn't expect to come back. But I need your help." Elijah stepped aside, motioning for her to come in. The warmth of his home hit her immediately, the smell of burning wood and herbs filling the air. Julia glanced around the room, her hands clutching the leather bag tightly as she took a seat at the small table in the center of the room. Elijah sat across from her, his gaze steady and unreadable. "You've come a long way. What is it that you need help with?" Julia took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she opened the bag and pulled out the stack of VHS tapes. I have the footage. Everything we filmed. I thought I could just carry it with me, but I can't. It's too much. I don't know what to do with it." Elijah's eyes flicked down to the videotapes, his expression thoughtful. "You've been carrying this with you since Noah's disappearance?" Julia nodded. "Yes. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it, but every time I look at it, I feel like the curse is still there. Like it's still following me." Elijah leaned back in his chair, his gaze intense. "The Wendigo's influence is not something that can be easily escaped. It clings to those it touches. The footage you have, it's not just a record of what happened. It's a doorway." Julia's stomach twisted with unease. "A doorway?" Elijah nodded. "The Wendigo's hunger, its power, it's not bound by time or place. What you have captured in that footage is a piece of that power. It's tied to Noah, yes, but also to the Wendigo itself. By watching it, by keeping it with you, you keep that doorway open." Julia stared at him, her heart sinking. "So what do I do?" How do I close it? Elijah was silent for a moment, his eyes distant, as if he was searching for the right words. The Wendigo's hunger cannot be destroyed. But it can be contained. The footage, it must be hidden, kept away from those who would seek to use it, from those who would be drawn to the darkness it holds. Julia's chest tightened. Hidden? Where? Elijah's gaze met hers, and for the first time she saw a flicker of something like sympathy in his eyes. There are places, sacred places, where the Wendigo's power cannot reach. If you are willing, I can help you find such a place. But it will mean letting go of the footage. It will mean letting go of Noah. The weight of his words hit her like a punch to the gut. Letting go of the footage meant letting go of Noah, of the last piece of him she had. But keeping it, holding on to it, would only prolong the curse, would only keep the Wendigo's hunger alive. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked down at the videotapes in her hands. I don't know if I can. Elijah reached across the table, placing a hand on hers. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It does not mean that Noah is lost to you. It means releasing him from the hold that the Wendigo has over him, and over you. Julia closed her eyes, the tears spilling down her cheeks. She had carried the footage with her for so long, had clung to it like a lifeline. But maybe it wasn't a lifeline at all. Maybe it was the thing that had been keeping her trapped, keeping her tied to the darkness. I'll do it, she whispered, her voice shaking. I'll let it go. The ritual of release. The next few days passed in a blur, as Elijah made the necessary preparations. Julia stayed on the reservation in a small guest house, her nights filled with dreams of Noah and the Wendigo, of the woods that still called to her in her sleep. But as the days went on, she felt a strange sense of peace settle over her. She knew that this was the right thing to do. She had to let go. On the day of the ritual, Elijah led her deep into the forest, to a place that felt untouched by time. The air was crisp and clean, the trees towering above them like ancient sentinels. There, in the heart of the woods, Elijah had built a small stone altar, surrounded by symbols and offerings to the spirits. Julia stood by his side, the videotapes clutched in her hand. She had said her goodbyes the night before, had spent hours alone with the footage, watching the last few moments of Noah's life, of his final confession. It had been painful, gut-wrenching, but necessary. Now, as she stood in the sacred clearing, she felt ready to let him go. Elijah motioned for her to place the videotapes on the altar, and with trembling hands, Julia did as he asked. The weight of the cards felt immense, as though she were placing not just the footage, but all of her grief and pain on that stone. Elijah began to speak in a language Julia didn't understand, his voice low and melodic, the words blending with the sounds of the forest around them. The air seemed to hum with energy, and Julia felt a strange warmth wrap around her as Elijah continued the ritual. His voice rose and fell with an ancient cadence, and though Julia didn't understand the words, she felt their power reverberate through her. It was as though the forest itself was responding to his call, as though the trees, the earth, and the sky were all connected to the moment of release that was about to take place. The videotapes sat on the altar, motionless, but their presence seemed to hum with energy. Julia couldn't help but feel the weight of their importance. These small plastic objects held more than just footage. They held the last remnants of Noah, the proof of the Wendigo's curse, and the dark history that had consumed them both. Elijah's chanting grew louder, more intense, and the wind around them began to stir, rustling the leaves of the trees and lifting the edges of Julia's coat. She hugged herself tightly, the warmth that had surrounded her before now replaced by a chill that seemed to seep into her bones. She watched as Elijah moved his hands over the altar, his fingers tracing the symbols he had drawn in the dirt around the stones. And then, without warning, the air grew still. Elijah's chanting stopped, and the silence that followed was so complete that Julia could hear the faint rustle of the trees, the soft crackling of the earth beneath her feet. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. Elijah stepped back from the altar, his eyes focused on the videotapes. "It is done," he said quietly, his voice soft but resolute. Julia took a shaky breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt a sudden lightness, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The videotapes remained on the altar, but they no longer held the same oppressive presence they once had. Something had changed, something had been released. "What happens now?" Julia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Elijah turned to her, his expression calm and knowing. "The spirits will take the burden from you. The Wendigo's influence is no longer tied to these objects. The footage is still a record of what happened, but it no longer holds the power to harm you." Julia let out a long breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She stared at the tapes, still feeling the sadness of letting them go, but it was a different kind of sadness now, one that wasn't weighed down by the fear and guilt she had carried for so long. Can I leave them here?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Elijah nodded. "Yes. They will be kept safe, hidden from those who might misuse them. It is time for you to move on." Julia swallowed hard, the finality of the moment settling over her like a blanket. She had spent months trying to figure out what to do with the footage, with the memories of Noah, with the curse that had wrapped itself around her life. And now, standing here in the sacred clearing, she realized that it wasn't about erasing what had happened. It was about accepting it. She stepped forward, her hands shaking as she reached out to touch the videotapes one last time. Her fingers brushed against the cold plastic, and for a moment she closed her eyes, allowing herself to remember Noah as he had been before the Wendigo had taken him. The way he smiled, the way he laughed, the way he had held her close when the world seemed too big and too dark. "I'll never forget you," she whispered, her voice breaking as the tears welled up in her eyes. "But I have to let you go." With a deep, shuddering breath, Julia pulled her hand back and turned away from the altar. The tears streamed down her cheeks as she walked back to where Elijah stood, but there was a sense of peace in her heart that hadn't been there before. Elijah placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You've done the right thing, Julia. The Wendigo's hunger will no longer follow you." She nodded, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "I know. It's hard." "It always is," Elijah said softly. "But now you are free." Moving on. The journey back to the reservation's guest house felt lighter, as if the very air around her had shifted. Julia sat in the small room, staring out the window at the setting sun. She was exhausted, both physically and emotionally, but for the first time in what felt like forever, she didn't feel the weight of the Wendigo's curse pressing down on her. The videotapes had been left behind, and with them, the burden of her connection to Noah and the dark events that had consumed him. She still felt the ache of his loss, the deep abiding sorrow that came from loving someone who had been taken from her in such a terrible way, but it was no longer a sharp, cutting pain. It was something she could carry now, something she could live with. In the days that followed, Julia found herself thinking less about the footage and more about what came next. She had no plans, no idea of where she would go, but the thought of facing the future didn't fill her with the same dread it once had. She still had her memories of Noah, and those would stay with her forever, but the curse that had hung over her life was gone. One morning, as she packed her things to leave the reservation, Elijah came to see her. He stood in the doorway, his hands clasped in front of him, his expression calm but watchful. "You're leaving?" he asked. Julia nodded. "I think it's time. I don't know where I'm going yet, but I think I need to find my way without carrying all of this with me." Elijah smiled, a small knowing smile. "You'll find your path. You've already come so far." She smiled back, feeling a warmth in her chest. "Thank you for everything." Elijah nodded. "The spirits have guided you here for a reason. And they will continue to guide you if you let them." Julia took a deep breath and looked out at the horizon. The world stretched out before her, vast and open, filled with possibilities. She no longer felt the pull of the past, the weight of the curse that had consumed so much of her life. For the first time in a long time, she felt free. As she drove away from the reservation, the memories of Red Oak and Noah still lingered, but they no longer haunted her. The footage was gone, hidden away in a place where the Wendigo's hunger could no longer reach her. And with it, the darkness that had followed her had begun to fade. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to travel. Julia wasn't running anymore. She was moving forward, one step at a time, toward a future that was hers to create. Epilogue. 10 years have passed, and the memory of what happened in Red Oak became something that Julia thought of less and less as time went on. She built a new life, one filled with quiet moments of peace, far removed from the darkness that had once consumed her. But every now and then, in the quiet of the night, when the wind howled through the trees or the snow fell in soft, steady drifts, she would think of Noah. She never returned to Red Oak, and she never told anyone about the footage she had left behind. It remained a secret, hidden in the forest, where it belonged. And though she would never forget what had happened, she knew that the Wendigo's hunger would no longer have a hold on her. Somewhere, deep in the woods, the memory of Noah remained. But Julia was free. And that, she realized, was all that mattered.